today, but I think Brendan, he getting ready. We're gonna close out that whole Egypt shit. We ain't never talking about that shit no more.
So you gonna concede that too, baby?
Nah, I'm gonna bludgeon y'all niggas like I always do.
This is concession day, the day of concession. That's what you need.
White flag.
The white flag.
He's giving the keys to Kemet to us. Yeah, man. He's giving us the keys to Kemet. He's relinquishing the keys to Kemet.
Yeah, right.
All right, y'all come over to the new stream. I just put the new stream in the chat. Boom.
Yeah, we got to finish the Kemet argument on when the Sula Killer channel's back up.
Yeah. Because I know Sosa, my fault. I know Sosa got some information. Yeah.
So you don't want none of Sosa information.
Yes, I do.
Nah, you don't want Sosa.
Shit, man. Sosa study, yo. Sosa, one thing Sosa hate. That nigga hate when I get to reading books and shit. That nigga he hate that shit, yo. He hate it with a passion.
Yeah, I gotta get it. I gotta get what you're reading so I can go over.
Yeah, he be hating that shit. He like, yo, nigga.
Yeah, I'm going through the other book you gave me the other day. Like I'm a few chapters in. It's a good book.
That's it, a good book, ain't it, yo?
Yeah, it's a good book.
Fresh eyes on the old situation is deep, ain't it?
What's a good book? Black Man in Time.
Nah. The Dawn of Everything.
Don't tell me.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you.
Who was that written by?
None of your business.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna run, they're gonna concede. We ain't gonna be able to do the show, yo. Don't do it.
Percy Gray.
Because it ain't gonna go the way they be thinking. The Mediterranean is out the picture completely, nigga.
The dawn of everything, huh?
Yeah. I'll show you how them niggas was fucking up.
You talking about Egypt. You reading some pseudo shit.
If Egypt is on the cover. That's a telltale sign. Egypt better not be on the cover of that.
Oh man, nah, not even a little bit, yo.
Okay.
Come on, y'all, get over on the new stream. What is y'all?
Pseudo or not.
All right, I'm about to end this stream on y'all. Y'all look, the new stream. I'm gonna put it in. Look, we got 30-something people on the new stream and 30-something people still on the old stream. Y'all crazy. I know people be putting down their phones while they working and doing nothing. So they just be listening.
Oh, David Graeber, huh? David Graeber talking about.
Yeah, shout out to the Real Black Atheists on Fire. For hosting the Pseudo Killers all this week. You know what I mean? We wouldn't have been able to do our show without the Real Black Atheists on Fire channel. We're gonna make a second Pseudo Killers channel also for shit like this to happen. So once we make that channel, we need everybody to subscribe to that channel too.
What they mean by that? I'm interested in this now.
2 years ago, man, the Pseudo Killers started right here, man.
Yep.
Only fit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we pop back and forth time to time. Only fit. Let me see. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get the.
We got 15 people still in the other chat. I'm about to kill that. I'm gonna play this song. I'm gonna play Kent. And if y'all still in there by the time that song go off, starting the second show without y'all.
They be deep in that chat. They don't be wanting to cut their conversation off.
Keeping on low. But then I learned in order to understand the motherfucker, you gotta look at things from their perspective, put yourself in their shoes. That's how I came. They say some came from the hood. quarterback like Breeze, but he ain't no fucking saint, nigga. I can do it too, but I'm mad cause I can't, nigga. Man, look at him, look how he never slipping. Nah. We should've killed him long ago, now look how he living. It's steady winning, yeah, I'm losing, but I chose struggle. Sinning and grinning, he a real nigga, man, but fuck him, taking Henny, he got a bad habit. I couldn't stay on this arm, with his granddaddy named Peter Rabbit, fuck him. Nigga, don't trust him. Yeah, he's solid as steel, but that money gon' rust him, and too many people love him. I mean, you know, I can understand, goddamn, when a nigga winning, you know, you losing, you know, you kind of be feeling some type of way and shit, but, you know, I'm like, let's all get this money, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, they continue to goddamn, you know, but that ain't none of my business. But, you know, this is just me dedicated to them hater nation, man, you know what I'm saying?
Welcome to the Pseudo Killers, Part 2, Sunday at the Movies, Stone Age Religion in the Age of Space, Why We Don't Believe in God, and a brief conversation on Dr. Ben. Oh, go ahead, take us away.
What's good, family? Let me get right here, man. Get on this camera, man. Man, what's good, man? Man, appreciate y'all joining us on this Sunday, man. Man, hope y'all enjoyed the last show we just did. Great show, great content, man. And y'all know what it is, man. This is Real Black Atheism on fire, man. I just like to say Black African power, y'all. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee. Man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's Real Black Atheism on fire. Yeah, man. Look, man, we here doing what we gotta do, man. Real Black Atheists on fire. Yeah, we getting it in today. Got Brother Reggie in the building, Concrete Corey, Vance, Sosa, Chef and L, right? Mr. Moses. We're here, we're gonna have a nice, good discussion. And since I can speak for the pseudo killers, I ain't speaking for Reggie, yo, we atheists, right? Black atheists, real black atheists, right? We do not believe in your gods. Black gods, white gods, purple gods, orange gods, period. We seek to see the world through the lenses of the natural world. That's just what it is, man. So we're gonna have a brief discussion on Dr. Ben. I always feel like it's pseudo to bring us down, the shit he didn't do right and the mistakes he made, and not talk about the parts that he absolutely got right. So I'm a go right, we go right to the horse's mouth, right? I'll go right to the book. What's going on already? How you doing, man?
I'm here.
You don't sound like you have it.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just mad because I can't find a book. I think it's in storage, and I'm upset about that. Been scrambling.
So you got the one book on deck, Reggie?
Yeah, hey, look, I got a question for Reggie though. If you're not an atheist, what are you?
I believe in my mother and my father.
So you an atheist?
Atheist.
I believe in my mother and my
like
father.
Why are we afraid to say?
You asked me a question, I'm answering it. So
yeah,
you don't like my answer.
Is that different than I believe in my mother and my father too? So I'm saying, is that different than atheist? So I'm trying to figure out, is that different? We all believe in our mother, our father, shit.
Yeah,
that's scientific.
Yeah, I don't believe in I don't believe in the conception of a God. I don't believe in that conception. I believe in evolution. And my mother fashioned my heart. She fashioned my limbs, my bones.
Reggie. So what's the difference between that and the atheist? I'm just trying to get clarity. So we don't cross you up with when we say we're atheists. I'm trying to figure out how is that different.
Because I mean, it just been depending on your level of understanding, you could conceptualize me as a atheist, because most of what you believe or what people think about as a God concept comes from the European. So concepts of
No,
universe.
we're talking about even the African concept of the concept
Yeah,
of
I don't know. I don't know if real. One thing is I respect and venerate the beliefs of my ancestors, and that just know that they are beliefs. Do I think that they're true? No.
Yeah, but do you believe them personally? We're not talking about your
No, I
ancestors.
do not believe. I do.
Okay, so then
I
that
do not
makes
believe in.
that
I use the concepts of Ma'at, but I don't believe in the anthropomorphic.
how come people from New York do that, man? Rob Bourne probably the only one. Rob Bourne probably the only nigga I met from New York, or I ain't really met him, but had a conversation with from New York that'll answer a direct question. It seemed like everybody else.
No, because you know what?
Rob Bourne the realest nigga in
You
New
know
York?
what? No. You know what it is? First, it's your understanding, right? And when you don't want.
No, it's a simple question, though. It's not even that.
Don't interrupt me. When you don't want to hear what you don't want to hear, and when you don't understand what someone is saying, it's based on your understanding, Corey. It's based on
right. It's always. It seems like it's always that. Like
yeah. And so if you're understanding,
I never understand
limitations, and that's the problem.
When y'all go to, I think
You got a
Dr.
lot of
Ben
things.
might have put. I think Dr. Ben might have put some of that tactic down. Right. That's a mix. Now that what I'm seeing is that style is like a mix of it's like a Dr. Yorkian slash Dr. Benian
with Dr. York. You cannot compare that.
It's a mixture of it, that style, I'm saying. You know
no,
what I mean?
That's your conception. You have a limited understanding, Corey. Yeah, I really not.
Yeah, because I'm just saying that if atheism is a stuffy nose, a cough and a sneeze, you got all the symptoms of atheism. That's all I'm saying. But I feel, you know what I mean? You can rock it however you want to rock it. That's cool.
Okay. I mean, it is important for our people to focus on as many facts as Brother Morpheus says, than of things that you can prove or know where they can be proven, than to focus on belief. Dr. Ben always taught us to know and not to believe. That's what he taught us.
Well, yeah, I was believing a lot of shit about him himself, right?
No,
he was teaching y'all not to believe, but y'all was in belief.
Let me show you. I'm gonna show you something. Corey. I have other pictures, but I cannot find it. So let me just show you this. Corey. Here's the difference. This is the difference, right? See this right here?
Yeah, that's you and Dr. Ben.
Yes, me and Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan, right?
Yeah.
He was my teacher among my other teachers. I was very close with Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan. So I was able to ask him questions that other people couldn't ask, and understand the man of his times. And the man of his times was that he was brought up in severe racism. And even if a black man can prove something, the white world would still reject it. So he learned how to master and manipulate credentials.
Hey, where my man Moses at? My man Moses, you know that I told you the other day, right? That's the kitchen sink right there, right? No, right. The kid they come out. He come out the gate. He didn't even let us get down the line a little bit before he threw the kitchen sink at him. So just know, off the gate, he already throwing the kitchen sink in the first minute of the fight. But go ahead. Keep on going, Reggie.
Yeah, Dr. Ben is in this fight too, and not only Dr. Ben. Uncle will explain, and Uncle is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting, but until Dr. Yosef Ben Jokanan started teaching, right, people really did not embrace evolution. They didn't embrace it. because the only really other scholar was like John Jackson and Chancellor Williams. You got to understand where the Black world was at, and they didn't embrace evolution. It was Dr. Joseph Ben Jochanan that forced the Black world in the United States to begin to embrace evolution, because he was fighting against the Christian cabal and the religious cabal. And he had came from that tradition. And so it made it even better because he came from that tradition to make the break. Otherwise, we would be content with Christianity and Genesis and Hebrew Bereshit. Dr. Ben made that break for us. Otherwise, we would not have accepted in large scale to get us to this point. You can't point to any other scholar that had us that you could think of that had us break from Christianity and Hebrewism to evolution. Give me any Black scholar that you know. I'm waiting. Did I time out?
Yeah, oh, my bad. You said give you a Black scholar that what?
Yeah. From the 1960s on, let's say the 1970s. Give me a Black scholar that directed us to look at human evolution other than Dr. Joseph Ben Jochanan.
Well, you know, Amos Wilson talked about the developmental stages of a Black child, right? But he did it in an actual scientific way, right? He actually understood the things that he was talking about. I don't know that Dr. Ben was some teacher of evolution. Now, maybe he agreed that evolution was a mechanism of nature.
No, Corey. So why don't you just
I don't think he understood evolution.
You just brought up
Rogers, Reggie, J.A. Rogers.
Yeah. Okay. So J.A. Rogers. These are people that Dr. Ben studied under or knew under. But J.A. Rogers was not successful in he brought out a series of facts, but he was not successful in moving us into modern science. He was not at that age of modern science.
Dr. Ben.
Huh?
His works was more widely distributed in the Black community than Dr. Ben's was.
Not at that time period. Not at that time period. His material started resurfacing in the period of the 1970s. It started resurfacing.
Okay.
It wasn't widespread. Dr. Joseph Jochanan's work on the lecture series was more widespread. J. Rogers was a book that you can buy if you can buy it, but it began being republished.
I could agree with that.
So,
yeah, but you said in the 1960s and the 1970s.
Don't bring up Amos Wilson when it comes to that. Amos Wilson was a student of Dr. Ben. So don't bring up Amos Wilson.
Amos Wilson wasn't no student of Dr. Ben. Amos Wilson actually he was actually an accredited PhD. Right? He went to school. So rather he maybe had conversations or listened to a lecture or whatever. He was
I live in New York.
He was in the field of academia.
Yeah, I live in New York. So you keep talking about stuff that you don't know. So
well, I'm saying Amos Wilson was actually in the field of academia. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was. But what I'm saying that when you want to begin to appeal to Black audiences, right? It was Dr. John.
No, I'm not appealing to Black audiences.
I don't understand what you're saying, Amos Wilson.
I'm just appealing to the audience that's listening. Right?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about. See, you have a listening comprehension problem.
I do. You ain't like. Go ahead.
So
everybody.
I'm saying in the formative period of the 1970s and on, I asked you for the leading Black scholars or thinkers that talked about evolution.
I don't know. I don't know. Reggie.
Well, we talked about one of them on a previous show. We talked about John G. Jackson, right?
John G. Jackson.
Yep. But again, he's sort of in that same ilk of, Dr. Ben and all those guys, right? But, he
was their teacher. John Jackson and Chancellor Williams, particularly John Jackson, was Dr. John Henry Clark's teacher. So you have to look at the timeline. And Dr. John G. Jackson, his work was only in Black Studies classes. It wasn't necessarily widely distributed. Even though he was on the streets, it was only the Black Studies professors that made it part of their curriculums. And so the tens of thousands of Black Studies students in Hunter College and City College and Cornell University, these early Black Studies program, and then later Kane College and Barbara Sizemore's work, then it began distributing to this generation. So you're children of that.
Hey Reggie, let me say this, Reggie. So Dr. Ben's his use of evolution, he was actually questioning. The consensus at the time, right?
Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
No, yeah.
Was using straight evolutionary, the works of Leakey. People don't know. I've been in Dr. Ben's library.
Hey, Reggie, slow it down. Go ahead, Corey. Let Corey get it out. Because he's dead man walking. Let him walk off that plank and fall and bust his head.
I want you to kill me, not something else, right?
Right.
So
ain't no water in that pool, Corey.
Dr. Ben's whole premise on using evolution, right? Because his reasoning for evolution, and me and Brendan and Aunt went over a couple pages in the book, the black man in the Nile and his family. So I think I fucked the title up, I know, but whatever. I think it was on page 85, I believe, or something like that. He was asking why was the early hominids, right, not having a congoloid features? How come they didn't make the early hominids look like the Congolese people? And if you understand evolution in any way, shape, or form, you know that you already know the answer to that question, right? Because you know about the bone structures, you know about the bone density, you know how more robust their bodies was and all of that. So they wouldn't have features like the Congolese people based on evolutionary, the whole evolutionary thing, right? You see the brow, the brow protruding in most of the
Are you talking about recent? Are you talking about what you know recently, or are you talking about what the black man knew in the 1970s?
They had the skulls and everything. He put the
Give me a publication that you are talking about that black people.
I already told you, the black man of the Nile. Can I finish? I was almost finished with my statement, Reggie. You're gonna kill me. Just let me set it up.
You gotta let that man.
I'm taping the target. I'm trying to put the tape on real tight on it so the target don't fly off, right? So you can hit me right where you need to hit me at. So what I'm saying is, what I determined from the couple of pages that I read or that we went over, that Dr. Ben talked about evolution, he didn't fully have an understanding of evolution, right? And furthermore, his work was more, towards Egypt and its cultures and all of that kind of shit, right? So I mean, it's not like he was some paleontologist or some evolutionary biologist or nothing like that. Like I don't know why somebody would listen to Dr. Bean for evolution, why they would get their education about evolution from Dr. Bean. It makes no sense to me.
You have really comprehensive programs. He was asking a rhetorical question as to bring your attention that they are not doing these studies. That's a rhetorical question.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I understand you don't understand.
Elaborate on it. What you mean?
Yeah. So when you ask a question inside, when Dr. Ben asks a question inside of his book, he's saying that he knows the answer. Why haven't you thought about it? Or why haven't you questioned about it? It's what an educator does. And then with that, he gives you time to think, and then he begins to give you the explanation that he knows with the information at the time period. So a lot of the things that
he said they were supposed to look like the Congolese people, Reggie.
I don't
agree. Hey, Reggie.
I mean, what do you want me to do? I didn't say it, Reggie. I'm just saying, like, who would y'all highlighting that he taught evolution? But my thing is, first of all, he didn't understand evolution. But second, most important, though,
you can't say
he was not an evolutionary biologist. So
what basis do you have?
Reggie, can I please?
No, I want to know what basis do you have to say that he didn't know about evolution?
I just told you he just clued me in right there, right? Like he clued me in right there. I just explained myself. I don't know what else to do, Reggie. What else you want me to do?
Corey, there's not too much that can help you, but we'll help you.
Reggie, listen. What I'm saying is,
okay.
Reggie,
Dr. Ben, let me just
don't understand why.
Let me just knock this out for you. Page 31 of Dr. Ben's book, Black Men of the Nile and His Family.
Right, go ahead.
Right, page 31. I don't know how much of you can see it. He starts off with 1.5 million years ago, Alkebulan/African and Africans of the pre-Stone Age and earliest tool-making era along the Great Waterways, right? Then he goes to 250,000 still pyramid builders, right? So
say that one more time, Reggie.
Civilian first silk pyramid builders and hunters, right?
250,000 years.
Yeah, and then he goes civilian silk pyramid builders, hunters, and rock painters, 125,000. Civilian silk pyramids, hunter and gatherers, 25,000, right? And then he goes to 10,000.
Where he's sourcing that at?
Oh, that's page 31, but that doesn't deal with.
No.
That doesn't deal with evolution.
Where's he getting it from?
From his reading material, he didn't cite that, but that is what he was getting it from the material at the time.
Oh my God,
man! Hey, Reggie, don't do that. You always do that, Reggie. You always point the gun back at yourself, Reggie. Cut that out, man. I'm not even gonna speak on that part. We're gonna
let him live on that.
We're gonna keep on the evolution part.
I don't understand. Do not laugh. Don't laugh. The fact of the matter is
he don't even know where Dr. Ben got that information, bro.
But hold on, what you talking about? I want to pay attention, Reggie. What you just read?
Page 31 of Black Men of the Nile.
Okay, page what?
Started off from
on page 31.
Boise to present. He started off.
The blue one, right? Hold on. Whoa, the blue book, right?
Page 31, blue book.
All right.
Anthro-historical geopolitical
old names to these books.
Where you at?
Page 31.
I know where you at, the term which has been created.
He said it started out at the start. Go ahead.
It depends on what edition you have. What edition you have? I have an old edition.
You got the blue
My
one.
covenant fell off. That's how old it is.
The
Yeah,
blue
you have an older edition. The newer one, I guess it's the page numbering is different.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm looking forward as well, Reggie.
Yeah,
It was a graph. Would it show the graph?
Right. I see a graph on mine that says a histo-geopolitical graph of Alkebulan. Right.
Yeah,
and that's 17 on the newer book. And that's probably what me and Ump is using. If you can actually see this.
Okay, let me look at what you're looking at. I think
Is that it?
Yeah.
That looked like it.
Yeah.
I don't even like the way that graph looked.
Right.
Well, you don't like the graph, but
It's a bit rough.
Making the book in the 1970s. Well, how
don't
you
get
not
into
like the graph in the 1970s?
Hey Reggie, let me get the ass out the way real quick. I'm tired of playing with these dudes.
No, Reggie was building on the point. Don't jump over it.
No, he
That's
not
what
building
he
on the
did.
point that Corey made. Corey was saying that Dr. Ben didn't understand evolution because he talked about, let's read it. It
And
says
Reggie
right
was
here.
proving it.
Not that way. I would never prove it that way. We go straight to the
busy
book.
proving it, huh?
Huh? Yeah, they trying to make a mockery of you, Reggie, right now, yo. And it's funny, yo, because you ain't right. You ain't, you know what I mean? Like you know that, that's my sweet spot. But I'm gonna let you finish your point. Then we're gonna bludgeon them, yo. It's all good. Go ahead, make your point. You might have a different point. Make your point,
He
Reggie.
starts off, I don't know what your page starts off with on page 31, but he starts off with a term that Black people in this time period did not know. And that is, let me get into it. He uses the term, an evolutionary term. He says from Zinja,
Zinthipithecus.
Right? Boise to the present.
Right.
Right? And
yeah, so hold on, stop right there. They know what the fuck you talking about when you say that, bro. Everybody know that's the archaeological find. Zinthipithecus boys. We not gonna play that game because you mispronounced the shit.
No,
that's a real term.
Nobody said he said he couldn't run off a name or something.
All right, so what was it? So where was he messing it up at? What's the problem?
He ain't even said nothing yet. He just said the name right so
I started joking about that. Chef Dovin was like, we don't even know what that term is. You did do that.
What? I did not say nothing. Nobody said nothing. Yo, you having a delayed reaction.
Whoa. Hey, Reggie, did you not hear them start cracking jokes when you read that? They was like, what? What is that? Am I tripping?
No, Reggie read something else.
Whoa, hey, Brendan. When Reggie first read that, they started laughing and joking.
This is first time reading that.
It is not his first time reading that.
Oh my God. All right. Yo, you wasn't even paying attention.
Brendan, is that the first time you reading page, trying to read page 31, Brendan?
Dude, I'm still trying to find where he's at in my book. I'm lost.
Hey, Reggie.
So give me a moment.
Reggie, I'm gonna ask you a clear question. Sir, can you please tell the listening audience that you just was beginning to read it and they started laughing and joking about a term? And I'm not losing my mind at this point.
What they was trying to do.
Reggie, you lying. And you're not even a liar, Reggie. You know you was reading something about 1.5 million years ago. Go back. That's what we was tripping on.
Wasn't that on the page?
That's what we was laughing about.
Wasn't that on that same page, Reggie?
Yes, it's on the same page.
It's on the same page. There you go.
No, it's on page 17 in your book, though.
All right, put it one 17. In the chat room if they just messing with us right now. Have I lost my mind? One in the chat. Come on, yo.
Open up to page 17.
Yo, we would never start joking him about Zinthipithecus pithecus or no, he wasn't. He ain't even get to that point yet.
Oh, 17? All right, where you at, Reggie?
He was talking about some pyramids at 350,000
years ago, right?
Yeah. I know what he's talking about. Where you at, Reggie?
What'd you say? I swear, that's why I asked you to read it again, so I can.
Said pyramid builders at 250,000 years.
Let me read it. Let me read.
Damn, I know he said that. Huh?
I didn't know he said that. Damn. On page 317, right, with the map, right?
Yeah.
No, before that.
What was the one for? All right, they putting one.
I don't know. I fucked up. The one was
All right, so
Reggie's reading the red letter. We got the blue letter Bible. I don't. We got to get on the same text here.
hey, what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit the reset button. Okay, Reggie, we're gonna play 17 with the map.
Because Reggie was, he
no
was
map.
actually
Oh,
proving
historical
point.
hold on, historical geopolitical graph of Akabuline.
Yeah.
All right, and you had date BC 4241, right?
Yeah, so he says, he starts with Xanthropus boise to the present, right? So in this time period, Africa was not really, African people and cultures was not credited to advance anything.
Yeah, right.
So Dr. Ben, what Dr. Joseph Ben Jochanan did was begin this part by showing the connections between early humans, right? And then walked it up to civilization. So he started with Boise, which is humanoid, and then he began to march up the time frame of tool making.
Yeah,
so
but I
don't
want to hear I don't want to hear your interpretation. We trying to see whether Dr. Ben understood this. So I would rather you just read it, right? Because you understand evolution, Reggie. I believe you do. I could be wrong, but I believe you do, right?
Hey,
Why would Dr.
Brendan,
Ben?
do you see that, Brendan? What page is it, bro? It's in the blue book, right? Hold on, Reggie. I know what's going on, yo. Just give me, you got me in the wrong area, yo. Come on, yo. Dang. I wouldn't even have started here with these nuts.
Man,
Page
throw that
85.
book in the trash, man.
Page 85. You right here, right, Reggie? Look.
No.
No, he ain't on 85. I'm telling you.
Man, it is. It's
Show him your page again.
Australopithecus.
Show him your page again, Reggie. Show him your page.
Dr. Ben can't even get his pages right in his different books.
No, I have an earlier book. And
Reggie, don't, Reggie,
Just show him your
They trying
page,
to throw,
Reggie.
they trying to throw you off, Reggie. Just get us there, bro. Come on, yo.
Right.
Don't listen. They
So
trying
the
to get
question is,
No, just show him your page, Reggie.
So the question is, let's start with the question. The question is, you don't think that Dr. Ben understood evolution, but he begins the chapter with the evolutionary term of modern of evolution.
Yeah, polite ran down so much 5G terminology.
No. So let's get to your let's get to the fallacy.
Let's get to was a scientist. He ran down.
Let's just see what he had to say about revolution. Everything else, it'll speak for itself. We can just see what he says about
what chapter, Reggie? What chapter, bro?
This was the first chapter.
So we're in chapter 1, right?
Yeah, because I wanted to start off before he starts anything else. I wanted to start off with this first chapter. So the first question is, does Dr. Ben understand evolutionary terms? And what other Black writer?
No, I did not say. The question is not, does he understand evolutionary terms, Reggie? That's not. You setting up a straw man. I'm gonna reiterate it for you so you can. I'm gonna tape the sign, the target on my chest real tight for you. I'm saying Dr. Ben did not understand evolution as a mechanism. He does not understand the mechanisms of evolution. He has no understanding. Maybe he can run off a term, right? He can give you a term, but when he goes in to talk about that term, he's talking out of his ass because he don't know what the hell he's talking about. That's my point.
So that's why we're gonna take his work by we could take some of his work by chapters, right?
Go to page 86. Go to page 86.
Yeah, so we have page 86. I got it.
Just read it.
Okay, I got it.
Right, Brendan?
So
Just read it.
Glossary. Is that the glossary? Page
Yeah,
8?
it's called the Classifications of Man. So this is where you stomp them out and bludgeon their ass, right? Because you in there. What's the date of the book, yo? We in 1970, right?
Yeah, I mean, this particular book, I don't have the.
Already
Yeah,
don't like that
1970,
qualification.
1972,
That's
all
not
rights
a good
reserved.
qualification to me.
It's one of his first.
1970, ain't no Cairo Symposium yet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you on there here, Reggie. So let me set up the background for
What
everybody.
the Cairo Symposium got
We
to do
gotta
with
tell the background. Let's hear what he has to say, and then we can clarify once we
All
get
right.
What you say, Sosa? Let him read.
You know what?
Sosa, you see how he qualifying?
No,
I
go ahead,
qualifications,
go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie.
So go ahead, though.
You know,
That's called leading the witness. That's called leading the witness.
All right, you're right. Go ahead. I'll talk later.
No. Here's the point. First, are we going to have a professional dialogue? If we're not going to have a professional dialogue, then I don't think I can.
No, Reggie, come on, Reggie, don't do that, bro. I was the one talking. Just relax. It ain't even that, yo. They didn't you. Come on, don't get on.
Yeah, but I'm laying out Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan's first chapter.
When I cut you off, though, it wasn't them. We got these niggas, yo. They done. Like the grill is cooking, the grease is hot. Yo, they trust me, yo. Go ahead, Reggie.
I just want to let y'all know all Brendan's olive bread just be poison, right? He be giving y'all this olive bread, but he be poison his olives, though.
All right, go ahead, Reggie. What you gonna say about this? Let's see if he
don't listen to him, Reggie. I'm right here with you. Don't listen to him.
Anytime Brendan got the olive bread, you don't eat them. You can take them, but don't eat them.
In this book, Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan is really introducing the subject around the Nile Valley. And he's trying to give you a basis of how he gets there, right? But he doesn't separate the Nile Valley from early humans. So he begins with Anthropus Boise, right? To let you know that this is a classification of human beings, right? And then he moves to the pre-Stone Age period, right? Meaning that these pre-Stone Age people were burying their dead. Now we have more modern information. We have more modern information than what he had, but based on the information that he did have, he was able to point out some very important periods of human endeavors. But he started with early man. Then he moves on to the glossary. So on my page, it's 108 on the glossary. He has a glossary, and there he lays out his terms. So it's very methodical. What do you mean, what? He lays out. You had him on page 56. Just read the shit.
I would say Australopithecus boise is not even a homogeneous at all.
That's what I said.
Gullah, relax. Gullah, you killing us. Gullah, that ain't where we at. You know we at, Gullah. You know we trying to do.
Gullah, let Gullah say what he gotta say.
Hey, go ahead, Gullah. What you saying?
Don't minimize what Gullah's saying.
Go ahead, Gullah. I
just jumped in here. I was saying the Australopithecus boise is not even a homogeneous yet.
I know nobody's saying that.
Right.
I'm with yourself, Gullah.
But why would Dr. Ben say that if he doesn't understand evolution?
He didn't say that though. Dr. Ben didn't say that.
Oh, y'all some funny.
Y'all saying that. Dr. Ben didn't say that.
No. Listen, Gullah.
Man, y'all don't get to it and stop all this.
No, Gullah. Dr. Ben is not saying that Australopithecus is in a homogeneous family, Gullah. They trying to act like Dr. Ben ain't understand evolution in 1970.
Won't y'all just read his words? Why won't y'all just read his words?
Okay, I'm gonna read his words. So on my pages 36, one can rarely see why Professor Jeffries has so many problems finding why most scientists concluding that the Negro homeland, Africa, around the Great Lakes region and the Nile Valley from Tanzania to Central East Africa to the Mediterranean Sea to North Africa is the cradle of humanity. Be they black, white, brown, yellow, red, or wherever else civilization. This is mere so true, even though he failed to note that the indigenous Africans, not only dark skinned, but also black. which he preferred to call Negroes, were included on his side of the anthropological and genealogical racial scale among his light and dark-skinned Caucasians. For he included among them the Cushites, Ethiopians, Nubians, Sudanese, the Kenyans, the Egyptians, the Arabians, Arabs, and combination of that. He says, if the description is adequate for human beings. Now, watch this. If this description is adequate for human beings. So right here, Dr. Yosef Ben Jochannan said, no matter what skin color or whatever your case, right? He said, if this description is adequate for human beings, right? So Dr. Ben is smart enough to know that these are human beings, no matter what you're calling them. Masis and other remain Bantus around Tanzania to
I knew that.
Who reside among the 4,100-mile length and breadth of the Nile Valley from Uganda to Central Africa to Egypt and the Mediterranean. Moreover, he also included the Roses, descendants of the builders of the stone structures of the Great Zimbabwe, notoriously named Southern Rhodesia. Now, at some point in this chapter, he begins to talk more about evolution that he builds his chart from. But he is attacking this scholar called Jeffries as racist and having unscientific conclusions, right? So this chapter for me is page 39. He says the late, it's in the quote on Jeffries where they begin to talk about Darwin. So here on page 39 is a comment about Darwin. And then, so what he's doing is he's looking at Darwin's analysis of Darwin's analysis. And what Dr. Yosef Ben Jochannan is doing is critiquing somebody with white scientific racism. So he says one must return to Professor Jeffries' remarks, since he seemed to have been the champion and most quoted social cultural anthropologist of those who would remove all Negro indigenous African peoples from the Northeast and Africa's ancient and present history and high culture civilization. It is to be equally noted that the professor was also contradicted by Sir Harry Johnson on the theory of the Indians, right? And then, so what he's doing is he's using other white scholars to critique a leading scholar at that time trying to falsely classify peoples as dark Caucasians. So he goes on, and I'm just trying to find a particular point where, but in here, he talks about-
He said what? He said Darwin was trying to classify people as dark Caucasians.
No, Jeffries. He's critiquing a white scholar, MDW Jeffries, right? And he is beating him up. He is beating him up with other white scholars, and he's beating him up with other facts concerning Africa, right? And humans in Africa, and at this point, at this juncture where he is really trying to introduce his subject of the Black man of the Nile of the family, which is his subject. In this book, his subject is not evolution, but he is using terms and other critiques to beat up somebody pushing scientific.
That's my whole point, Reggie. He's misusing. He has a misunderstanding of evolution and what evolution is saying, because he got a false premise. His whole premise is false, right? He's starting, this is what I try to explain it on. He's starting out with a false premise that Egypt was a black man. Egypt was a black land. That's his first premise. And that's what he out to prove, right?
It's not his premise.
And so that is his premise. Whether y'all fight me on that or not.
No, that's a lie. And you're a liar. You're a liar. First,
Yeah.
First, Dr.
Reggie, stay right there.
But
why y'all lying on Dr. Ben though, yo? Why y'all can't admit that about him?
See what it just did? See what it just did? They trying to take you off your point, but
y'all trying to say Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben said
that Egypt was black. Like, what are y'all?
Dr. Ben said very slickly, basically, that they are humans.
Reggie, do me a favor, Reggie.
Listen. Reggie. I'm just trying to finish my point, though. That's all.
No, you don't have a point.
Man,
I'm trying to finish it. I don't have one yet because I haven't finished the point yet. I mean, I'm letting y'all been talking for. I mean, how long y'all gonna? No,
go ahead.
We gotta have a dialogue here.
Yes, Corey, go ahead. I'm not.
They gotta make a point first for us to have a dialogue. Corey, take your foot off the gas. Corey, take your foot off the gas. Let them at least make one coherent point first.
They ain't made one yet.
Exactly. Let them make a point.
What you mean?
I don't even know what to disagree with yet, yo.
You saying they? I ain't said nothing yet. I'm in the conversation.
That's why I'm trying to pause them because they're doing the gist gallop, Sheffrin. So I need to pause.
Man, you keep saying they, yo. I'm gonna show you how they do it then when I go.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, don't let me go. Don't let me go because I'm gonna end the fucking conversation when I go.
Well, then go ahead, bad motherfucker. You's bad.
I'm a
go
bad
ahead.
motherfucker.
My point, listen.
He's know to start talking when I get ready to go. He know to do that.
No, but Reggie, listen, Reggie. My point is, Dr. Ben is starting out with a false premise. So if you start out with a false premise, all of your evidence,
what was his false premise?
Up to that is going to be flawed, right?
What was his false premise?
His use of evolution. Hold on, I already said his false premise, but his
I don't understand. I don't understand. What is his false premise?
Let me finish, and then I'll tell you. His use of evolution is incorrect. He has a misunderstanding of it because he's trying to prove a false premise with the use of evolutionary terminology, right? So, and his premise is, Reggie, that Egypt is a black land. I said that already.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just start.
Hey, Reggie, all you gotta do is go to the blue book and read the table of contents out to the listening audience. That's all you gotta do. So he uses the word black man of the Nile and his family, right? So obviously, if we want to play the race, you do got black people on the Nile. But read what he was really trying to espouse. Read the chapters, yo, real quick. Just go down the line, yo. That's all you got to do. Table of contents, chapter to chapter. Go ahead. We're going to rock them out. We're going to rock them to sleep real easy. The hit is on. They in the trap. They done.
I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but goddamn, I mean,
you should.
Black man.
Yeah, so are you saying based off our racial connotations, we can absolutely prove that what you would consider black people
So what was he saying? That was
no, people in Khartoum and Sudan, you would consider them black people. They're definitely on the Nile, nigga. That's the Nile. Last time I checked, maybe I've lost my mind, right? But that's definitely the Nile.
Okay, I'll read your table of contents for chapter 2.
What did he have?
I'll read you.
No, don't do that. Now see you. Now you ain't playing fair.
On the cover?
On the cover, bro, it's right here. This is the cover, yo. This is the cover.
Right.
All right.
Hey, Corey, please just back up, Corey.
Reggie, read the table of contents, brother.
Right. You know, Dr. Ben's table of contents. His first group of chapters go to. He has 127 subchapters. But I'll read chapter 2. Collage, ancient man, animals, tools, etc. The landing of Van Riebeeck in Matapatapa, South Africa. Collage, fossil human heads. Collage, animals of prehistoric periods. Prehistoric hand instruments from Luguri Hate. Carved pelicans upon a dull stone of prehistoric times. Carved stone figures of prehistoric Grimaldi's and Khoisans. Engraved rhinoceros tossings, Boskop youngster on sharp edge stone. Engraved Paleolithic rhinoceros on Balstic stone on Matapatapa. Negro soldier from ancient Spain, J. Rogers. Negro skull from ancient Portugal, J. Rogers. X-ray of skull of living West Indian Negro boy, J. Rogers. Prehistoric battle scene, Spanish cavern. Prehistoric Bushman fingerprints by J. Rogers. Ancient Stone Age African women of the Sahara. Collage, Grimaldi Negroes and modern Bushmen Hottentots, J. Rogers. South Street Island Mother and Child. Profile of a Spaniard 1500, the Mexican Messiah, Huichico.
Oh, are you doing a list of illustrations?
Yeah, this is the list of illustrations that he has.
All right, let me do this. I just want to go to the table of contents. I don't want to list of illustrations. So chapter 1, who were the Africans? That's how I learned it. We always say Africans, right? Until now, they never was trying to understand Egypt from a viewpoint of Africa and Africans, and nobody can deny that. We're not gonna do it, right? Chapter 2.
Like that question ain't even a coherent question, huh?
No, let me, chapter 2, listen, it's not a question. I'm saying now,
you can't answer that in a book
called 2022. Hey, Chef, hey, Corey, we can't be disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? For the last 100 years, they was not calling the Egyptians indigenous Africans, bro. We're not gonna do that. Nobody believes you on that, bro. That's new. That's new, bro.
Argument. That's not the argument.
That's not. Listen, what I'm saying. We're talking about a book written in 1970, and I'm trying to show the people where this nigga was at. He was the head of academia because they wasn't saying it, bro, in 1970. No, you can argue that. What type? That's y'all shit. What type? What kind? Nigga, they ain't even have DNA evidence yet, bro. So I'm just going on. Chapter 2.
He was misusing. He was the way he was using.
No, you can't say the way he was right. He said indigenous Africans. There is no way to use it. Corey. There's no other way to use that. He was right. Just get that man
that's a sidebar argument.
Man, get that man. It's not a sidebar. Chapter 2. See, you crying right now for no reason. Prehistoric African Homo sapiens sapiens. So in the prehistoric times, Homo sapiens sapiens was Africans, and that's what all the literature say now, bro. You don't back up now. We on chapter 3 now. Chapter 3, simple. Historical quotations and comments about the Africans. Okay, chapter 4. Another look at Nubia.
What does that even mean?
Right? Chapter 4. Reflections of the ancient Egyptians, a brief chronology of ancient indigenous Africans and his family of the Nile. So when we read the literature now, right, they say that the Egyptians are an indigenous African people. Dude, you get your head busted back in the 1970s saying that. So at this point, bro, the man was on par. He was the head of the academic curve. You can say, yo, well, he meant this. Now you spooky, and now you know what he mean in his head because he used the word black man of the Nile one time. Okay, bro, judge a book by its cover. But the reality is his chapters are talking about indigenous Africans. The man was absolutely right. There is no DNA evidence now. We don't understand, well, okay, there's variations of different Africans, you know what I'm saying, and skin color. Dude, all that wasn't in the game yet, bro. All we knew was white people saying these are the great northern race.
It was
what? We knew, bro.
Is you kidding me? That wasn't in the game yet. Nobody knew but Dr. Ben. You kidding me?
I'm asking you to name, when I started this conversation off, I asked you what scholar.
Reggie, don't blur me. I can answer for myself, Reggie. I'm saying in the Egyptology field, it wasn't there. They wasn't saying it like that, bro. That's not what it was. You would have a few people that was like Albert Churchwood and them.
It don't even mean nothing. It like that's not a.
Yeah, now say it don't mean nothing now. But why?
No, what I'm saying is, if that's how I know he don't understand evolution because he's bagging. His whole thing is, as long as you on that plate, right? You are certain. His premise. He trying to prove a premise. He's trying to prove a point with that, with the whole thing. That y'all saying he not all of a sudden. Like now all of a sudden, Dr. Ben wasn't saying that Egypt was a black man.
That's not what we're arguing.
Now all of a sudden now.
No, that's not what we're arguing, Corey.
What he's arguing is if you're African, you're some type of Congolese type of nigga. Or you know what I'm saying? Like all Africans is the same type.
No, that's not.
So this is where he's arguing about the African. This is the way he's using the African thing. He's using Africa and black synonymously. Black and African, it means the same thing.
Don't jump in, Reggie. This man is dead. This man is dead. Don't fuck me up the way I fight, yo. This man is absolutely dead right now. Don't jump in. We're in the middle of the street.
Be dishonest and say that's not an argument. That's crazy part.
I know.
It ain't fair when y'all be dishonest.
No. So let's read from Dr. Ben's work. Let's see. This is where Corey claims he don't know what he's talking about. Page 84, right? It says reconstruction of Zinthopithecus boise, African fossil man, right? Then he goes on to say a full-figure attempt by Morris Wilson. Look, this is a full-figure attempt by Morris Wilson, and he's clearly got Australopithecus looking like some white man. Now, we're not gonna act like that ain't what it was. In the middle of fucking Africa, look like a white man.
That don't look like a white man to me.
Man, man, get out of here with that. Man,
come on, man. Kidding me?
Listen, bro.
He look like an archaic human.
Hold on, bro. I'm great. Just let me finish. Let me show everybody. Look. It's in the newspaper, right? Look. He was fighting. Look at that. All right. Now, you sounding like a white man, but watch this. He says, no, the racist attempt to make the African fossil man appear to be Caucasian or Semite origin. Why was Zinthopithecus boise not shown with the so-called Negroid characteristics generally attributed to the so-called Bantu, Negro, African, south of the Sahara in Africa, bro? He was absolutely right. Now, let me show you why he was right. He died.
Reggie, crazy. He dies,
that's a crazy question. Reggie, he dies right here, Reggie.
Anybody know anything about evolution?
I know. Let's see.
Retarded question. But go ahead.
You die. You're out of there.
Why don't the nigga look like the
die?
Who did he say?
You die. You're dying.
The Bantu. Why didn't the archaic humans look like the Bantu people?
Y'all ready?
That's a good question.
Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Now, this is up to date, right? This is up to date. Takano boy, also called Nakutem boy, right? It's a name given to the fossil KNMWT 15000, nearby a complete skeleton of Homo ergaster. Look how they got this man shown. If they would have shown Katana boy like this, look, Dr. Ben wouldn't have said nothing, because this is a reconstruction and that's exactly how he's supposed to look. Just like that. Hey, bro, I'm cooking, bro. Don't dive in right now. Do not cut me off. You should have been prepared. You should have been prepared, right? Look, this is what the anthropologists that reconstruct these things show how they look today. Now, let me go ahead. Let me show you why they got them looking like that. There's a scientific reason why they're doing this. Corey, I told you don't do it. I say, don't do it, Reggie. I say, Corey, don't do it. I'm going to beat you up. I say, I'm going to beat you up. Here you go. Watch this. Then we done. Game is over with. You better cut me off, Corey. Corey, do your best, because when I read this, it's over and I'm going to step out of it. Now, the overall KNMWT 1,500 skeleton still has features such as the low sloping forehead, strong brow ridges, and absent of the chin, not seen in Homo sapiens. However, there are significant defining characteristics such as bigger brain size, 880 cc's. The arms and legs are slightly longer, indicating effective bipedalism. Bipedality. It says the nose is projecting like those of humans rather than open flat noses seen in other apes. It said body hair may also have been thinner, most likely naked, and possibly with increased sweat glands, right, to hasten coloring. Watch this. Watch this. It said the skin, this is essential, the skin was probably dark now with abundant of melanin to better cope with the direct tropical sun rays in Africa savanna. Now, I'm gonna say this again. This is why this man just died live on air.
Why
would they say that? Why would they make that point? Why would they say that the dark skin? Because if you're accurately showing the fossils, right, at a million BCE in the goddamn equator, the nigga can't be white. That's all Dr. Ben was saying. He has to be protected from the OVA race. This has nothing to do with racism.
Yeah, this nigga was naked.
Was understanding that the UVA race surrounds human beings. So you need dark skin if you find a fossil in fucking Kenya. If you find a fossil in the middle of the damn Sahara, and you need to have dark skin or else you're gonna die. Now, so you tripping right now. That's why Dr. Ben said it. He said
talking about two
now I'm gonna let you I'm gonna let you shuffle, cuffle, buffle. I rest my case. You're done, son.
You're talking about two different hominids.
Can I go?
Reggie, you gonna fuck my flow up.
No. Can I go?
Fuck me up, Reggie, because he done. If you ain't gonna stay right there, it don't matter what fossil you find on the Rift Valley.
I'm gonna add to that. I'm gonna add to it.
Hey, Reggie, don't add. I don't need it. I need to say
it. I'm gonna add.
Reggie, if I'm saying I'm blessing with Reggie, I don't need you. You're gonna knock me off my case.
Okay,
don't do it, Reggie.
Not.
I'm gonna chase him off the show, Reggie. Listen. Reggie, I don't need no help. Reggie, look, it don't matter, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me just read this one thing.
Calm down. Now I'm fighting two niggas. I'm fighting Corey and I'm fighting you. I'll fight you to death. I'll beat you up right now, Reggie. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I got blood on my hands, Reggie. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, those who study evolution, it wouldn't matter what fossil it was. It could have been Homo ergaster, Homo erectus, Homo naledi, right? Australopithecus boise. If they're in that area, they have to have any skin has to be darker to survive the harmful UVA rays. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're the one that doesn't understand evolution. Hey, Reggie, go ahead and get them.
Some of them got fur. Come on, man, you got to cut that out, man. Some of them
got fur on them,
and dude was fully covered.
You said fur? You said fur?
No, I'm saying the white man's face. Listen,
the hominid. Nope. Australopithecus, his body was covered in hair.
Now you made that. You wouldn't even know it, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
They just showed it. You just showed the picture of it.
His exposed face, his exposed hands, bro. Stop it. This is what I do.
Cut it out.
Okay.
Cut it out.
Well, Corey, we're talking about what Dr. Joseph Ben Jochanan said, and then we're looking at modern science.
Pulls up something.
We're looking at modern science.
That's a whole totally different.
We're looking at modern science, but when I'm gonna ask, Brendan has the book.
See, you fucking it up, Reggie, because he said it's a whole different hominid. See, he's under the impression. He don't even know what hominid lost his motherfucking hair. How about that, my nigga? See, I'm sharp with my shit. Which one lost his hair, bro? As a matter of fact, hair serves as a UVA blocker, but them motherfucking hair wasn't on their motherfucking face. At least that goddamn picture the Dr. Ben showed. So if your face is exposed, it still would allow in the harmful UVA rays. That's why as soon as they lost their hair, they immediately started darkening. You in the wrong fight at the wrong time. This ain't the cosmos, yo. You on the ground right here.
Bipeds, they was not habitual bipeds. So you know your face.
Lucy was. She was habitual, bro. That's what make Lucy Lucy. Because she got the eight. Listen, yo. Lucy got the eight top in the human body, bro.
Fine. Bro. Lucy was. Not all of them though. Not Australopithecus boise though. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, brother Reggie. Hey, brother Reggie. I do have the book. I do have the book, brother Reggie, and for a point of clarity, I do have a question. I wanted to share a passage. Actually, me and we were talking about this, and again, I haven't read through the entire book. I treat this is a work of nonfiction. I don't read them cover to cover. I use them as reference materials, right? And one of the most important pieces for me in this book was chapter 4. Right. If you could actually take a look at this book, right, the size of this book, chapter 4 is about a third of the entire content of this book for Black man of the Nile and his family. And the title of it, and I think chapter 4 was important because it sort of aligns with our conversations we've been having. It says another look at Nubia, Meroe, Egypt, and Ethiopia, right? So I'm gonna share my screen here. And I think it sort of re-vectors the conversation back to some of the original questions that Corey and Chef had, right? And let me know if you guys can actually see this screenshot that I took.
Somebody better control that chat and tell them nuts. Tell them nuts.
Right, let me know.
What they talking about.
Let me know if you can see
ahead,
this.
we see it.
Yeah, yeah. And again, I started out with the conclusion, sort of understanding, what was Dr. Ben's sort of overall message that he wanted to sort of convey in the book, right? I started there. I read a bit of the introduction, but I really want to start at chapter 4. But this particular passage was something that was interesting, right? Just to give it up some context, he talked about a lot of the removal of the artifacts from some of the from the archaeological areas in Nubia and in Egypt, right? And again, in this book, right, Dr. Ben is fighting a fight against not only what you would say the racism inside of academia, but he's also fighting against Orthodox religion, right? If we kind of understand that. But let's read this, right? He talks about the removal of these grave goods or these archaeological evidence, right? He says, but not one of these robbers, he's called these archaeologists sort of grave robbers, taking, assets away. But this is in his own voice. He says, but not one of the robbers not all the robbers and grave snatchers paid one solitary penny or received any consent whatsoever for the removal and confiscation of said treasures, right? These treasures that were over in Africa. He says the properties of indigenous Africans and their descendants of the Harlems of the world today, right? From their legitimate owners' possession. It says this role, the Nubian Africans, the Ta-Nehisi's, supposedly played for the Egyptian Africans, Tamarians, both of them, the Ta-Nehisi's and the Tamarians, Black members of the so-called Negro or Negroid race, right? Again, he talks about it in terms of the indigenous Africans, right? Them being the descendants of the Harlems of the world, right? The Harlems of the world are the descendants of these indigenous Africans. This was interesting because I wanted to sort of ask you, could you give some clarity in terms of what Dr. Ben was talking about with this? Because we always say, okay, well, what is the connection between African Americans here, right, and those ancient cultures, the ancient Egyptians? And I think right here, this is where Dr. Ben sort of describes that connection.
Well, obviously he's talking about the European control of the artifacts and then their contextualization of the artifacts, meaning that in their academic circles, they have the exclusive right only because they have the artifacts to running through their labs, whether it's biased or not, to make assertions. And then to interpret, or most of the time at this time period, what they were doing was they were misinterpreting information, right? And there was no one to check them. And so this type of work separates the African, the African from the African American. And that was his point, that the Africans in Europe and in America and the Harlems of the world only have to rely on their information. So that's my point. But since you have the book, can you go, there is a chapter, there's a section that says man, it's called Man Millions of Years Before Adam and Eve and Yahweh. Can you find that in your book? It was where Ankh was showing the picture.
Okay. That was around 86, was it, Ankh? What page was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he started off, I'll show it to you in my book chart. I'm so sorry, but I'll show you the chart right here in my book. This is the first and only book printed for Black people, it says man millions of years before Adam and Eve. Do you have it?
Okay. I see the glossary that you were talking about earlier, right? I'm going through that and I see Unc's piece, right? Where he had the
it says classification of man. It says man millions of years before Adam and Eve. It should be table.
Okay, classification of man.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on just a second, man. Bear with me because I'm trying to find this again. I see classification of man here. It talks about the early stages. Take a look at this on the screen, Reggie. Classification of man, right here.
No.
Not this.
Wait, let me see it again. Because see, what they did was they rewrote. Let me see if it says robustos. 1 second. Australopithecus. And then the next one is what? Patanthropithecus, and the third final stage. Okay, so when Dr. Ben first wrote it, this is important here because when Dr. Ben first writes it, right? Now he might have updated that book, but when he first writes it, he gives the information at the period of time that he has. So it begins with Middle Pleistocene, Australopithecus, the Ubaye and the Jordan Valley areas, Robustos. Then he breaks down the Chromdrade, the period is 400,000 BCE. Then he breaks down the Swarkans. Then he breaks down Africanus. He calls, and it's in this Sturtfuctine area. Then it's the Mapacapen. Then it's the Tong, and then it's Robustos. That's Megatropus. That's Getis Beds, Java, 300,000 BC. Then he goes to the Lower Pliocene, Australopithecus, Lake Chad region, Robustos, Oduval George, Australopithecus, Homo habilis, Oduval George, Africanus, Laetoli. Then he says classification of man, and I think that's you have the updated version, but he said Australopithecus, Panthropus, or Megatropus, or Xanthropus, and maybe Homo habilis are included. These are two species of Africanus and Robustos from approximately 1.750 million years ago to 500,000. Then he says years ago, Lower Pleistocene. Then he's the second or intermediate stage, Pithecanthropus. Third or final stage, Homo sapiens Neanderthal, Homo neanderthalis, Rhodesios, Homo sapiens, Flores bed, and then he says a short chronology of history of paleontology in Africa, right? Then he starts with his analysis that the Europeans give on the material. How can anyone say in this particular chapter, and you know what, I'm gonna go to the library and I'm gonna scan this chapter, right? How could any fool say he is not he is not in the lab. He's not an anthropologist. He's a Nile Valley historian, right? And in Egypt, a Nile Valley historian, but he is smart enough to write a chapter with the classifications of early man. For someone to say he doesn't know evolution, you would have to show me any book written by any scholar, that Black scholar of this time period, that breaks down the evolutionary chart. Now, let's be serious. Let's be serious. If this is not the man's direct field, but he is doing an interdisciplinary analysis of the history of man, period, humans, period, from various places until they become Homo sapiens sapiens. There is no other book that I know of in this time period for the Black audience that wasn't in a scientific journal that you can only get in the library that breaks down this in the context of the African. So you're dead and you're stinking because we have it in print, right? We have it, you're dead and stinking because he, as a researcher extraordinaire, went into the materials, into the libraries to get the up-to-date information for his publication for a consumer, an intelligent African consumer population. There is no, so then he breaks down not only what he thinks, he looks at the critical analysis of other Europeans competing with each other. So I don't know, Brandon, how much of this that you can see, but he gives a time chart where he calls it.
And I see it because one thing I talked with Brother Unc in terms of just reading through this material, and he's got somewhat of an unorthodox writing style for this particular book, right? Because he's writing it for a particular audience, right? I don't think he's really I keep saying that. I don't think he's writing it for an academic audience, right? But if you go to the back, right? Not actually to the end of where he does the classification of man. That's where he gets his sources. He actually displays his sources and where all of these different these things were excavated and found, right? So towards the end of the classification of man, he shows that, right? Again, right, if you were reading an academic sort of journal article, right, you wouldn't see it sourced like this particularly, but he has it in there towards the end of that.
Okay, so here's the thing is, when Dr. Ben, he did two things. A lot of this is things that this is how his lectures went, right? So he's trying to educate a population that is not educated. So it's basically, let's say these are lecture notes in a book. And that's his unorthodox style, because he would later come back and he would lecture using the book, so that he wasn't writing it for a European audience. He was writing it for a fragile people at a particular time, right, that he needed to move away the Christo-Hebrew Islamic religion. They were steeped into that at the time that Dr. Ben was writing it. So you have to understand, at this time period, it's not academic in the sense of what we think of academic work at this time period. These are lectures to orientate Africans out of their religions into science. For Corey to say, now Corey has to do this. This is where the rubber meets the road. Corey now has to show that he has read Dr. Yosef Ben's book by putting up the book and putting up the chapters the sections that we just read. So Corey, if you do not have the book, right, then you really have nothing to say, because within the book, even anybody who has the book can actually go to the chapters and verify it. So if I ask Sims, Brendan, am I incorrect that it is in the book, his evolutionary stages? Am I incorrect or correct that it's in there?
It's in there. We just looked at them, right?
Okay, wonderful. So I verified that he has used the technical terms, and I also verified something else that he did that no other scholar did. He compared white scholar research at the time to map out what we know about evolution. Brendan, can you verify that? Because I know I can.
Now say that again.
Can you verify that in his timeline called, where his classifications, that he gave a timeline of what people do know about evolution?
Yeah. He starts from 1866 and he goes to 1933 with the findings, right? And then he goes in, he talks about the different skull fragments. He actually goes further a bit. He's got about 30 different sources here, right? The latest one goes to, what's it, 1955? Yeah. The latest he's got is 1956, I think. 59. Nope, 59.
Can you
he's got a timeline. He's got a timeline.
Can you verify me that he also has a glossary of terms? Can you verify that he has a glossary of terms?
Yes, he has the glossary.
He has a glossary of terms. He has the timeline of the terms, right? He has general descriptions of the terms, and he has his own critical analysis about what Mr. Jeffries or Dr. Jeffries was saying. So he was critiquing Jeffries. So what he's doing is he's critiquing a living white scholar at the time that he was, based on the information that he put out to the white consumer public, right? Or white scientific public, and Dr. Yosef Ben is critiquing him in his work. What else do you want a man to do? I'll stop.
But I wanted to ask Corey, because I didn't want to, Corey and Chef actually, I didn't want to skip over my point. When I brought up about the removal of the artifacts and the grave goods, right, in Egypt, right, and Dr. Ben saying that those were the properties of the indigenous Africans, right, and the people of Harlem being the descendants of those people, right. What are you guys' thoughts on that particular statement? Because I think it hits sort of at the heart of one of the biggest pieces of contention.
Yeah, Dr. Ben basically taught all these niggas that that the ancient Egyptians was our ancestors. And he meant it in a more direct way than a generic way that, not to take a shot at you, Unc, and this is not a shot, but in, his use of the word African. Like, Unc states for the most part that Dr. Ben was just talking about the African. Like, but he was being more specific when he was talking, the black man of the Nile and his family, right? And, he starts off from early hominoids and showing how, human beings evolved in Africa, so they didn't have to go outside of Africa to populate Egypt, because human beings start in Africa. So he probably was arguing the older point that, Egypt or North Africa was occupied by Asians, right? Or people from outside of Asia. He, his whole use of evolution, kind of like with John G. Jackson, is to prove that, human beings started in Africa first. So if Egypt is in Africa, then the Black Africans would have been the first people in Egypt. So by that way, Egyptians are Black. I mean,
and one of the interesting things when you see Dr. Ben mention indigenous Africans in this particular book, right? He puts brackets around it. He talks and then he says indigenous Africans. Then he says Bantu, right? Pygmy, Negro. And there's a lot of different, I guess you would say, people groups that he would put into the indigenous African basket, so to speak, right? But he's doing that for me, right? I kind of understand what he's doing when he does that, because at the time, right, when we had conversations about, I guess when they had conversations about Egypt, right, they had conversations about, saying that those population groups were somewhat outside of Africa, right? As opposed, so that's what Dr. Ben was sort of doing. He was saying, okay, well, when I mention the word indigenous Africans, I'm being specific. All of the groups that are, that are there in Africa, he's not being specific about it, right? He's throwing a lot in, But the other side threw a lot into those categories as well. That's why I always say that this book is sort of like one of those, like a defiant stance against a lot of the, I guess what you would say, the scientific racism and some misinformation that was out back then, because you can actually hear it in his voice when he talks through this book, right? He's very combative. He goes in on Breasted. When we were talking about, he's really mad at all of the people who misrepresented, right, some of those the early findings inside of Kemet and all that. And he's very hot in terms of how Orthodox religion misrepresented things as well. So again, I can read it and I can take it for what it is, and I can kind of read it in context for what he was trying to accomplish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah,
you don't have to do no more with it.
Exactly. Right.
So basically, you got to look at that. I think it's impossible to understand the writings of Dr. Ben. And I see my fault. It's impossible to understand the brother's work if you're looking at it from 2022. So right now, if we was to write that book, right, it'd be looking very, very different. The climate is different. Nobody's chasing you around, busting you in the head. We can access all the universities without getting shot down. Even in the movie Hidden Figures, she couldn't even get she was working for NASA and she couldn't even go in the library because she had to steal the book. Yeah, sit down with your kids and watch the movie Hidden Figures. And the three sisters actually helped NASA and their space program to get to the moon. Yeah, she couldn't even access a library. She had to go to the Black Library, which ain't had no damn books, right? Remember, I was born in 1967. They killed Martin Luther King in 1968. Okay, so as a little boy, yeah, I mean, that I was going to play. My mother had to take me when I'm 2 years old. You wasn't going in no white bathrooms, and that's like impossible for us to see right now. My kids like, huh? What? Right? I don't even understand that because I was too little. Right? So when he writes his books, in his mind, he's thinking that the whole continent of Africa belongs to Black people. Like, why wouldn't he? Like, why wouldn't you think that? There's no DNA, no genetics, there's no understanding of variations of this and that. It's not there yet. So we can't grade him on the 2022 understanding of one, evolution and all the mechanisms, right? No more than we judge Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin named one mechanism, right? I don't even like the fact that they call him the father of evolution, right? They should call him the father of natural selection, because he just named one mechanism, and he also talked about sexual selection, right? So we got to be careful. Was Dr. Ben right about, he made a lot of mistakes. Did he lie about some things? Yeah, we can go over that too. Of course he did. But his basic premise that the Nile Valley, right, was inhabited by one, Black people, if we want to do the racial context, it's still true today, right? Don't get me started. Don't get me started, right? 3, right? That Nile Valley civilization was an indigenous African civilization that was best fit to understand through its African context and not fucking Mesopotamian, right? And we got one more show to do, and I'm gonna bludgeon them like I'm doing. I promise you, we're gonna have this good fucking discussion on who the damn quote unquote in the Nile Valley. We're gonna play the whole way card. But let me show you something. There's people in the quote unquote audience that clearly don't understand evolution and don't know who they fucking with. So you got different types of Australopithecus, okay? So let me go to Kenya, right? Where they hold the record on having the most Australopithecus, and let's see how they show them in their national museum. They're gonna show them looking white. Let's see what they show them. Let's see what an African museum in Kenya, okay, that was actually started by the Leakey Foundation, and in the bylaws, right, they wanted to be able to turn the museum over to the indigenous people. Why would the Leakeys have to go through such measures if everything was even keel and on par, straight above the board? Because they understood that Europeans was controlling the fossils, controlling the naming of the fossils, right? Dr. Ben's not wrong for talking about the naming of the fossils, right? Quintana Boy, it's a new name put on that shit. Right? They just named it the Southern Ape or Lucy. Lucy is a song made by the damn Beatles. white woman. That's an African fossil named after a song written by white boys, Lucy. The name they use now is Degnesh. It's supposed to be like that. When we talk about Tetelek, that's the fish that does push-ups, right? They named Tetelek is actually an indigenous name where they found the fossils. No more than you got Cro-Magnon man. Where's Cro-Magnon man? It's in a cave in Cro-Magnon, Europe. You don't name that shit Kenya, man, do you? No, you don't. Because actually it's disrespect of the indigenous people, right? Piltdown man, Piltdown Europe. No matter how crazy the fossil was. Nobody does that. Neanderthal Europe. Nobody plays this game. But when we say something about it, oh, the old man was dumb. He didn't understand evolution. That's bullshit. He understood evolution, right? As good as any person would have understood it in 1970. And I rest my hat on that and bludgeon anybody to try to play this game. So let's come to Nairobi, where your man Irritated Genie makes a fatal mistake. He goes to the Nairobi Museum, right? And talk that trash about how the Africans been messed up by colonialism by showing this picture right here. Yeah, man, like I ain't doing that, yo. Like Dr. Ben, my man, yo. Like we ain't getting past what? That's my man. Not trying that shit.
Yeah, I had to step away for a minute. So y'all
probably good. Yeah, stay, don't worry about it. You stay step away. Go back and look at the download. Right? No, yeah, anybody want to understand what the Dark Continent was, go to thought.com.
Hey, Corey, they ain't moved the needle yet, yo.
Yeah, I done moved it. So we right here in Nairobi. Yeah, I made my point. So right here, the National Museum in Kenya. Right? Here you go. Let's see what the Australopithecus will show. As they show like that. No, here you go. They show them in their environment looking, needing protection, and they ain't got no fucking hair on their body. Because different Australopithecus, right? There's different types. This particular Australopithecus, they got the nappy hair. Let me make it bigger for you. One sec. Right? Back in Dr. Ben's time, they didn't even know they had tools. They got tools and all that. Right? Dark skin. This is the way the museum is showing them. Here you go. No hair on them.
Yeah,
right? This is in the National Museum.
That's fine because they don't have no hair on them.
I finished though. You stepped away and came back, and I'm trying to tell you, yeah, it's fine because that's the way they supposed to have been showed. Because if they had lighter skin, Corey, they wouldn't have made it. They would have died out.
Yeah. He don't look like a Congolese nigga though. I mean, like the shit is
not the point. Crazy. But look at the nappy head. They're not looking like white people though, Corey. You can crack the joke, yo, but this is how
he don't look Congolese to me though.
Man,
that's all I'm saying.
He definitely looked like he definitely in this African motherfucking quote unquote environment like he's supposed to look. Ain't no white people, ain't no white hominids.
Nobody said they was white. I don't get man, the experts was never saying
that was the argument, Corey. But that was the argument, Corey. Come on, bro.
They said that Australopithecus Boise was white.
No, the argument was Dr. Ben was saying, why are they showing them looking like, why are they showing the ancient fossils looking like white people? That didn't mean he didn't understand evolution. That means he was right and exact. Because in 2022, this is how the National Museum in Nairobi shows the
Maybe they look white to him. Maybe they just look white to him.
No, but man, you're looking at, first of all, you're looking at a newspaper clipping.
Right.
With newspapers in black and white.
Right.
In the 70s, right? Mm-hmm. And if you buy the book, anybody got the book, you can show the picture that looked like a fucking white boy.
Yeah, but like you just said,
just
it
like
printed in black
Corey.
And white. Like
Corey, I can't believe you arguing that, Corey. Look at the nose features. Look at the tropical nose features. Look at the lips, bro. They didn't have that on that, yo. Look at the lips. Look, why I gotta do this to you, Corey? It's all right here, yo. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this man right here, bro.
No, that's not, those was not Congolese features, bro.
All right, I'm sorry. Let me do this. Okay, I got you. So I want to do this. I would like to make this point right here. When we're talking about tropical limb proportions, we're talking about the proportions that would help make the living organism reach the age.
Dr. Ben was not talking about tropical
man, Dr. Ben was saying, why you know what? I don't have to say that twice.
I'm saying, though, like you and Why is y'all trying to put y'all knowledge on what Dr. Ben said?
I'm gonna leave it right there, Corey.
I'm not arguing whether you know about
that, Corey.
tropical
Nobody's
wind
believing that, Corey. It
proportions.
makes no sense, Corey. They had the man looking. As a matter of fact, I'm trying. You still bucking? You still bucking, Corey? Let me get you out of here.
Look. Read the thing that we read the other day.
Here you go. So
you and Reggie have shown how much knowledge y'all know about evolution, and I appreciate that. You know a whole lot about evolution. I wouldn't deny that.
Okay. All right.
Now you're going to somebody else's work again.
No, I'm going to the ancient. I'm showing you what's the artist rendering.
I'm trying to figure out the whole thing. We was trying to figure out why would we learn evolution from Dr. Ben?
Nah, bro.
That's what I was trying to figure out at least. Now here we in the Journal of Nature. We
ain't in no Journal of Nature.
We're talking about all of these different hominids, like, you know what I mean? The crazy part is that we're not in Dr. Ben's work. We everywhere but Dr. Ben's work, learning about evolution. You want to bring up
what's this, Corey, right here, Corey?
Limb proportions.
Hey, Corey, what's this, Corey?
I don't know. Now it's about my knowledge. Now it's not even about Dr. Ben's.
But can you see it though, Corey? Since you act like you don't know.
I see those as ancient hominids. Okay.
Can you see it, Corey?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, do it like a white person. Fuck no.
No, it don't look like a white person to me.
Do it look like a white person, Corey?
No.
Thank you, Corey. This is Homo ergaster, Corey. Why don't they show it like that anymore, Corey? Because it was straight racist, bro. It's Homo florensis, bro. Look, Corey, what are you talking about? You playing
it don't
games,
look black
bro.
or white. What do you mean? It don't look like a damn.
Man, the color.
It don't look like a Congolese
of this
nigga
hominid skin is black. It's not white. They used to show him looking white, Corey, in the 60s and the 70s, Corey.
Like a Congolese nigga.
The hair. Look at the hair on this hominid, bro. Corey, they don't play the game anymore, Corey. The only ones they show remotely close to
how come I can't never get nothing off? It's two things going on here. Let me tell you.
You get bludgeoned. We call it
because I gotta slow it down because you and Reggie, y'all go on.
You go right here. Homo sapien.
Yeah, that's
Corey.
Fine.
Yeah, Corey. They ain't look as crazy as you thought they looked. Like them old artist renderings of the ancient man.
Who said the Homo sapien looked crazy? Who said that? Why would I say the Homo sapien looked crazy?
Bro, I'm saying if I showed you Homo ergaster based off, you wouldn't know. You couldn't pick it. I'm trying.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I wouldn't know it was an archaic human.
No, you wouldn't because it was the shit is just slight. It's not what they used to think. You gotta get the work by Alex
come on,
Roberts.
man. I know about what bone structure and bone density is. Come on now.
Nah, bro.
But we getting off the point. You gish galloping.
I ain't gish galloping.
I at least got to get a full point across one time. We've been on for an hour, and I let y'all go. I don't even know what they said. What they say, Brent?
We still jamming, bro. We don't need to redo that no more.
But I still can't even get a point out, man.
There you go. Made my point though. Yeah. They ain't got the
what's that? The Alice? That's the Alice Roberts. I got that book. That book cold.
Of course.
Yeah, that's not a Dr. Ben book, though.
That's not. Right. That's not. Hey, let me ask you, Gullah, real quick, Gullah.
That's not a Dr. Ben book, though. So Alice and them, I'm sure they understood that pretty good.
Right. Well, I don't gotta say it. I think I made my point here, and my point is very clear. Back in the 60s and 70s and 40s. Right, it was clearly showing that ancient fossils looking like white people. Right, matter of fact, you can go.
They wasn't looking like white people to me. I mean, I don't get that. So so that brings me to my other point that y'all denied.
Actually, need you to get it.
That brings me right to my other point.
Need you to get it.
That you guys are denying. And I
Let
appreciate
me share
that.
my screen.
Hold on. Can I get one point? I want to share my screen. You and Reggie been going on.
You can share your screen. Here you go again. This ain't how nobody looked in ancient time. There you go. That's another one. That's how they do it. That's what they do. They show this type of thing back in the 60s, bro. They not showing nobody like that.
Yo, he running you over.
Them ancient fossils. And that's not Homo sapiens sapiens. They don't show it like that.
Who showed that?
I know you get my point, Corey. I know you get my point, but you're getting bludgeoned right now. You can't even think straight, Corey. You can't think straight because you can't imagine being in the 60s, bro. I get it, bro. And I'm gonna keep showing the pictures. Keep talking that talk, yo. I'm gonna keep bludgeoning you to death. Now I'm stomping you out on the pavement. Blood's all over the place. And your skin is stuck to the bottom of my feet. I'm still going. I ain't stopping. Keep talking, Corey. I'm gonna shut up. Show your screen. Do what you do, Corey.
Hey, 1 second. I thought you couldn't recreate like soft facial tissue like nose and lips. Like you couldn't like recreate the shape of that based off the skeleton. I'm right or wrong on that.
Say what? I was that a question for me? You gotta ask that again.
No, that was a question in general. I thought that there were problems like recreating facial features, right? Like based off of skeletons. I'm asking that as a general question.
Generally speaking, there's problems with anything in science, generally speaking. But generally speaking, they can reconstruct the face. That's what they do. It's called forensics. They do it all the time. They know the density of the bone and how far the skin's supposed is
right. So
it doesn't mean it was perfect.
Niggas don't have the density
Man,
of the
so
bone.
why you cut me off in the middle? So why you ain't just let me finish? You could have answered the question. Because you done finished. You said I wasn't finished. I was answering the question. Jesus
he said
Christ,
it was a general question. Man. You got to answer the question though. Again, I mean, y'all done led the witnesses enough.
How am I like the man asked me a question about bone density like reconstruction? I'm in the middle of giving my explanation, Corey, and you cut me off. How that makes sense? Yeah. You could have just started with it first. So you answer the man question, and I'll be sure.
I asked him. I was gonna answer because I asked him, was that a question for me? But then you jumped in. I mean,
you should have. Go ahead, Corey. Make sure you have a source behind what you're saying too, because you're gonna make shit up.
You ain't got a source behind what you said. What was your question again, bro? You done made me forget my man's question.
I'm really trying to figure out like what does the vagueness prove about the lips and the nose, honestly? Because I thought that there are problems, like recreating, the shape of noses and lips from that far back. All you had is skeletons. So like I think at the bottom of that, you just gonna kind of run into they can't accurately recreate it. So what are you saying by saying the lips and the nose is shaped like Africans or white people?
Right, so you talking to me like I thought you was. What I'm saying is, when you talking to me, Corey, he talking to you.
You said, though.
Yeah.
Let me say
starting off with asking about, the facial recreation. I'm trying to figure out if I'm accurate about that, because that's what I'm really asking. Yep.
And the thing is the facial features and the whole bone density is not Congolese. That's the skull structure and all of that. Ain't none of that Congolese. So that's why they wouldn't look Congolese. Like I'm trying to figure out what sensible nigga, right, that knows about evolution would ask a
why do you keep saying that though, Corey? What is your point of keep saying that though?
Because he asked the question. That's the whole point.
What is your point about keep saying Congolese though? You just said it like 100 times.
He said that. That's what he said, didn't he?
Who said that?
No,
Dr. Ben.
Where?
Or what did he say? He said
he named every fucking possible African on the continent.
He said Bantu. My fault.
No, he didn't just say
same thing. Congolese, Bantu. I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean,
he named mad about like seven people, yo.
Listen, he named a bunch of modern Africans. And asking why an archaic name does not look like modern Africans. That's what he asked. Am I tripping there? Brendan, where Brendan at? Is Brendan still on here? Because I mean, Jesus Christ here.
I'm right here.
Is he not asking why the ancient hominids don't look like the Bantu? Is that the question that he asked in that thing?
With Dr. Ben?
Yes.
Yeah, why didn't they depict, right, those early depictions of those ancient, what you would say, those prehistoric humans, right? Why didn't they depict them looking like with African features, right?
He said Bantu. He said Bantu specifically.
Right, but with Bantu.
So why
Bantu
aren't the archaic humans looking like modern humans? That's his question.
They have archaic features, right? Those I don't necessarily.
That's why I talk about the bone density. And the skull structure.
That brow, like for instance, that brow that you see, that protruding brow and things like that.
But you know, and I'm gonna say why, Brent. This gets to my point, and they never let me go. They never let me talk. But this gets to my point. He said that because he's not talking about the bone density and the bone structure because he don't know shit about that, Brendan. He's talking about the skin color. Why ain't they black? That's his whole premise. The black man and on the Nile and his family. He want to know, he's saying they lying. They trying to steal Egypt away from the black people, from the niggas that's in Harlem and all of the black people. That's what he's saying. He's saying that plain. And now I have to argue. See, I'm setting up a straw man for me to argue against. I have to argue against somebody who didn't say that, who's not saying Egypt was a black land, right? This is what they're trying to prove, but nobody would even care. Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing about Dr. Ben, his knowledge of Egypt and how he can prove it was a black land and all of that thing. That's why everybody loved Dr. Ben. But now here we sitting here like he's not saying Egypt was a black land, because that proves it right there, Brendan, what we just talked about with the hominid. He's not talking about bone density and the skull structure and limb proportions and all of that kind of shit. He ain't talking about none of that, because it's obvious if you knew about evolution at all, it's obvious they wouldn't have the features of a Congolese nigga, right? It's so obvious of that, right? So what he's talking about is why was they not painted black? That's my whole fucking point. And he's starting out, and like I said in the beginning, right? He's starting out with a false premise, right? So all the things that he's trying to use evolution to prove, right, is not going to be correct because his premise is false. He's trying to use a scientific discipline to prove a false premise. It don't work like that. That's how you know he don't understand it. That's all I'm saying. It's simple. Who in their right mind would go and look for a Dr. Ben book to learn about evolution? Who in their right mind would do that? You got to be batshit crazy to go and be saying, look, I need to find out about evolution, and then go and run and get a goddamn Dr. Ben book. That shit is nuts.
I don't think Uncle would recommend nobody do that though. I think he's saying that's his journey. That was his journey of finding. I
hope not.
And finding evolution. And then, that's why he respect him. You know what I'm saying? Only because of that. But he wouldn't recommend anybody go get Dr. Ben's book to find out about evolution, though.
I'm fine with that. That's
cool. Get Corey's point, though.
Right.
What's Corey's point?
Yeah.
Right. Don't nobody get Corey's point, because Corey don't got no damn point. And the real point is that Dr. Ben was clear.
That's why you just gotta be quiet, Corey. That's why you
gotta be quiet. I'm gonna show you. It's actually my turn to answer the question.
You gonna do me like that?
Right. I want to actually answer the proper question. Right. And I don't want to answer the proper question with that trash talk. See,
no, I wasn't talking trash. I kept it real.
Now, okay, you kept it real. Watch how real I keep it, though, Corey. My turn. I'm going to feel his blood. I'm going to get the skin off the bottom of my shoes now. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go right here. The brother asks the question, right? But I'm going to take you to the website, right? Put this in y'all folder, all right? This is the website that actually reconstructed the ancient fossils, okay? It's definitely an art form, and it's definitely science. So go to Kenneth and Kenneth. This is what they do, right? Now, let me go to the overview and let's talk about what this is, right? Y'all can say what y'all want to say. Play the games like we want to play the games. Act like what these people ain't doing ain't scientific, and I'm gonna finish you off. So here's the overview.
Who said that wasn't scientific, huh?
You cut in. That wasn't scientific. What I don't need you to do is cut in, though, Corey. I shut up and let you get
no, because you're doing the same
bro,
thing.
I got a source, bro. Let me do
I
what
think
I'm
it's a
doing.
misunderstanding going on. I think that's what
Ain't no misunderstanding going on. I'm not misunderstanding nothing. It's the only misunderstanding when you cut me off after I done shut up. Now, if you want to continue to talk, I'll shut my screen down.
I'm continuing to talk.
I'll shut my screen down. I'll shut up and beat the hell out you.
Reclaiming my time.
So I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna let you try to convince everybody. No force in hand, and I'm gonna ask I'm gonna answer Moses Jeffrey question with a source, and I'm gonna finish beating you up, bro. You did this, not me, bro. Let me mute out. Talk him to death.
Hold on, Corey. But we can. There at one point he said that you would. He said who's gonna recommend Dr. Ben's book for evolution. You wouldn't do that, right? I don't hear nothing.
He wrote the book in 1970.
That's what I'm saying. So
who the hell represents the book from 1970 on evolution?
Cool. So you got that, Corey, right?
Now, if you want to arguments from the 70s, if you want to be tight with your shit, right? You know what I'm saying?
Reggie
then
clearly
I'm gonna talk
came
about
on
Charles
here.
Darwin, and I'm gonna talk about
if Reggie said, I don't know.
I'm gonna do all of that.
Reggie clearly came on here.
Right. I'm gonna do all of that.
I ain't hear that part, Corey.
Dr. Ben is the only one to learn evolution from.
I'm saying,
I ain't hear that part, Corey.
I'm saying in 1970, black people was in church playing at Jesus Christ. They would have cussed you out for talking about the shit he was talking about, dog. So if you want to know the history of black people and black studies, then of course you got to introduce Dr. Ben, because John Jack, they the only one writing books on evolution.
I don't appreciate it, and that's another thing I don't appreciate, why y'all trying to paint this picture like no black people was educated in the goddamn 1970s though. Like this is making me kind of irritated here a little bit, right? Because it was educated people in the 1960s and 50s, let alone the 70s, right? So Dr. Ben lying with his lying ass about every goddamn thing that came out of his mouth did not understand evolution if he's asking why an archaic human don't look like a Congolese nigga. That's all I'm saying, Ken. Can you understand that, right? Can you understand me, Ken? That why is a man that understands evolution, Ken, right? You understand evolution, Ken. Would you ask me why the archaic humans are not looking like the modern humans? Would you ask me that, Ken?
Yeah, my bad, man. My son just woke up. Say that one more time, Corey. I ain't hear nothing you just said just now.
Oh man. You know what? Never mind. Vance, would you ask me that, Vance? Understanding evolution. You have an understanding of evolution. Would you ask me why is the archaic humans not looking like Congolese niggas?
No, I wouldn't ask you that.
That's crazy. It's a crazy question if you understand evolution, right? That's my only point. That's all I'm saying. And his point, and to back up my original point, because this is a sidebar thing, right? To back up my original point, he said it, Vance. This is why he asked the question, Vance. He asked the question because he wanted to know why the skin was not painted black. That's why he was concerned about the skin, Vance. He was not concerned about the bone density or the skull structure or the limb proportions and all of this fucking shit that Unc is bringing up here. Dr. Ben was not concerned about that. He was concerned about the skin. Why? Why is he concerned about the skin? Because he got the title of his book is The Black Man of the Nile and His Family. The black man. Who the fuck is a black man? I just don't understand the games that we playing, right? Now we don't know who a black man is. We don't know what he wasn't talking about the black man, but he didn't say black. He wasn't necessarily, yeah, he said it, but it was 1970s and the shit is crazy to me, right? Now, all of a sudden, Dr. Ben was not saying the Egyptians was black now. Now, all of a sudden, Dr. Ben wasn't saying that. We're crazy here, Vance. We gotta be fucking batshit crazy here because Dr. Ben no longer is claiming that the Egyptians were black people anymore here. This is what I'm saying, Vance. That's why he's asking the question, and this is my whole fucking point. Now, whether Kit can understand that or not, I know that you can understand that, Vance.
No, Corey, I think he was saying back in Dr. Benham times, they was trying to say that the origin of man was European looking.
I don't care what the white people said. I'm talking about Dr. Ben. We're talking about Dr. Ben. We're not talking about what the white people said.
I mean, like, to me, it doesn't even matter. Hold on. To me, it doesn't matter whether they were European looking or Negro looking. But I think back in them times, they were willing to lie about it just to make it look more European as origin of men.
What does that have to do with his knowledge? What does that have to do with his knowledge of evolution and whether he was saying the Egyptians was black or not? That's what I'm saying. I don't give a shit that it was racist white people. Right. It was racist. It's still racist white people today, Kent. That has nothing to do with my credibility. Kent. I can't say, oh, I don't know I'm not an astrophysicist because the white man, right? I didn't go get my astrophysics degree, right? I love astrophysics, right? But I don't have a degree in astrophysics. I can't say that's because of the white man, Kent. We have to cut that out. We can't bring the white man into the conversation when we're having a conversation about my credibility, Kent. We have to stop doing that, Kent. We cannot bring the white man up when we're having a discussion about my credibility, Kent. We can't.
Hey, come on, yo. Let me go.
That's it. We got to stop doing that.
I got you, bro. So I'm gonna calm down. So if Europeans, white people, whatever the hell you want to call them, right, in the 1960s was coming out their face that the great northern race created fucking Egypt, then Dr.
They was pseudo and wrong.
See, I'm talking. See how you doing? I was quiet. I let you go. You didn't show one goddamn what you come say.
Here we are.
I'm gonna shut up again. I'm gonna let you go.
But we're talking about white people and their credibility here. But we're talking about Dr. Ben here. I don't get it.
Let me see. All right, bye.
I mean, let me share my screen, man. Like, this nigga look like I'm just like I'm over it, right? This nigga talking about he a chairman at the fucking Cairo Symposium, right? I mean, the man lies.
You gonna let me finish my point?
The man lies and says he's a chairman at the United.
Is you gonna let me finish my point, though, Corey?
Hey,
well, you gotta have an educated conversation.
No, because you and Reggie.
It's not a no because nothing. You cut me off in the middle of what I'm trying to say. It's not a no. I got asked the question. You asked the question. Now you want to move to a video. No. You hoping I get away from the point. I'm not gonna allow you to gift gallop me like that.
What? No, I'm not.
Let me make my point.
The point is you're gonna bring somebody else's point, or you're gonna bring up the white man.
Right there. Yeah, I'm not going.
You're not going to bring up anything.
How to answer the question? It makes no sense. Let me do what I'm gonna do. Then you can play the videos and all that.
I'm not going to play a video. I'm not going to play a video. I was going to pull up something, but you're going to pull up something that's not done or said by Dr. Bean.
No, I'm saying
I just don't want to hear it.
You're playing a game now, Corey. You know why I'm doing what I'm doing, Corey. Everybody in the chat understands. Well, I'm showing you how today's anthropologists actually show the ancient fossils as
they actually anthropologists, which Dr. Ben was not.
Corey,
that's what about today's anthropologists. That's one thing. That's at least one thing.
You gotta let me finish, Corey.
No, you gotta admit that.
So you know if you let me finish, Corey, you know you're dead man walking
today. But go ahead.
Corey, what are you afraid of, Corey?
No, because you and Reggie had a whole hour.
Corey, I didn't have nothing that was Reggie talking. Yo, you didn't got that back.
If the chat ain't heard about the racism
yet, you got that back, Corey. Corey, you've actually got that back on me, bro. That was Reggie stumbling and stammering do points. I'm accurate with my shit.
What you talking about? What are you talking about?
Oh shit.
What are you wait, first of all, wait, hold on. What arc are you talking about? In this section, I showed the classification.
You never said stumbling and stammering.
Right? What I didn't say it like you, but you know what? These are your boys. These are your niggas, boy. Except for Brendan, right? Different, right? Corey is your nigga. I'm arguing like my brother just called me up and said, with a wall, with no mouth, with no ears, with no nose, a goddamn wall, right? With no university training. I'm arguing with a person who didn't meet Dr. Ben, know Dr. Ben, right? Don't know of his works, and really hasn't done anything for Black people except his work on pseudo killers, which is important.
He lied. He lied to Black people.
You don't lie.
He said he was the chairman. Hey, Dr. Ben said he was the chairman of the UN. Reggie.
Nah, he ain't
cut it
lied.
out.
He ain't lied.
Hey, Reggie, I'm playing.
He said he was the chairman of the United Nations.
Hold on,
Reggie, let me finish. Come on, Reggie, let me get my.
I ain't banging on you, Unc. I just heard you.
You got
put on the blue glasses. You put on the blue glasses and still on me.
The UNESCO said they never heard of
Reggie, why they said he was lying though, Reggie?
Hey, come on,
Reggie. They said the UNESCO said they never heard of the name.
Let me get into this point real quick.
Don't do it.
I'm sorry, Reggie.
Don't do it.
We need to stay on that right there.
Kent, I want to finish my point. Then we
That's important though.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We'll bring it back.
This point going forward, I'm not gonna stop talking. Now y'all running over me, and now let me finish.
Like
now I gotta turn. I gotta put it in the fifth gear now, and I just gotta go all the way in, and I can't stop. I gotta raise my voice a little bit louder. The intelligent conversation is damn out the door. Now I gotta be God killer all the way. I gotta talk like this. I gotta do all this because ain't nobody fucking listening to me. This is the only way people listen to me. I can't talk like this and people let me talk. Corey went on for 35 minutes talking about what me and Reggie did. Reggie was the one making the point. I never got a chance to make the point. I let Reggie go. Now it's my turn. Let me talk. Now, the reason I was showing the up-to-date anthropology, because the up-to-date anthropology, right, they give the ancient fossils tropical limb proportions. He keep playing this game. They show the proper skin color based off of the understanding of the skin map. They show the tropical limb proportions. They show the type of textures of hair. I will show you that Neanderthal that lives outside of Africa will have different limb proportions, right? Different nose sizes. You know what I'm saying? Be based off of the conditions that they're living in. These organisms are fit for their environment. Dr. Ben was simply saying, but wait a minute. Why aren't you showing these ancient fossils fit for Africa? Why not? On the Rift Valley at that, old Goys, Ethiopia, Kenya, and you got them looking all paled up. That's all Dr. Ben was saying. That's not hard for nobody to understand. So let me answer Mr. Mosley Jefferson's question. Here you go, Mr. Mosley, right? Let me go to the website just talking about the reconstruction. This is a source everybody can use, right? These are up to date. These are artist renderings. Get the book, Evolution and the Human Story by Alice Roberts. So here we go right here. This is the website. This is the homepage right here, right? And you go through the different files. We can click on, hold on. All the different fossils. We can just show the different renderings, right? You know what I mean? Okay, you can clearly tell what people live in where. Based off the fossils, all right? Based off the reconstructions, you can clearly see what part of the world did these people would have been in. That's all Dr. Ben was saying. Like, bro, like right now, right? Like, so let's go to the overview, right? Answering the question, the overview. It says, Homo neanderthalis, right? A bust reconstruction. The reconstruction has been made for the National Museum of Antiquities in London. It says Neanderthals in 1921. Click here to see more images of kerosene and the reconstruction process. So let's click it on so we can all learn something here. Right? So where would Neanderthal spend most of his time? First of all, he's not even pale, right? But he's clearly lighter complected than the rest of the quote unquote hominids. Clearly that. Now, let's click forward on how this process works. Well, they start with a skull, right? They put the paste on it, all right? The clay on it, right? What they have, and they put these pins on it, right? That's the depth of skin. And they mark it with the different numbers. Y'all can clearly see that. All right. So you want to know how to get lips and the depth of the lips and all that is based off the bone structure, and they work out. All right. And they add the clay to it. I went to the Baltimore School for the Arts. I clearly understand how to make a sculpture. But this is reconstructing from forensics coming from the bones. They add the clay, right? Once again, the brown pins, okay, is for depth. Watch how they add it in. This is how they reconstruct it, right? Boom. Boom. Now, when you get to the skin part, you got to figure out what geographical reason that these quote unquote hominids, right? Or Homo neanderthals or Homo sapiens, where did they live at? And based off of that, then you would clearly add what they would have looked like. Now, you got here the summary of reconstruction. Homo neanderthal, reconstruction of the body, right? Let's see. Turtle root man. All right, here you go. Look. Now, here we go. Ancient times, ancient Choleric man, right? What is he looking like? Where is he from? Look at the hair, right? His ass get tore up in the tropics. There you go. Right?
No.
Like a white man.
It's definitely a white man.
The point is, there's a reason why people that live in the colder regions have narrow noses, okay? Because it slows the air down. So you're not wanting to breathe ice cold air that would potentially freeze your brain out. There's a reason why people in the tropics have a more curvature to their hair, because it holds water better, which allows the skull to cool down so that the brain does not overheat. There's a reason why your hair is different in the northern regions, because it allows water to run off your brain. You do not want sweat holding up on you in the cold regions, because your brain will freeze out, causing your body temperature to go down. There's a reason for these quote unquote what we would call biological features. Now, this does not mean that the biological feature can't be found in other places. If you understand evolution, you get that. But typically speaking, we do not speak in absolutes, okay? That back in those times, okay, man was fit to his environment based off skin color was essential, okay? Limb proportion was essential. And over time, those that were better fit for their environment, just good enough, lasted longer to give rise to a fit population. When we talk about fitness, we talk about genes.
Right there,
right?
Hold on a second, right there. Look,
natural selection.
My question was about the nose and the lips. So you just said that those features can appear anywhere, right?
Yeah, but
Like,
now
so
in certain conditions. Certain conditions, bro.
No, we can't have two people talking over. Go ahead, bro.
We're not really establishing anything by saying the people are darker, but you just agreed that those features can appear anywhere. So I'm trying to figure out what are you establishing by saying.
I actually didn't say that. You said that. What I said was that we do not work in absolutes. Okay, but I am telling you that for the most part, you're going to find people on the continent of Africa towards the quote unquote equator. Before cars, trucks, and AC, they're going to have more curvature to their hair. You will always find some people that are migrating in ancient times, and over time their hair won't be like that, and it'll be a mix in that. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying this is the artist's reconstruction. Here's Cheddar Man, supposed to be the first quote unquote European, right? Here's a reconstruction of Cheddar Man. You see the blue eyes, the browner skin, but look at the hair. So this is what you're basically talking about. So Brother why is it he has browner skin but blue eyes and longer hair? Well, this is your first European that left up out of Africa And this is the oldest find they found, and they reconstructed it, and this is what Cheddar Man looks like. We do not speak in absolutes. Cheddar Man, your first European, absolutely had brown eyes. I mean, blue eyes. They found their alleles, and they had browner skin. And look at his hair.
Right. Okay. I'm with you there. So look, the direct statement I'm actually attacking. When you say look at the nose and the lips, right? You say you don't speak in absolutes. That to me sounds like an absolute when you just re-explain to me that those features can appear anywhere. That's a part of my confusion. I understand that people could be darker. The European was darker, so like that's not actually where I'm going with it. I don't want to redirect you a little bit.
No, you good. You good. I'm just saying, if we on the equator at 1.5 million years, ain't nobody else, bro. The basic dominant features during that time, right? Remember, let me really make this point, bro. Ain't nobody else. The fossil that Dr. Ben showed, there aren't anybody else, man. Ain't nobody moved out to the world to get any other type of features at this particular juncture.
Okay.
So for the most part,
but that's what I'm talking about.
The
they had hair, bro. They body was more covered though.
No,
that's what I'm saying. You showing Cro-Magnon man and shit. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like
that's not
it's
the truth.
crazy.
I just showed you in the Kenya Museum of Australopithecus with no damn hair on it. And I know you seen it.
He
I
talking
just showed
about
everybody that.
Boise.
What?
Yeah, they start really losing her like around Homo erectus, Homo erectus Agastor. You know what I'm saying? But even then, it was like they was two-tone. They was darker in the areas where they didn't have the most hair, like bonobos today. They live in more equatorial regions. You can notice like they don't have as much hair as robust chimps do. You know what I'm saying? But in the areas where they don't have the hair, it's like dark. You know.
That's archaic, then a motherfucker. But you still see some basic features that you can't get away from.
Let's show when we're talking about archaic features, right?
That's archaic features. Look, I'm looking. I can see. I know.
Let's pull down your what you're looking at. Pull that down just a second, and let me show you something as well.
See, this is all a red herring, though, man.
How is it a red? Wait a minute.
No, hold on. If you got
this is
it's crazy to me.
Nah, bro.
Like we here
Y'all
we
see
are.
them archaic
Now we want to
lines?
know. Now we talking about modern science and the work that they doing to reconstruct archaic humans. Now this is where we at.
I just showed you reconstruction of archaic humans, though, Corey. Corey, I was showing you reconstruction of archaic humans. I could have went down all the fossils, and we could see some of their robust features. You just so used to the cartoon shit. When you see some real scientific shit, you ain't ready for.
No, I'm not.
They wasn't looking as different as you
I don't
thought
have
it
any
was, bro.
problem with the reconstruction.
But I just showed you archaic features, though. That fossil we just seen, it showed the bigger eyebrows. Like how you ain't see that?
But
he don't look like a Congolese nigga, though, to me. None of them do.
No,
but
you
they
ain't
look
found
more.
that source yet. You just talking, yo.
But
you
they
ain't
look
showed
more.
that man say that.
They got darker.
What did he say? He said a Bantu.
found that.
A Bantu is a Congolese nigga to me. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
And somebody mentioned, he say, hey, can we find these features anywhere? Let me pull this up. Right? Can you guys represent these four partners here? Where do we think these guys come from?
Tasmania,
they look
Oceania, or Australia.
Yeah, them Australians. They retain them features because they admix with Denisovans and stuff.
Look at those. You can see the archaic features.
Big nose. Yeah.
Right. Look at the brow.
Yeah,
but you know what? There is just as much Homo sapiens sapiens as we are. Right. I would suffice to say one out of the four is probably smarter than us on the panel.
Yeah, but they retain them features because they mix with Denisovans. If you go to the DNA of the Andaman Islanders, like the Jawara, they have no Denisovan at all. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like it can vary though.
So you can see that, right? Yeah, exactly. Because if you actually go to the continent of Australia, you can see the variations. Right, when you see the more, I guess you would say, archaic features, some people are in the outback, and then you would see some less so much features, right? But you can still tell those are like Aboriginal peoples, right? So this is like one of those very fascinating sort of things for me, is that you can actually go and see, right, these modern Homo sapiens sapiens that still retain some of those archaic features that are just as Homo sapiens sapiens as we are. If you marry one of their daughters, you'll have beautiful children, right? They're no different than we are, you know?
Nah, hey, so what I'm gonna do is, you done said it too many damn times, Corey. That's what you did. And I heard you say the Senegalese shit like 100 times too many for me. And we know how we do around here. Once you just said it too many damn times, now we gotta see if you made that shit up or not. Now we're gonna find out that Corey make that up. Did Dr. Ben really say Senegalese? You said it 10 times.
He said Bantu.
Nah, now you switch it.
A Congolese nigga is a Bantu.
I ain't gonna let you switch it.
Hold on.
I never said Senegalese.
Nah, I don't hope. What's up?
So since you're trying to catch him,
I ain't trying to catch him.
No, you're gonna catch yourself because you said Senegalese and he never said Senegalese.
What'd he say? He did say that.
I said Congolese.
No, he didn't.
I said Congolese.
Okay, Congolese. Oh, that's the game we're gonna play?
Right, but no, he kept, while he was saying it, to be honest, he kept saying it might have been Bantu, right?
So it is Bantu.
Yeah, he was using it interchangeably. But you trying to catch him on that.
I ain't trying to catch him. No. Don't nobody jump in. I got it. I'm going to show the screen. I'm going to show you the book. And I'm going to see, is that how the Dr. Ben said it? What was the context of what he said? This how we going to do it. We're going to get that out the way.
But why when he was saying it?
How we going to do it? There you go.
If he was admitting that he might have been misquoting it.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on, I'm talking.
We get right to the source, right?
No, but if he was acknowledging that he might have been misquoting it, right? And then you come behind him and misquote his.
I didn't misquote him.
Hold on. He acknowledged all night. I mean, all day. He been saying I might be getting that wrong.
You trying to save him though? He ain't get the he ain't get the context wrong though.
He said Bantu.
Nah.
Okay, you saying Bantu, right?
Bantu.
Can we read the source
though?
So you saying Bantu?
See, y'all trying to pull heads. Can we read this? We want to see the context that you kept giving us. Whether you got the names of the people wrong or not, you had a specific context. And you said based off his context, he didn't understand evolution. So let's read it.
I accept that as the context.
Right, it's the context. Watch this. Note the racist attempt to make the African fossil man appear to be of Caucasian or Semitic origin. Why was Zinthopithecus boise not shown with the so-called Negro characteristics generally attributed to so-called Bantu, Negro, or African south of the Sahara of Africa? Now let's see what he was talking about. Here we go.
That's what the hell he was talking about.
Okay, so look.
This is what I said.
Look, hold on.
I mean, what you want me to say?
Bro.
Go ahead.
Bro, we're gonna blow the screen up, bro. You playing, dog.
Yeah, so why would the European?
Hey, Kent, what you doing, Kent?
I mean, it don't look like.
Yeah, I know. That's what...
Is you looking at the picture, Kent? You
I'm
see
looking
that man
at the
exposed
picture.
skin?
I see that white man.
You see that, right?
Like
so
the picture is in black and white.
We gonna do that?
I see that white man with the narrow.
Nah,
I see that
narrow nose.
Stop, bro.
Oh man.
Stop.
The sculpture. Look at the sculpture right there.
Stop, bro.
That's not a the picture is a picture, King.
Man, whatever.
The sculpture,
man.
the recreation is the other thing. I'm trying to point out a black and white.
Come on, the one on the right or the one on the left, Corey?
Both of them are the scientific.
So they two different ones though.
Yes, but they both are scientific. The one on the left and the one on the right are scientific. The one in the middle, what Unc is trying to point to, is a goddamn picture, King. That's what I'm trying to say to you, King.
Oh,
it's a black and white picture. So cut it out, Unc.
This is black and white picture. In a black and white picture in a black and white movie, you can tell who is white or black, bro.
It don't matter, Unc. It's a picture. It's not scientific.
Knock it off.
Kent, listen, Kent, listen.
We knocking that off.
You wouldn't ask that because you would look at that and say,
I'm gonna knock it off.
That's a picture. I know it's a picture. I'm not arguing about why would you argue about the damn picture, Kent, and not about the damn actual science?
So I would have to see more pictures that Dr. Ben saw during that time. Like
man,
what look. Because that's only one. That's only one.
Ken,
I'm just saying.
I can't with you, Ken.
Ken.
I can't with you.
I saw that one.
Did you see the sculptures? Did you see the renditions of the sculptures? That's the scientific. That's the science, Ken. That's why I'm saying if you understand the fucking science, you're not gonna argue about the goddamn picture.
You making that up, yo. I'm gonna show my thing again, bro. We ain't gonna let you get away with that, yo. It's a reconstruction. I'm over with it. Watch this.
No, we good. We in a good spot though. Hold on.
Nah, we ain't in no good spot.
I don't even want to talk.
I'm gonna show you how we
look. In a good spot. I want to see some more pictures, yo.
Nah. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. We ain't in no damn good spot. He's bludgeoning at this point. Why? Let's see where it was.
Was that a cartoon? Was that a cartoon?
Yeah, that was a cartoon.
It was a cartoon. He arguing about
Maurice Wilson. Maurice.
Look, here you go. Look.
Crazy.
Look, acknowledgements to British Museum, Natural History Department of Anthropology, American Museum of Natural History, New York, Chicago Museum of Natural History, the BBC School Publication Leonard Grant and Geographical Society. These are all scientific people to show school.
Listen.
And this is the shit they reconstructed.
You do the whole thing.
What you say?
The whole
this is look. It says reconstruction of Fossil Man 1.
That picture is not a reconstruction. The picture is not a reconstruction.
It is.
The picture is.
It is coming. This is look. It's in the museum.
No, that's
a
picture.
It's a picture in the museum, bro.
Would you cut it out?
So do we have
in the museum, Corey?
No, it's not in the museum.
Corey, the British. That's a drawing. You tripping?
So we would have to see the picture in color. We would need to see that.
No, you wasn't no color back in the day. It was, man, y'all crazy as hell, man. Y'all wild out.
Look, that's a drawing. That's not an actual.
Go back, no, bring it back up. Put it back up.
Hold on. What's the context? What are we arguing? This is.
Well, they're not.
Hold on.
So I'm gonna tell
you.
I'll tell you
whether you would learn evolution from Dr. Bean.
I can tell you.
Once y'all get bogged down on these points, y'all give wiggle room, yo. I'm gonna just let y'all know that.
No, I can tell you what he's saying. He's saying Dr. Ben was dealing with the racism of that time, right?
Look, I don't care that
hold on,
Corey. I keep saying that.
Hold on, Corey. He's saying that the European scientists at that time was practicing racism because they was trying to predict those ancient, hominids as European. And that's what I guess Dr. Ben was trying to show. Like, why would they show them as European when they're clearly
niggas, man.
in the area?
I mean, how European?
Who did that?
Whatever, nigga. Hold on. While we bullshitting, I'm gonna keep bludgeoning this motherfucking ass. Yeah, here y'all see that. Look at that, Wilson, 1951.
Okay, hold up. What is that supposed to be? What is that supposed to be?
What
is that supposed to be, though?
Playing, nigga. Yeah, nigga.
Who is he supposed to be?
Yeah, look, hold on, Wilson, 1951. I ain't trying that shit.
Who is that?
1951, bro. That's the Bedman Archives. 1951. I'm gonna make it 1951.
Yo, who is that?
Who is that supposed to be?
That shit, man. You ain't playing. I ain't trying.
Yo, what was that though? What was?
What you mean? That's the quote.
What is this?
1951.
Oh no, you gotta go back to that dude, man.
Yeah, go back to that white man.
No. Do you see this? What is this?
That's Curious George.
Crazy.
Right.
Hey, put that white man back on the screen, bro. We gotta find out who that was.
Now that's a Cro-Magnon man, yo.
That was Cro-Magnon man.
Yeah.
That looked like Curious George.
Look. See, all of this is really a side argument.
It's not a side argument, yo. We just don't agree. Like,
yeah,
I think,
because the real thing though. The real thing is this though.
All right, what you showing? Go ahead.
Like, okay.
So that was that white man was Cro-Magnon man at the end of the day, right? That you showed on that picture.
Right now here. Hey, where you at, Reggie?
No, you don't try to escape.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the show. Appreciate y'all.
Right. He said he worked for okay, hold on. Let me see.
I'm here.
He says
don't jump. We got him.
He was appointed. He said that he later stated in 1945 he was appointed chairman of African Studies Committee at the headquarters of the new founded UNESCO. He said he worked for them until 1970. However, UNESCO staff stated that they have no record of Dr. Ben Jocannon ever having been employed by the United Nations. Dr. Ben also stated he began teaching Egyptology at Malcolm King College in Harlem, but this voluntary run effort was not founded until, oh my God. Like, I can't, Reggie. I don't even want to read no more of this, right? The shit wasn't even founded, right? This nigga talking about he was there teaching Egyptology, right, in the 1950s, brother.
It ain't even having Egyptology shit.
It wasn't even founded till 68, man. Like, Kent.
Dr. Ben Wright this
explain that. No, because I won't.
No. See, here's
been diving in.
Here's where you are.
Reggie got me. Go ahead, Reggie. Tell him, Reggie.
Yeah, did Dr. Ben write this himself?
No, this is what he said, and this is what they proved. He ain't got.
Okay, wait. Show me.
We didn't see his writing.
Show me where Dr. Ben said it.
Why would he have to say this?
No. This is Wikipedia.
Say what? Why would he have to write
Wikipedia
this?
is a go-to source, right? But it still has to be verified. You show me, Corey, the ghost now, where Dr. Ben said this.
Listen. I can pull up a lecture where he's going on and on about all of his credentials, his engineering degree from Spain, and all of these other ones from
Cambridge.
Wait, is it listed?
From goddamn
anywhere?
Puerto Rico and all of these.
Listed anywhere?
Everybody said they don't know who the hell this nigga is.
Wait. Was it listed? Was it listed anywhere that Dr. Ben was associated with the University of Barcelona? Is it listed anywhere?
What? I don't know. Let me see.
You don't know a lot of shit.
He ain't said he
said
a lot of shit. If that's what you want.
You're saying he did go to the University of Barcelona?
He is listed as an alumni in the University of Barcelona. Go back. It was on the Wikipedia page.
He listed as an alumni.
What about
whoa. Hey, Reggie, don't run past that point. Show your screen. Share your screen. You want me to share the screen? Get him out of there.
No, I'm making a
point. No. Let's bury the niggas. No.
Let him show it, yo. I want it, man. Listen. If they think they can get out this rabbit hole with something like that, let them. Go ahead. It's about to prove how disingenuous they is. Go ahead.
Kill these niggas, Reggie.
Yeah, it say the engineering.
Hey, listen, Ken, bro.
Hey, Reggie, share the cows.
You can't be going for this.
Let's figure out who
I can't let you go out like this, Ken. I can't let you do this, Ken.
Hey, man.
Right? The nigga said he was a chairman at the United Nations, bro.
Right.
I mean, what you want me to do after that, Ken?
So does the Barcelona shit? Does it clear up that shit?
Right.
No, I'm saying y'all right.
Huh? Does the Barcelona shit?
So he went to Barcelona. He didn't go to Barcelona.
Egyptology degree from Cambridge.
No, y'all right.
I mean, so go ahead and show the shit.
You right.
And
just saying you're right. What you want me to say, bro?
If it clear up any of the lies he told.
No, we don't gotta clear up the lies.
I don't believe they're gonna show me that he went to Barcelona. He studied at Barcelona. He did. He didn't study at Barcelona.
He had to do it behind the scenes because the white people.
I'm looking for it.
Because the argument was the white people. The white people didn't let him get an education, so he had to lie about it at first. But now he went to Barcelona and got the white man's education here. So let's see that then, Reggie. Come on.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for Unc. You got it?
I'm in them.
Come on, Unc.
I'm trying to figure out where
I ain't listening. Ladies and gentlemen, as you watch the show, you'll see different people take take shots in different types of ways. That's exactly what these dudes do. They always do it in different ways. Ken got his way of burying me. Chevron got his way. Concrete Corey, he overtaught me.
I'm with y'all, man. I'm with the master
Vance take his time. They all have a way, but I'm still standing. And this is why I'm standing. Let me show you. Hold on, Reggie. You know I got him.
Stammering.
No, we're trying to figure out what lie is it gonna take off the table though.
Chefrin, it's not because they're not gonna show that he went to Barcelona. It's crazy that we even entertaining this right now.
No, I mean even if somebody say he
let me explain.
Barcelona.
Don't explain nothing.
How does it prove that he didn't lie about being the chairman?
Wait.
United Nations, yo.
Let's slow this down. Let's slow this down, right?
You probably made that up.
Let's slow this down. First of all, Dr. Ben is noted. Why do you keep cutting me off?
You got the floor, Reggie. You got the floor, Reggie. Hold on, Corey. Reggie got the floor, yo. Reggie got the floor. My bad respect, Reggie. Go ahead.
All right. While Unc is looking for it, Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan is a noted adjunct professor. You know what an adjunct professor is?
Yes.
You want to show it?
Okay. No, you could show it, Unc, because you the man on the floor. I'm still looking at it. I'm still looking for my source.
I said yes. I know what an adjunct professor
is. Okay, so
what is it then, Corey? Hold on, we don't believe him, Reggie.
No, Chef said that, not Corey.
Oh, Chef, what is an adjunct professor?
Is a part-time professor that gets brought in, right, to teach classes part-time, and main criteria to be an adjunct professor is to be a PhD.
No.
Did I finish?
Reggie, don't argue that point.
Yeah, come on, yo. Like I said, one of the main criteria.
Yeah, don't even worry about that. We gotta prove he was the adjunct professor. The very article that they used to bludgeon him is the very article they got used to say yes, he was. So that's all we got to do.
Nobody ain't saying he was, but it's the same thing that proves that he lied probably to get these fucking positions.
What?
Because we can't. Because we in that same. If we can't find that he was degreed or PhD, then the motherfucker lied to get him up. So the lies just keep. It's just a rabbit hole, yo.
Yeah, and then when Chefrin, the point is, Chefrin, listen. When they find out, they fire his ass. So like the shit is crazy to me that they even bring that up. Like,
where was he fired at?
I wouldn't have never even brought that up.
Where was he fired at?
At all of them. When they found out.
Fired at. Watch this, everybody.
When they found out.
Reggie, you gotta let the nigga talk, yo. When you got the gun stuck to his head, he just a nigga with his hands behind his back with the gun in his mouth.
When they found out the nigga was lying, they fired his ass. Like this shit's crazy.
Reggie, is my explanation of an adjunct professor, is it adequate for y'all so we can move forward?
Part of it is.
Qualification. So tell me the part that I got wrong.
The part of being a PhD is a requirement.
I said one of the requirements.
Okay, so let's take off that requirement because that is not that you could be.
I didn't say it was the only thing. But
all right.
Hold on, but it's major. 70%, I think it's 75% of adjunct professors are PhDs. Other qualifications is a master's degree, and some programs allow you to have a bachelor's.
Was Petrie a PhD, a master?
He didn't have none of them, though. He didn't have none of them.
Was Petrie, did he have a bachelor's?
Man, you're talking about the 1800s.
Okay, so we're talking about
different time periods. You done went back to the 1800s.
In the time periods of the 60s and 70s, right? Was that a requirement on new departments? On new departments?
I think that was a requirement, but I wasn't finished.
Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Dr. James Turner, on appointment of their positions as the chair of the City College of New York and the chair of Cornell's Africana Studies Department, did not have PhDs at the time of their chairman appointments.
All right, so I just stated the qualifications. Like I said, that wasn't the only requirement, but it was major.
Okay.
And there was a requirement that he listed that he had.
Okay.
So let's not get away from Dr. Ben.
No, we're not getting away from Dr. Ben. We just want to check the requirements, right?
All right, but he listed a requirement as one of his that he had these things. Let's not get that twisted.
Okay, now, well, you haven't shown me. There might be some videos out there, but you haven't shown me where Dr. Ben in a publication said anything. You're showing me what people have attributed to Dr. Ben.
Oh no! So you saying you saying I can't pull up a lecture where he said he had these degrees and qualifications? Because
that's what I'm saying, Chef.
This is what they at the movies.
He ain't do that, Chef.
It is on the movies, but first,
no, we need to see it. No, Reggie, we need to see a source.
Hold on, Reggie, let's do this.
Because we can get it right out the horse's mouth, yo.
I know.
Let's do that.
All right, hold on. Let's do this. So we got the Wikipedia page of Dr. Ben. I agree with Corey and the stuff that he said he had and he didn't have. And the reason I can agree, let's see. It says right here, what about Cornell University? It said he later taught City College, right? Okay. From 1973 to 1987, he was an adjunct part-time professor at Cornell. So these are the two things that neither Chef or fucking Corey will ever reach in a lifetime to teach a blind man.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna go in there. I ain't got the balls to go in there and
that's a fact.
People like
so
that.
At this point, Dr. Ben got to beat. Now, got him beat. Now, there's
who
no
goes
record
in there and
of Dr.
lies
Ben.
to them people and say they're got to like cut it out.
Corey, you gotta let him finish.
Hold on, Corey. Look, like you said, Corey,
is that reasonable? That ain't even
we gotta have a clean. We gotta have a clean show.
There's no record.
I got a missile for that. I got a missile.
Yeah. Check it out. There is no record.
They say the most unreasonable thing.
There's no record of Dr. Ben teaching. I mean, in UNESCO, no record of it. We agree to everything they have read. But he wasn't right. It says it City College, right? There's no disagreement. Cornell University, there's no disagreement. And then we're gonna come right down here. They go back into it again, according to what's the obituary, which Reggie and them are responsible for. Dr. Ben is teaching in the Harlem.
Reggie wrote that?
Nah, he ain't
Reggie
wrote that?
Yeah. He worked as an adjunct professor, right, from 1973 to 1987 at Cornell University, the African Studies Research Center, then directed by James Turner, right? Dr. Ben, now the reason that's in red because they don't have a page for James Turner. Don't dive on James Turner, y'all get beat up. Dr. Ben also taught other institutions, including Rutgers. It said in 1977, accepted an honorary fertility position with the Israelite Rabbinic Academy, Beth Shem Hebrew Congregation, Brooklyn, whatever. Boom. But let's go right here to where the adjunct professor is. We can do this real time. Let's see. Adjunct professor. Adjunct professor is the type of academic appointment at higher education. The terms of the appointment and the security of tenure vary in different parts of the world. Adjuncting is a way of referring to a bona fide part-time facility member who has worked in adjunct position for and what institution of higher learning. So at least we understand that bro had taught in an institution of higher learning, right? So at that point, right, all this shit that he didn't do, it was some things he actually did do, right? So let's come to the Barcelona thing. Now we want to get to the Barcelona. We're gonna get that out of there. Let's see.
Hold on, you running too fast.
I thought you wanted the Barcelona.
I think the average person doesn't have an understanding of what an adjunct professor is, and that's good that we actually everybody knows.
We didn't clear that up. That wasn't clear.
Oh. How's that clear? We just read it.
And no, the reason why it wasn't clear is that's like if I say,
I gotta bring.
I'm a mechanic. Hold on.
Now I'm a bring Dr. Meadow on to tell us what that is.
I'm a mechanic. All right.
All right, here we go.
How do I prove I'm a mechanic? I lied on my resume and I worked at the Mercedes-Benz dealer.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Does that make me a motherfucking mechanic?
Nah, you gotta have certifications.
No, according to this logic, according to
No,
this
you gotta
logic,
have certifications. You gotta have paperwork
Right.
and certifications.
Where's his certifications? Go ahead, show the Barcelona shit.
We're not listening to you.
Show his
Beat up
Barcelona
that
shit.
man. That man
No, I mean-
noted to be what he say he is, and now you trying to say he had
But
enough
we all-
qualifications according to them though.
But we all can agree that he was
No,
an adjunct.
according to
Hold on,
you,
hold on.
lied to him.
We all can agree that
Nah, I
he was
didn't
an
lie to them.
adjunct
They
professor.
called out all the lies. Go ahead, Kent.
You
I
lie
think
to
y'all-
get a position,
Hold on,
and
Chuck.
now
He
you
lied
giving
to get a
credit.
position.
Yo, y'all,
I'm
y'all
jumping, Reggie.
hold on.
It-
We all can
Kent.
agree that he was an adjunct professor, right? We all
Off
agree on
of a lie.
Off of a lie, Kent.
Oh,
He,
they-
he just
Reggie
gave
had to
you
clear
the
that
he
up.
just gave you the mechanic analogy, and you said no, you wouldn't be a mechanic. So how could you then agree that he would be an adjunct professor, Kent, at that point? You know what I'm saying? Like this,
It's off of a lie.
See what y'all say. He came
Yeah.
in. He lied to get his way into to even
I'm
teach
sharing
to
my
these college
screen.
Yes,
students.
Gentlemen,
yes.
Kent, get out of it.
Okay.
Hey, Kent, get out of it before you get shot. You get out the car. We at the University of
Kent.
Barcelona.
Cut.
Wikipedia.
Go ahead.
member.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
We at the
Look,
University of
hey,
Barcelona. I'm gonna say
Vance,
it again.
It's hilarious.
Vance.
We at the
Niggas
University
crazy,
of
You're the
Barcelona.
funniest dude
Y'all
ever.
see
Go
this?
ahead.
Are y'all looking at this?
Yeah,
Yes.
we looking.
University of Barcelona. I want to
Who
come
questioned
down here.
who questioned the Barcelona shit?
Y'all niggas did.
No,
No, whether
the
he went there.
Cambridge and all
Okay,
of
we
the
about
other
to
shit that
see.
they said he lied about.
Okay.
Did he
yeah,
go
let's
there?
see. So I want to go to notable alumni. Do we see this, ladies and gentlemen?
Mhm.
Notable alumni. Right here, Dr. Ben. Boom. Y'all still talking
There
shit?
it is.
Y'all gonna
Whoop.
shut the fuck up.
Whoop.
What y'all doing?
Where they at?
What y'all
What
quiet?
the fuck? Hold
Y'all
on.
niggas quiet? Hey, do I hear
Yeah,
anybody
notable
talk?
They is-
alumni.
I hear
That
crickets.
Just
don't
be
mean-
quiet.
I-
Yeah.
because
No.
it makes
Shut fuck
it's
up.
not
Whatever, nigga. It's not.
No,
You see how dumb this
point
nigga
is, you can't do this.
Go to Cambridge, bro. Pull up
Cricket.
Cambridge. And he said he went
Hey,
to
Kent, you there, right?
You
I
can't
hear
do
you.
this.
pull that
You
shit
don't-
up.
Look, they stumbling and stammering.
That's why I be cracking
Stammering and
up. Unc is
stammering.
funny.
Stammering and
Unc
stuttering.
is hilarious.
That was hilarious.
Go to Cambridge, y'all. Why you ain't pull up Cambridge?
Oh, you want, now they want to run
I
the
ain't
Cambridge.
listening to him.
Now they
bro.
want
I
to
ain't
go to
listening
another
to him.
point. You shoot them out one house, they run to another house. You run the house and shoot them out.
Yo, niggas never said he didn't.
Got
go
shot
to
in your
Barcelona.
ass.
Oh,
You got shot in your ass.
Uh-oh. There we go, Reggie.
You got shot in your ass on the University of Barcelona. Now,
Nobody ever beefed about
Tell him, Reggie.
Barcelona.
now, wait. Did he
alumni,
teach?
nigga.
Did he
Talk to him,
teach?
Reggie.
Did
Oh
he
my
teach at
God.
Cornell
Talk,
University?
Reggie, talk.
Talk to him, Reggie.
Okay, so I'm just gonna pull this up. So this is his official biography, right? And it's gonna a list of scholars and researchers that verified this, right?
Are y'all gonna be honest for once, yo?
Yeah, we
How's we not being honest?
No. Before you go, Reggie.
no.
Before you go, think about this, yo. Think about what y'all niggas is actually saying, yo. Like, yo, how can anybody trust anything that y'all are saying if y'all caping for this bullshit?
Okay, no, but you're not showing nothing. Okay.
Yo, what? Yo, so
wait, let me talk.
Hold on. Did he lie about? Hold on, Reggie. Did he lie?
Yes.
Or did UNESCO lie about him being a chairman?
I don't know.
Oh fucking God! So either he lied or UNESCO lied.
No,
Oh, you
I don't
can't-
know.
you can't
But
sit at the feet.
I tell you what I do know.
Hold
Can't
on.
sit at
either
the feet and
Dr.
say
Why
you
don't
don't
you
know.
why don't you shut up and let me share my screen?
No, fuck that.
Hey,
Either
Reggie.
Dr.
Hold on.
Ben
Shut
lied
up.
or Cambridge lied.
Yo, hey, I would agree though, Reggie. You can't sit at the feet and then say you don't know if he lied or not. That is.
No, I wasn't there when he was. I wasn't there when.
You didn't hear that part. That's the only part you didn't.
Some.
All right, hold on for a minute. Hold on, Reggie.
He was getting the
Wait,
phone
wait.
call every time he said
Hold on
that
for a minute,
part.
Reggie.
Bullshit.
We got the illustrious doctor. Hold on, we got the illustrious Dr. Oyama on there.
Okay, I'll stop sharing my.
Dr. Maya.
Yeah, we got.
Let's reorder our behavior, y'all. All right.
You know what? Nobody had to reorder. Y'all not right.
Look, we want to know. Can you explain to us what an abdact professor is? They trying to knock them off like that. Don't
Dr. Maya is not going to show you no sympathy because she done the work, right?
No, let her talk. Let Dr. Maya talk. You shut up.
Tell him, brother Reggie. Tell him, brother Reggie.
Brother
Reggie.
She's not gonna let some liar.
Shut up. Let her talk.
To a doctor.
And take the credibility that she did. That's what all I want.
No, don't talk for her.
I'm going
to cut you out.
What I want to say is this: peace to everyone on the panel, and peace to everyone under the sound of my voice. And so, you know, at the university, you have different positions, right? Different teaching positions. So you have adjunct, you have full-time lecturer, you have assistant professor, you have associate professor, and then you have full professor. So an adjunct faculty or adjunct professor, that's someone that comes in and teaches part-time. So for example, as I explained to Brother Ankh earlier today, I have a good buddy of mine. Her name is Dr. Lisa Mason. She works for the National Security Agency, but she comes to Morgan part-time to teach, so she's adjunct. There was another professor by the name of Dr. Tina Colam, who used to work for the National Security Agency. She's also retired, but she was adjunct. She would come to Morgan. She would teach, you know, a graduate class on pattern recognition or speech recognition or digital image processing, but she was part-time. So when you say an adjunct faculty member, that's just somebody that may come in and teach a class or two. So then you have full-time lecturers. So a full-time lecturer is someone who comes in and teaches a full load. So you're teaching about 12 credits. Okay, so you're teaching a full load. So you are a full-time contractual faculty, and that's what a full-time lecturer is. And then you have associate professor. So an associate professor has been hired by the university to not only teach, but also to conduct research, to publish papers, to bring money into the university. And that particular person is striving for tenure, okay? And of course, we know that tenure is political, but it's also based on how many students have you graduated with, you know, an advanced degree? How much money have you brought into the university? How many papers have you published and things of that nature? So the assistant professor is striving for tenure. And then once you get tenured, you are promoted to an associate professor. And a lot of people stay right there. A lot of people retire as associate professors. But then you have some people who say, well, no, I want to continue. And so they get promoted to then a full professor. So that's how it works. So anybody who believes that just because you add something, that don't mean nothing, that's a person that they're ignorant. I'll just say that. They're just very ignorant to think that an adjunct faculty member is just nothing, like it's just mediocre. That's just somebody that chose to teach part-time at a university. They may pick up 1 or 2 classes, which translates to maybe 6 to 7 credits, but they may have other things going on. So as I stated earlier, I have friends who are working for the Department of Defense, friends who are working for John Hopkins Applied Physics Lab, friends who are working for Lockheed Martin or Booz Allen, right, or Northrop Grumman. And so they're full-time jobs, they're working full-time in industry, but they want to have one foot in academia, right? And so they go out in the industry and they may be making 150, 200,000, but they still come back to the university, give back to our students, and they teach 1 or 2 classes. So that's an adjunct faculty person. So just because you're adjunct doesn't mean that you don't offer, that you're not coming with anything. Because like I said, a lot of the people who are adjunct are really industry people who are coming back to the university to bring their expertise to the university. So that's adjunct. And then you have, again, full-time lecturers who teach a full load. Then you have assistant professors, then you have associate professors, and then you have full professors. So that's how it works.
Yeah, and Dr. Maya, that was not our issue. Whether
now it ain't.
Hold on.
Professor
it was, but it was.
We knew. Hold on, Kent. we know that adjunct professors, we understand the level.
Yo, y'all wasn't doing that when Dr. Ahmad was talking, yo.
Right, man.
That's because she a doctor.
Don't bring Dr. Ahmad on here. And
I'm trying to get a.
Why don't you just listen? Give her a chance to answer.
Follow up with her point.
No, she didn't finish. She's listening.
She did finish.
She add on some other points.
She's finished, Reggie.
Okay, but I'm following up with her first point here, Reggie. Can I please do that?
Kind of lied though, yo, because we beefed over the adjunct.
Yo,
No, we didn't.
No.
Listen, we never said that an adjunct professor was any less than the other professors. We never took any credibility.
What's y'all discrepancy then?
Our discrepancy was Dr. Ben lied to get the credibility to be an adjunct professor. That was the argument.
Wait, so why
it was not that. We never said
Dr. Ahmad is still on.
Was some type of unaccredited person or something.
I thought the whole thing was that he wasn't a professor, that he was an adjunct professor.
Okay.
No, that's not what it was. Come on.
Dr. Ahmad still on?
Listen,
I'm on, King.
Okay, wait. Can y'all be quiet? I want to ask you a particular question, right?
Did you the Mercedes Benz?
No. Why don't you stop?
The Mercedes Benz analogy.
Hold on, Corey. Let him get.
No, I can't.
Get back to it. We'll get back to it.
No, can't.
You disrespect
the Mercedes Benz analogy, Kent. You did the Mercedes Benz analogy, Kent. Right?
You're disrespecting.
He said he went to the Mercedes Benz mechanics and lied on his application. And then he became a certified Mercedes-Benz mechanic. And then he asked you, because I lied and now I work at Mercedes, does that make me a qualified Mercedes-Benz
For 10
mechanic?
years, nigga. For 10 years, this nigga worked there. They couldn't figure it out in 10 years.
Then can't you say no to that? That was what we were saying about the adjunct. Not that adjunct was not up to par with other professors. That was never the argument.
Can I now ask my question to Dr. Ahmad?
So I just want to clear that up to you. All right.
Can I ask my question to Dr. Ahmad?
Go ahead, y'all.
All right, great. Peace, Dr. Ahmad. How are you today?
Peace, brother Reggie. How are you? I'm doing all right.
I'm glad that you're doing fine. And your family?
My family is doing well. How are you and your family?
Fair. Thank you so much. Fair. So when a person becomes an adjunct professor, just a process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it usually a chairman's appointment? Is it the university itself appointment? Is it the dean's appointment? When someone becomes an adjunct professor, can you explain how the appointment is made?
It's the chair. It's the chair. Yes,
Right.
it's the chair. It's the chair who decides. Yeah. So the chair will say, okay, they interview you and they want you to come on. So it's the chair. Now, of course, you have to go through the university's process, right? Fill out your application and all of that. But it's the chair. So it's a chair appointment. Absolutely.
But what if you lie in that process?
Wait, stop, Corey.
Professor Miles.
Corey,
Professor
stop.
Bailey. What if you lie in
No,
that?
stop. See, you're not being professional.
Go ahead.
Let me
finish my answering my question.
I want to ask my question though.
No, but I'm not finished answering my questions.
How many questions you got, Reggie? You can't.
I only asked one.
Interrogation. You can't
I only
interrogate
asked one.
Professor
This is not
Bailey here.
interrogation. The difference between you people.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie. Ask your question, Reggie.
You got me screaming. So, Dr. Ahmad.
He said, "You people."
Yeah, you people. So, Dr. Ahmad, when
I'm listening.
When a chairperson selects you, right, as a adjunct professor, is it the chair's opinion that you the subject? The reason why I'm asking it is because these people are saying that Dr. Ben lied to get the adjunct professorships, right? But my question to you is, independent of what the person priorly held, and that could be a factor, is a lie of his previous work important in the chair's decision, or or how do you think it's weighed?
I think it's weighed based on the person, you definitely experiences. So that's the first thing they see. They're looking at your resume, and your number of publications, possibly, who knows, I would say experience, because if you only have the publications if you were in academia, but let's say that you're in industry and you say, well, I want to come over to to Morgan to teach a class. So you would go through an interview process where you would sit down with other faculty members and you would be interviewed, and they would want to know your experiences and your expertise, right? Like, what are your skills? What are your experiences? And now I'm hearing that they send you more so through like a technical interview. So not only what are your experiences and what are your skills, we actually want to know what you can do. Let me see it. You know what I mean? And so I don't know how it is with, in the history department or the Africana studies department, but I know for us, you do go through that interview process where someone is scrutinizing your experiences, your skills, and possibly also, getting you to do something technical. So sort of like a technical interview. So I do know that. And it's not just the chair, it's other faculty members as well that will interview you. So they call it a search committee. Mm-hmm.
Right. So the process has changed over the years, the requirements. Is that correct?
You said, has it changed over the years too?
Yeah, the process.
Has it changed over the years?
Yes, meaning in certain departments, when the chair made a decision, it was the chair's decision and the faculty under the chair, the department, right?
Right, so, faculty involvement, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Right, it was a chair and a departmental decision.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And then later, just because of the change in laws and universities want to substantiate themselves, they may have added other processes. But in the 1970s, when Dr. Yosef Ben-Jochannan began to teach on Egypt, what is called Egypt in Africa, there were not many professors in the field or teachers in the field that can handle the subject as well as him based on his publications, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I admit later, now Dr. Yosef Ben-Jochannan did teach at Temple University, and he left Temple University. He lost the appointment at Temple University.
Why, Reggie?
Huh?
Why?
Oh, because he overstated some of his credentials, and when they did a search, that became a problem for not just the department who hired him, but for the university itself, because Dr. Ben was controversial. So he left that position, and then he was hired at Cornell University by Dr. James Turner.
Stop though. So they was full aware of him getting fired. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So Corey and him is on some bullshit when they talking about he lied to get the jobs that we're talking about. See, we gotta have chronology right here, bro. See, I'm the right dude to mess with. I keep chronology. You cut me off, Corey. I want to finish my point, Corey. You holler, Corey. You been hollering, screaming.
I'm sorry, I can't.
35 minutes of how he lied, Mercedes-Benz guy, mechanic, lie, you really wasn't there.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Come on, yo.
You only understand
points. We actually found out was that when he was working at Temple University, right, they figured out that he was lying on his resume and they fired him. Now,
right,
the story is,
they
was basically saying, Dr. Ben, you didn't really have to lie on your resume.
Why would you say that?
But he got fired. Hold on, bro. He got fired from that. And then he went to a position where he became an adjunct. That's what really happened. See, you messing up the chronology, bro. See you later, Doc.
They didn't say they was fully aware that he just got fired for lying.
So they knew that he lied.
Like, why you keep doing that, though?
I think the bottom line is, hold on, Corey.
That ain't right, Ken.
When can I ever say anything? You and Reggie just talk.
So I'm just, every time I say something, just kicking your ass.
I ain't even been on this.
It's y'all turn. Go ahead.
Hold on. And so, Corey, I think
nobody can ever talk.
I think the bottom line is what they trying to make known is that they knew that he had already lied. They knew
where does it say that at, Kent?
That's
where
what
does it say
Reggie
that
just That's what they just said.
Well, no, that's what they said.
No, they knew the man got fired from Temple.
I need to know where somebody else, where the University of Cornell said that. I need to see where Cornell said that.
Well, why don't you stop talking for a second with people who know more information? So Dr. James Turner was the chair of the Department of Africana Studies.
You can go somewhere else. I need to know, Reggie, where Cornell knew that this nigga just lied, just got fired.
Stop calling the elder a nigga. Stop calling the elder a nigga.
Just the brother. I'm sorry. I apologize. The elder.
So now we get to the point.
Let me say it. Let me say this. Can I say anything though? Because you and Unc been talking. And everybody been saying, well, let him talk.
Yeah,
let
but
him
you
talk.
cut me off.
Well, when am I going to? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good points. As soon as I get to the sources, as soon as I make my point, you cut me off. Matter of fact, I do this.
Go ahead.
Corey, I've been doing you like this, Corey. Look.
It's the Reggie and Unc talk on and on.
No, that's not true, yo. People gonna go back and look at this show and say, Unc did this. I did it on purpose. I did you like this. Look. And muted myself out. Look, I did like this.
Okay, but then as soon as you stop talking, then Reggie start talking. Like I can never get a word.
I was asking Dr. Mahad. I was asking.
I can't get a word in edgewise with the two of you niggas. It's crazy.
That's not true.
I was asking.
Show the website, yo. That's not true.
But see, you have no respect that Dr. Mahad is on the channel.
She off now.
No, because as soon as I start talking, y'all start talking.
No, because
I was asking one word in.
I was asking her a question.
Reggie, you didn't ask the question for the last 30 fucking minutes.
You have to do this though. So go ahead and let Corey do.
Whoa, hold on, whoa,
Jesus Christ, here.
Whoa. I could have sworn I was in the middle.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Corey was quiet as a mouse. Yo, think about it. Corey was quiet as a mouse. I got to fucking explain that chronology. That nigga dove out the window talking me up. He wouldn't let me finish because he know what I was doing. He know that man got fired from Temple, right? What he didn't know was that he actually got fired from Temple before he was hired as a professor at Cornell and the other spot. See, he didn't know that, right? He didn't know that. Now we all know. It's chronology, bro. They knew that man got fired. Everybody knew it. That wasn't no big secret. You ain't getting fired.
I'm trying to figure out
university. That should be a secret,
that's
bro.
my question.
Hey, hold
that's
on.
my question.
Hold on, Corey. Hey, you made that point clear, right?
In the middle.
No, hold on. You muted yourself in the middle of saying something.
I said in the middle of Corey talking.
Right. No, you made that point clear. Everybody heard that.
Yeah, but I'm talking. But I had to yell it. I don't want to do that.
After you made that point, Reggie talked. Then Kent came in and talked, right? Then when it was time for Corey to talk, you stopped and said somebody cut you off.
They did. I was in the middle of talking. I didn't make that point clear.
So did Reggie and Kent cut you off?
No. Corey cut me off. Y'all just heard my voice, but he was talking while I was finishing up the point.
All right, go ahead and make your point. Please make your point.
I'm good. I think I got it in.
So why the fuck did we just argue about
because I just had to do it again. Because I did it again. This is my second time making that same point. This time I made it without him.
I would think that y'all would have some respect that Dr. Ojai Mahad.
We try and get somewhere.
Wait, we are. But still, as black men, you should have some respect.
Oh my God. So you gonna fuck up the conversation with this shit?
She's off the panel now.
Yeah, I am because
Brother Reggie, she's off the panel now. Let's go ahead and let Corey finish.
Dr. Mayat know how to talk to dudes.
I couldn't even ask.
That's why she got off the channel.
Question.
That's why she got off the channel.
You guys have to let Corey talk. You guys have to let Corey make his point.
Corey talk when or after he talk over me for the 90% of the show. When should I ever let Corey?
You and Reggie, I was off of the panel for an hour and a half.
Okay, but we don't even have to.
I was not even on the panel for an hour and a half.
Go ahead, Corey. Go ahead, Corey.
Corey, you talk for a straight hour, yo. I put my shit
when? At what point? At what point did I talk for an hour?
We're gonna play it Monday night at the movies. Wow. Now go ahead, Corey.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's crazy because I can't even ask my question to her. Now she off the panel, man.
Yeah, that's what they wanted.
This was crazy here, man.
What the fuck they wanted?
And Reggie talking about, well, I didn't ask her. I couldn't answer you asked her 12 questions in a row, Reggie.
You asked 2 questions, yo.
What would your question would have been?
No, I don't have a question now because it's pointless because she ain't even on the panel anymore.
She can come back. She would come back.
No, I don't even want her to come back because it's like she had to get off the panel because you niggas acting a goddamn fool.
That's not why she
Y'all
got
won't
the
let me
panel.
get a word in edgewise.
No,
every fucking time I start making
You're the savage. You're the reason why she got off the panel.
Reggie ugly ass. You know what? Give me the if I got
don't do Reggie.
Gone, Reggie. I
Hey,
better
no,
not
don't do that.
Not be the host. You're
Hey,
done. You're done.
Hey, Unc, man.
I'm fucking tired of fucking
Hey,
hearing.
brother Unc, can you see if Dr. Mayotte could come back and answer?
No, man, she
Corey's
left
question?
because she just was coming on for that moment, yo. Let's see, know we getting in there
Well,
rough style.
you
She
might
ain't
get
gonna be
inbox
around
or
that.
something, Corey, and we can.
Now go ahead.
No. It's
Go ahead,
crazy.
Corey.
It's crazy. Reggie gets so fucking emotional
kicked him
about
off?
some nigga that lied to every motherfucker on here, right? The nigga's lying. Now let me go back to my shit because I don't even got a question to Dr. Mayotte anymore.
Reggie,
I'm going in on this lying ass nigga now just because Reggie done pissed me the fuck
Gloves
off
off.
with
Gloves
his
off.
bullshit ass shit, right? Lying ass Dr. Bean, lying ass Dr. Bean. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, why you kick him off though? Yo, you didn't kick
Yeah,
him
you
off.
kicked him
No,
off,
because
yo.
he can't. He won't let me talk.
And I he gonna let you talk. You can't kick Best
I
Reggie,
can't get a word in edgewise with the nigga on the goddamn panel, and I'm sick of it. That's why Dr. Mayotte got off the panel because he belligerent.
He would be the
yelling
best
and
one.
screaming and shit.
He
Belligerent.
would be the best one to bring in though, because he sat at the feet.
No, I don't like. So he gonna lie. Sat at the feet, right? Who sits at the feet of what nigga? I ain't sat at the feet of
I'm just
no
saying he
motherfucker.
sat at the feet, so he would be the best
That's a
person
dumb
to
nigga
bring
who was
on.
sitting at the feet of a nigga. Get the fuck off the floor, nigga, and stand up. You
You
fucking
ain't right.
stupid nigga. Where the fuck it get you? Where it get you sitting at the feet of a fucking fraud?
He
A
sat at
lying
the
ass
feet,
nigga.
man.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
How you gonna do Reggie like that, though?
He sat at the feet of a fraud, King. A lying ass nigga. The nigga lied about every fucking thing.
You got
And then y'all gonna tell me, oh, well, Cambridge or Cornell knew that the nigga just lied to the other people, so they went on ahead and hired him. Well, like who like what dumb nigga? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Who does that?
To Unc's point, he said they knew that he got fired.
No, that's what they said. That's what Unc said.
Oh, so you saying that's not true? So you
no,
saying
it's not. What university can't listen?
I don't know.
Can I say something?
I can only go off
what university would know that you just got fired, Ken, for lying your fucking ass off, and then they come over and give you a job.
None of that I know.
After that, who gonna do that, Ken?
Nobody that I know. I mean, I'm going off of what they said though. I wasn't there. Shit, if he got hired, he got hired.
Niggas mad because he taught, and he taught for 10 years straight.
I mean, we got to ask you the same question. What university gonna hire you if they knew you lied on the application, got fired from another place for lying or whatever about your credentials?
Yeah, when they go to check your resume, and they call up the last place that you worked at, and they tell them, yo, yeah, he lied on his resume. He don't got the credentials that he said he had. Why would the other place pick you up? That's crazy.
I know of. I mean, but if they saying that
that make all the sense in the world.
It might have happened for Dr. Ben, yo. It might have happened like that for Dr. Ben.
You know what?
He was a special nigga. You feel me?
Yeah, he was a special nigga that they would just now that they would look and say, yo, I know you just got fired for lying your ass off. I know that.
Hey,
but
Corey,
you know what? You so good. We need
Corey,
you over
Reggie
here.
back on though, Corey. You gotta let Reggie.
No, I'm not letting Reggie back on.
Come
Reggie,
on,
I
Corey.
cannot get a word in.
Hey, look, what was all? I thought our motto was not.
I don't want to hear Reggie anymore.
I thought we don't block people and all that good shit.
We
Come
don't,
on,
but Reggie is he's being irate. I can't get a
He
word.
sound like
Reggie
sound like he out here clout chasing just because he know Dr. Ben and this and that. Like it sound like clout to me.
Nah, I ain't gonna let you.
And he's screaming and shit. Hey, Gullah, I need to ask.
Gullah don't like Dr. Ben.
Did you?
I mean, my fault. Gullah don't like Reggie.
No, I follow.
No, it doesn't have anything about what life.
Yeah, I'm cool with Reggie. Just that he just be spewing out wrong information.
But did you hear him screaming though?
Give him another
That's
shot.
my question.
Yeah, I heard him.
Screaming belligerently, right? I can't be on the panel with that. That's why Dr.
Reggie don't like me. Reggie don't like me. That's what it is. I just don't tolerate that nonsense he be talking and shit.
But that's why Dr. Ma'at got off the panel, because of Reggie's belligerentness, and it makes all
she
look
get
like
the panel for that, Corey.
Because it makes us all, when we go back and forth with him, it makes us all look belligerent. And we all talking over each other because he's screaming and hollering. And then you like, yo, Reggie, let Corey go. Look, let Corey go. And then Brendan come in and say, yo, just calm down. Whoop, whoop. And it seemed like we all belligerent. That's why she had to get off the panel. That's why I don't want him on this fucking panel anymore tonight. I've had enough of him. Nobody can get a word in edgewise with the nigga on the panel. Like it's ridiculous and it's out of control. We got to control this shit.
I know. Can we go with truth though? The truth is, we all did it though, bro.
No, we didn't. We didn't get belligerent.
I don't know about belligerent, Corey, but every time I was making a great point, you'd dive up because I bust you upside the head with a good point and you start talking. It was like good point was connected to you.
I want to check that Barcelona shit though.
Let's go back to Barcelona then.
Yeah, go back and check that.
Hey, why you change your screen? Who got the screen up?
So
I got my screen up.
It's talking about the life and education of Ben Jocannon, right? You know what I mean? And all of these, this whole thing is all of the lies he talked about, right? All the lies. But y'all want to bring up Barcelona, right? And whether whether he somebody hired him after he was lying, like it's the 1960s, so like they don't have the internet, so they can pull up. They can't pull his information up right away. So you're gonna get away with the lie for a minute, right? Until they find out and then fire your ass, like they did. You know what I mean?
And Corey, all his universities and degrees was abroad, right? It was nothing that could be checked, right, in the States. So that just goes to show you the level of lying he was doing. He know it would have been harder for them to track down that shit, you know what I mean, outside of the country. Just think about that, yo. Listen, it's a Ben Jocannon's academic record is disputed with claims he was educated variously in Puerto Rico, Brazil, Cuba, or Spain, earning degrees in either engineering and or anthropology. In 1938, he is said to have earned a BS in civil engineering at the University of Puerto Rico. This is disputed as the register has no record of his attendance at the University of Puerto Rico, right? Then it says he stated that in 1939, he earned a master's degree in architectural engineering from the University of Havana, Cuba. He also claimed to have earned doctoral degrees, PhD, in cultural anthropology and Moorish history from the University of Havana and the University of Barcelona, Spain, respectively, and advanced degrees from Cambridge University in England. Both Barcelona and Cambridge say he never received a degree from either university, and furthermore, Cambridge University said it had no record of Ben Jochannon ever attending any classes there.
Because why none of his books are printed by Cambridge and none of them motherfuckers?
Right. But let's go back to the Barcelona. They said he was an alumni of Barcelona, right?
Yo, they who, yo?
Y'all did.
No, y'all didn't say nothing. There you go with that.
All right, well, y'all pulled up Barcelona.
Right, Barcelona University said that. So go talk to Barcelona, bro.
All right, cool. I'm my bad for accusing you, because I know you're gonna get a little temperamental. But now, this is where Wikipedia just lied on Dr. Ben at, y'all. Right? Wikipedia said both Barcelona and Cambridge say that he never received a degree from either university. Right? So right there, if y'all saying that, you know, if the what's the name is saying that he is on their alumni thing, right here, Wikipedia just lied on Dr. Ben.
So there you have it.
But
Facts.
it's more to it's more to it.
Yeah, keep
right?
reading.
It's more to it, right? Because it says that, all right, so it clears that up, and then it has three sources down here. It say both Barcelona and Cambridge say that he never received a degree from either university, right? But then it goes on. It says, and furthermore, Cambridge University said it had no record of Ben Jochannan ever attending any classes there, right? So they're not saying that he never attended classes at Barcelona, right? Barcelona, they're saying Barcelona and Cambridge said that he never degreed at either one of those schools. And it's saying, furthermore, Cambridge is saying he never even attended there. Now, Barcelona never went, Barcelona University never said he never attended there.
So he's saying he dropped out at Barcelona, but Cambridge.
He didn't degree.
That don't mean so. Now y'all know what alumni mean, yo.
That's what.
I'm saying so. Either. All right, let's see.
Know what an alumni is, yo. You had to complete the school. Just going there and flunking doesn't make you an alumni, yo. I'm smarter than that.
Yeah, I mean, so so.
Let me say this. I think the more important question is,
but look all the other lies that he told.
Did his peers know?
The chat saying free. The chat saying free brother Reggie.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead,
so. The chat say free bro Reggie, yo.
Right,
man. I had enough of brother Reggie. I'm sorry.
Like, did John Henry Clark and others know that he lied about his credentials? Because I'm sure that may have changed, you know, how they dealt with it. But it seems to me like he was using schools that were outside of the United States.
Exactly.
That would make it hard for them to trace. So
exactly.
They took it on his word, in my opinion. But unless y'all saying that they knew he lied and they still did it anyway, that was my question.
I mean, the nigga was a fraudulent liar. I mean, what else do you want? What else?
Yeah,
what
I
else
don't even believe his cultural background.
I'm tired of playing the game with these niggas, right? What else do we have to show other than what we've shown that this nigga was a fraudulent liar? That's it. That's the bottom fucking line, right? I mean, what else do we need to show? Oh, he only lied because the white man didn't let him do that. Man, listen, I done heard that and I'm sick of hearing it. Like, don't say it no more, man. Cut it out. Like, the white man, it was people in the 1960s and 70s that had degrees, bro. Even in the 50s, niggas was going to college. Niggas was educated. Don't let no nigga ever tell you that there was that niggas been uneducated all this time, right? We got to stop that shit, right? We got to cut it out. It makes us it makes us look bad when our only excuse is nobody let us get educated. We had to lie. Dr. Ben had to lie, and everybody. Dr. Clark them didn't lie. They went and got their shit. They went and got theirs. Why he had to lie? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's outrageous to me, man. And it don't even make the character look good when we place value on people who would do that to the Black community.
So yeah, you didn't get interrupted one bit. So I'm not gonna be the guy that would give 3 flying fucks if an African American or an African in America in the 60s and the 40s lied on his resume. I'm not even the guy to give you lie on your resume today. I'm not that guy. So y'all can go ahead and get mad because he was able to teach at 2 major universities for 10 years based off of the lies, right? 2 white people. Y'all can go ahead. Well, they shouldn't have bust niggas in the head with bottles then. How about that? They shouldn't have brought a slave population to America. How about that? They shouldn't have lied about all that. So what's good for the goose, good for the gander. All I'm saying is when I read his works and his books, it lined up with science of the day. That's all I know. So I ain't the guy. I'm not making no excuses. Y'all can stand up and get mad because he lied to people in the motherfucking 60s on this damn bed. Y'all tripping with that. I'm saying I don't see that.
I'm with Unc on that.
Oh, y'all can miss me
the
with that,
definition
dog.
of alumni?
I don't know. Miss me with that.
Can I read the definition of alumni?
Yeah, I would have lied in the 50s too, though.
I ain't listening. Don't switch it off.
I lie on my resume sometimes, nigga. I make them think I'm the best worker.
Cool. Let's read the definition of alumni. Alumni. A graduate or former student.
Okay, so at least the nigga did go to college then, huh?
Yeah, listen. A graduate or former student of a college or university.
Man, that said esteemed alumni, bro. Did you see that on my trip?
Cool. Listen.
He wasn't just an alumni, he was a noted alumni. How could that be?
Cool. Right. But I did that. It don't mean definitively that you was a graduate.
But it do mean that nigga was an esteemed alumni, though.
Oh my God, Joe.
Right. I want to make that point clear. It's not oh my God. It's what the shit said. Now, if y'all call them up and ask them why they still got that shit up there, not only an alumni, but an esteemed alumni.
But he was saying he got PhDs from this school, yo.
I don't know what he said.
And not only that, like,
let me pull the article back.
I'm even suspicious about that.
No, y'all, and Corey, you did that shit on purpose by kicking Reggie off. Reggie had a good ass source, and you made sure he got out of here before you read that shit.
No,
that's some nonsense, dog. Nah, that's nonsense, yo. You cut me off the whole
bring
show.
Reggie back on.
Nah, bro. Nah, I ain't going that. Nah.
Bring him
I'm gonna look on the panel. Let me look on the panel. Let me ask Brother Moses. Brother Moses.
Hold on, what'd you say, Corey?
No, I need to talk to Brother Moses.
You don't bring, come on, yo.
No, I just need to ask Brother Moses a question. That's it. And then we're gonna decide.
Y'all don't want to get to the bottom.
He's a neutral partner.
I'm gonna get to the bottom.
He's a neutral person. Now, Brother Moses.
Y'all want to dance around this shit. I'm gonna get to the bottom.
Moses don't give a damn about no doctor.
No, I'm asking Brother Moses a question. That's all. Can I do that, please? Brother Moses, can I ask you a question, brother? Is you there?
No.
Moses,
leave it.
I'm leaving. No.
What up, Corey? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Now that Brother Reggie is off of the panel, can you see how nobody's interrupting, nobody's yelling, nobody's getting emotional? We're actually moving the conversation forward. Before, when Reggie was on, he wanted to do all the talking. I would have to let Reggie talk for 30 minutes at a time, and I'm tired of it. I'm just asking you, Brother Moses, am I tripping or is this the case?
Nah, man, you're absolutely not tripping. First, and Brother Reggie, you know you're my boy. Yeah, nah, you're not tripping.
You got some wires connected or something.
That's all. You're a neutral party, okay, and I just wanted to ask a neutral party.
Can I ask a really fake neutral person a question? Because he ain't really neutral. And let me tell you why he's not neutral. That man Moses asked me a goddamn question, and we know he was talking to me. I started answering, then you dove in, made it seem like he was specifically asking you. You answered this shit, and then when I started beating you up with it, you dove back in. Moses, is that not what happened, or am I tripping, Moses?
No, you answered it first.
You just did it again. See? You can't help yourself, Corey.
No. I'm gonna be honest. Look, I asked it as a general question, right? But I didn't realize how simple my answer was, right? Like I really was trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying? If you trying to say that the facial features is what makes the people white or black, and I'm really just trying to point out like that argument, right? But nah, he's actually right. Unc is right on that. I actually asked it as a general question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Can I
thought Unc was saying that, but actually you didn't hear Unc right. But you just proved that actually I was right. So I appreciate that, Brother Moses. And that also proves that you're a neutral party, buddy. I
No, I'm saying my question is.
He said it was
Reggie,
a general.
My question
he said it was general.
Did Chef? Did Corey cut me off? After he answered it, as soon as I started talking, you immediately cut me off all through the website.
Can everybody? Can everybody apologize?
Hey Moses, did that not happen, Moses? Did you not hear that man clearly answer you? And when I started, the nigga cut me off.
Can everybody
I had to fight through the damn website. Am I tripping, Moses?
Can everybody apologize?
No, don't jump in, Corey. Don't jump in, Chef.
Can everybody apologize?
Come on, dog. I'm asking that man.
And let's get to the goddamn
information. We ain't getting nothing. Hey, I'm asking you, Moses. Do
Let's
you remember asking the
You
question?
won. You won.
No, I ain't won nothing. Don't do that.
You won. Come
Nah,
on.
but we can move forward. Let's move it forward. Let's move it forward.
So now we're gonna move forward after niggas just made up some shit.
If
Now it's to move forward shit.
I lied.
We gonna act like I ain't had to fight, grab, scrape. I'm the only nigga with sources on this motherfucker.
Nah, because
the only sources these niggas got. Now I ain't shutting up. Now I'm not stopping nothing because that's a bunch of
I was lying.
I'm not doing it. The whole gentleman game is
only reason I say let's move
Corey
forward.
talked through every goddamn point I had. He talked through the whole goddamn website. He did it a nausea. Then he tried to blame Reggie.
We got 120
We got an audience.
I don't care about that goddamn audience. They can let the door down hit with the good little spit you. If they was watching this motherfucker, they seen every time I bust Corey in the head, it wasn't no fine facts. Corey start talking, and kid, you know it.
All right, Corey off the table, yo. Corey had his shot.
We got everybody listening like, yo, let's just get to the information.
All right,
Really now? So now we all gonna be gentlemen now? That's what we're doing
let's
now.
be gentlemen. Let's be gentlemen, yo.
Is that what we're gonna do now? So all right, I want to redo the show then. I'm starting my shit over.
Let's do the introduction, man. A well-organized lie.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? I'm starting over again.
Corey swung and missed at you, according to you. All right. So now it's a new fighter in the ring, yo. You feel me? So I want to pick up round one.
No, but you gotta let Reggie back on the panel though, because he know more about Dr. than anybody.
Oh my God. All right, can somebody please let Reggie on the panel, yo?
He had the source, y'all killed
him. I would love to have the call.
All right, come back in. Also. Come back in. I'll let you.
You did, but you just did teach me something, Chef. I did not know that a former student can be considered an alum. I didn't know that. So that's that dicey, hairy area.
Yeah,
they love that.
Never seen the source
where I can say yes, I'm a Harvard alum. Yeah.
And flunked out. Is that how that go, yo? And then they make you steam. Really?
I took a prerequisite class. Right?
You're a Harvard alumni.
Right there it is.
Right? Yeah. So we gonna get, and I'm not doing this mean-spirited. It's just when something is red, it's best to get to the bottom of it, right? Because the gray area is where we wiggle around at. But Unc already conceded it doesn't matter whether he lied or not. You dig what I'm saying? He was proficient enough in the information to be able to teach it on the college level. So that's where he taking it at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think Reggie is arguing another point. Am I correct, Unc?
I don't know where he got kicked on. What point Reggie arguing? He's probably saying that
screaming belligerent.
Everybody knew it. I mean, that wasn't a big deal. I mean, he did his obituary, yo. They didn't put that shit on there, yo. Why did they put that shit on there?
But y'all ran up on us with the Barcelona part, like the Wikipedia article. It actually stated, you know what I mean, that the discrepancy wasn't with him going to the University of Barcelona. It was him agreeing at the University of Barcelona. Do you see that point?
I see that point.
Okay, now let's move.
We need to call them and tell them, yo, stop making that man an esteemed alum. Now, how the fuck can you?
No, I don't care. Look, listen,
that's wow.
He was famous, yo, so he can be an esteemed alumni because of his notoriety in the world. He was famous, yo. He became famous, yo, after he went to that university, attended that university. All right? So I don't have no problem with that, yo. All right? Now, it says right here from the New York Times, it says documents from Cornell University show Mr. Benyat Khanun holding a doctorate from Cambridge University in England, while conversely catalogs from Malcolm King College list him as holding 2 master's degrees from Cambridge University. Period. Right? Then it says, according to Fred Lewisy, a communications officer at Cambridge, however, the school has no record of his ever attending. Now, this goes to the line to, to get your job. It says at Cornell, they have documents from Cornell show that Mr. Jakanen holding doctorates from Cambridge, right? And Malcolm King College got those same documents. So what that's saying is, I don't think that Cornell and Malcolm College would forge the documents for him to get the job. Maybe they would. You know what I mean? Because shit get weird when it comes to Dr. Ben. Maybe Cornell and Malcolm King College said, yo, we want this nigga to work here so bad, we gonna lie and fake documents saying that he got master's degrees from these 2 colleges. Or is it more likely that he forged those documents to get the job?
Yo, you blocked him out so he can't even get back in?
Oh my God.
Oh yeah,
I like the slippery area. I like this. Chef, stop your screen right quick.
What is it?
I like this slippery area. Let me show you. Let me show you
something. Permanent ban.
Chef, you see this?
Pennsylvania State University.
I got my master.
Special, okay.
Hey, can I be a double master? Hey, they sent me this certificate, right? That was signed by the earlier dean, right? Before I actually graduated, and they sent me another one with the current dean, right? I've got 2 of these. Can I be a double master?
Yes, sir. Master teacher.
That's why I say I love these slippery areas. I love that.
This is nutty, man.
Hey, Chef, how they say I blocked Reggie from getting back.
Yo, but Dr. Ben was fighting against the Ku Klux Klan back in the 50s, man.
You feel me?
Y'all ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just trying. So he's not alive. I don't get it.
So yo, you can't fix it. So you gotta unblock.
Yo, what the hell did Corey do? I thought, like, what the hell?
Come on, yo, why you do that, man? You just
I didn't mean to do that. I just
out, though,
Corey kicked that nigga out the universe.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
I didn't mean to do that.
He can't even click the link.
Yeah. Chef, you gotta go into the thing, yo, and undo that, yo.
Damn, Corey.
How do I? All right, let me look. All right, everybody calm down. Finish the conversation.
Don't kill me.
Listen,
don't kill me.
We ain't gonna kill you. We was all cutting each other off, yo.
I will
figure it out.
Reggie, yo, you come on, yo.
Corey damn kicked that nigga out with the hate.
Hey, man,
tell Reggie, I'm gonna fix it.
I'm not coming back home.
I appreciate that then. Well, why you call crying? You shouldn't have called crying. If you weren't gonna come on back on, then you shouldn't have been crying then. Like it's unreal to me.
I tell him we want him to come
on.
back.
I ain't say fuck y'all niggas.
We need somebody to come back.
I done said fuck y'all niggas too, man. And wait, Corey, you talked through my whole presentation. You ain't bought one.
No, I did. I was not belligerent like Reggie. Like, come on, y'all. I gotta admit, like, nigga was belligerent.
I mean, we play like that though, yo. You know, we play like that.
No, but I couldn't even get a word in the whole. I mean, for 4 hours, for the time we done been on here, like every time I say 2 words, this nigga jump off the fucking Empire State Building belligerently. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, he gotta. I understand that Dr. Ben, he love him and that's his guy and all of that, but goddamn, man.
Yeah, but you can mute him. You gotta kick him out. You can mute him.
No, I didn't mean to you know, I just wanted to. I didn't want to hear him anymore today. I didn't mean to kick him off.
You know, he's a little older, man. We gotta show a little.
Y'all have run amok. Y'all have run amok.
Jesus Christ.
No, and then they like, oh, I didn't show no patience, man. Look, the man been going belligerent for how long we been on here, Kent? How long have we been on here? Like, you gotta at least walk with me here, Kent. Like,
I'm with you.
I say, I'm like, Reggie, bro, I'm just trying to get my point. Then he like, well,
man,
I need
Dr. Ben,
Dr. Maya question.
Y'all gotta stop.
Yo.
Hey, Corey, I was making up ground, yo. Unc and Reggie had took so much ground from us, yo. I was making up ground, yo. You gotta get back in the car. Don't be arguing with them niggas about who cutting who off, yo. I done made up 50 yards, yo. I got us back on the fucking field, yo.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I share my screen?
You're so disrespectful, Corey. You're so disrespectful.
Corey gotta realize. Yeah, go ahead.
You've been sharing your screen all
Corey
day.
gotta realize when he's talking to a nigga that sat at the foots. You know
right.
What I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Get your ass up off the floor. Like, this shit's ridiculous to me. It don't mean nothing to me.
He got the street.
So
What is this?
everything
What
we
is
like to talk about, right? Like to talk about this person. This is something that nobody will get, right? This is the city. This says City of New York, Manhattan. Community Board 10, 315 West 125th Street, 4th floor. What is this?
This probably ain't even no street lights on that motherfucker.
So the community, Dr. Joseph Ben. You see they still talking, right? Johan, street co-naming resolution. Does this man have a street named after him? That's interesting to me. You normally don't get a street named after you, not unless you actually did something good for the community. And all the stuff he did wrong, whatever he lied on, whatever it was, he still managed to do something that was very positive for the Black community. I know for me.
What?
I told y'all. Y'all see what he doing? You did it the whole show, yo. Whenever I do this show,
oh man,
you can't help yourself, yo.
Nobody can't have a dialogue with you.
See,
right?
Can't help yourself, dog. How's that a dialogue? Yo, I'm in the middle of talking. I told y'all he just did it again, ladies and gentlemen. The whole show, every time. This man ain't showed one source yet. See, my point I'm trying to make here, I'll make it short, is that they wrote it for him to be codenamed on the show. Look, Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard to be codenamed Dr. Joseph Ben Johannan Way.
And that's respect. We gotta give him that respect.
So we not doing that. We not shooting them down, blast them up, all that, and then don't get a man recognition for what he really did, dog. Like we can't do that, yo. Like we more esteemed than that, bro. Yeah. All right, brother got a street named after him, yo. A block. Nigga, I'm saying, yo, that's something in the world I live in. Might not be in the world y'all live in, but for me, brother Bobby Banger, yo, that means something to me. Bro.
Yeah, he deserves some respect.
That means something to me. He wasn't all bad, dog. I'm saying,
I got a question. Kent, I'm trying to figure out, Kent, if they name a street after me, Kent, right? See, what does that do? What am I doing for you? What are you respecting because they named the street after me, Kent? What am I?
It depends on what they named it after you for.
Why? Why did they name the street after Dr. B?
Because he was a liar, bro. Because he lied to us and he did harm to the community, and that's the type of niggas you name streets after, bro.
Seriously, it was a serious question.
Think about that.
It was a serious question.
Think about that, though.
That was a serious
Sit back
question,
and think about that. Think about the person name, right, with his name. We gonna sit back and act like that, yo.
No,
right now,
don't
make sure y'all
the
do
person
that.
name.
I ain't going nowhere.
Talking about
y'all make sure y'all see that milestone in y'all life. Y'all make sure y'all teach
at the end of the day,
at a major. Listen, y'all make sure y'all do that.
Yo, at the
y'all
end of
make
the
sure
day,
y'all get there, dog. Cause see, this where I'm at with it, yo. If I ain't at least matched the nigga, I ain't gonna say shit about a nigga. I beat up on all the raggedy ass niggas, yo, cause they raggedy as fuck.
You'll never be able to match Malachi York. Is that an accomplishment?
Malachi York don't have.
Malachi York ain't even know this nigga molested children. This nigga ain't no tape.
That nigga started a whole.
He did a lot of positive.
He started like.
Knock it off.
He started like 3 different communities.
Please take his name off the docket, yo. We don't even deal with.
He started 3 different communities.
Bro, you're a child molester. You lose everything. He's a child molester. It does not count. It gets stricken from the record.
That ain't
they should have killed that nigga.
According to
talk
you,
about molesters in the community, bro.
That's according to you.
According to me,
yeah. People still follow him, yo.
Because they still black people. What you expect me to say to that? So I never be able to outdo Malachi. Nigga, I wouldn't want to outdo Malachi York.
No, I'm talking about his accomplishments, not in the nasty shit he did.
Oh, wow. That shit was nasty.
He didn't even do anything on the real side.
The whole program was nasty.
I'm saying that Malachi York wrote over 100-something books. You might not never do that, yo. Malachi York started.
Man, we talking about the quality.
I never compared Dr. Ben to Malachi York.
Come on, Kent. Come on, Kent. See, now we playing. We're talking about having information, right? That at least the scientific community is in agreement with.
What?
So I'm saying, y'all see, y'all ran the stop signs. I keep getting talked over. What I said was, in the 1970s, nobody in academia, for the most part, I'm not speaking in absolutes, nobody was actually saying that the Nile Valley was inhabited by indigenous Africans. That Egypt was started with indigenous. That's some new shit they're using right now, bro. That's all I'm saying. He was ahead of the curve. Right?
Why,
so we can act like it was a norm.
In Egypt.
Right. It wasn't a norm, yo. And it wasn't a
black
norm.
People was in Egypt. He was ahead of the curve.
Man, it wasn't a norm. See that, yo? Why I'm saying so I don't get to talk? Fuck it.
All the Afrocentrics was saying that shit at that point.
Right.
Right, and all them niggas was right. Can we admit right now that
no, they was
no, Dr. Ben ain't break the mold.
So what? But was he right though?
So he what? So okay. So hey, is you great?
Right,
hold on. You repeat evolution, right? Hey. So since you repeat evolution, right? And evolution is correct. Does that make you fucking great?
Yeah, let me tell you. I can tell you what
makes you great.
Yeah, let me tell you. Let me give you a point.
Charles Darwin, yo, you're not great for that, my nigga. None of that shit is your work. You think what I'm saying?
Hold on, Chef. Hold on, Chef. That whole term.
Hey, Ken,
hold on.
I don't need nobody to speak for me. I got my shit, my nigga.
I get that. Hold on.
Hey, Ken, let me speak for myself real fast.
Great, yo.
Let me speak for myself for a minute. Let me talk that shit. Let me talk that shit.
Vance is in disbelief.
Vance
let me talk that shit.
I need Vance to say some words, man.
Hold on, man. Why y'all niggas still talking, dog? Like, is this how we doing this?
Go ahead, do you?
See, I can mute my shit out. Now, we talking that shit right now, right? Make sure y'all niggas hold it all the way the motherfucker down. Because last time I checked, niggas was all flying through the air with spaceships at 10,000 fucking BCE. When I came around, wasn't nobody fucking with the college university shit. All the Dr. Ben shit, John, all them niggas shit was thrown out the way. You had Jabari and them niggas flying through the fucking cosmos on some straight pseudo shit. So whatever the fuck I'm gonna get remembered for, I'll definitely get remembered for making niggas to source the fuck up. We was filled with a bunch of crazy ass Dr. Sebi shit, a bunch of ragged ass information. New age white people shit, nigga, before I came around. Now I can speak for my motherfucking self. I seen the motherfucking playing field. So however the fuck they gonna remember me, they gonna know that this nigga right here, Bobby motherfucking Banger, aka Unc motherfucking Cat, this nigga came in that bitch and leveled the motherfucking playing field and made niggas level the fuck up. Now whatever that may be, it might be nothing, nigga, but it was definitely something to the millions of niggas that watch motherfucking YouTube.
And that's a whole
say
lot
what
of
you
niggas.
want to say. You can say, I ain't said I was motherfucking Charles Darwin. What I said was, I came amongst the motherfucking group of people who ain't know that shit at all. Niggas hated evolution. Niggas thought we dove out the motherfucking sky. Listen to Bobby Hemmett, Phil Fallon, Tom, and all them crazy ass niggas. Malachi York, the alien shit, all that stupid shit, nigga. I definitely changed the motherfucking playing field. So however they gonna remember that nigga, they gonna remember what I'm saying right now. Fuck that shit. Now,
I respect that. I respect that.
That's where I'm at.
Right.
But stop cussing in your house on Sunday. Your fam, you won't upset your family. You know what I mean? And
now, I pay the bills in this motherfucker. I pay the bills to be the motherfucking boss up in this motherfucker, nigga. Shit. All day, every day. All day, every day.
Look,
all day, every day.
Look,
all day,
check it though.
All day, every day.
Hey,
My motherfucking ass, fuck that shit. I ain't say I was Condoleezza and right. I ain't say I was my man who civil rights movement lawyer. I ain't say I was on a level with none of them niggas. I'm talking about this shit right here.
All right, respect the God killer.
And I make that point because Dr. Ben came in a similar environment.
Oh my God.
He came in the same type of shit. Niggas in church, niggas was playing niggas thought Jesus gave rise to civilization.
You say he was a student of John G. Jackson. So obviously John G. Jackson was doing it before him.
Yeah, I ain't say he was better than John Jackson.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say nothing about better.
Oh.
Stop. Yo, you will switch this shit.
No, I'm saying, but all them dudes meant something though, yo. Like,
people consider Dr. Ben great, and that's cool. People want to consider Unc great, and that's cool. And I might not even look. The YouTube niggas might not look up to me, but my kids do, and they consider me great. So that's all that matters to me. At the end of the day, it's all about perspective.
Kids think I'm great. Y'all might not listen.
My kids just cuss me the fuck out. So
my kids think I'm great, nigga. That's all that matters to me.
Hey, Brendan, all that shit probably don't mean nothing for real.
Look, my daughter,
all that shit don't mean.
Look, my daughter told me she needed some more pants.
Right.
I got up and moved yet.
My wife look at me like, really? You're not that impressive.
Right.
Hold on.
Nigga, you ain't shit. Nigga, you
Hey, Gullah, unmute yourself, Gullah. Hold on. Hey, Gullah. Come on, Gullah, unmute yourself. Yo, stop hiding. Yo, you hiding, Gullah. Come on,
Gullah somewhere damn eating chicken somewhere.
Ah, stop eating the fried chicken. Gullah, when I need you the most, where you at?
Hey, yo, y'all talking about the naphtha plier yet?
What's good? What's good with? I'm out here cleaning this. I'm cleaning the pool.
Naphtha plier.
Real quick, Gullah. Hold on.
Naphtha plier.
Come on, Kent. Hey, Gullah. Yo, how old was you when I met you, bro? All jokes aside.
Shit, I was like, what? About 23.
All right. So the environment we came in, we was fighting for our life against these pseudo ass niggas, yo. Tell me I'm tripping, dog.
Nah, that motherfucker was on. Yeah, they was on spaceships and shit, bro. Motherfucker, shit. I came through the door with cars sagging and all. They ain't want to hear none of that shit.
Come on, yo, like them niggas they was Nature Boy and them niggas and Pharaoh, them niggas is known to be, come on, dog. Niggas was actually on that shit, yo. Anthropology school, Gullah going to like, what the fuck is anthropology school? They was on some shit like that. Who, a doctorate? How do you have it? You an electrician? How do you have a doctor? Niggas they had definitely made niggas super ignorant, yo.
Yeah, even even though Dr. Ben was a little off, you know what I'm saying? He was open to like the evolutionary shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he even had Dr. Ashra Kwesi. Well, not doctor, he ain't no the fucking doctor, but Ashra Kwesi on the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I looked at that old ass Ashra Kwesi Ethiopian documentary he did, even though it was a little pseudo, you know what I'm saying? He was trying to say Lucy was a lady and all this shit, but you know what I'm saying? They was still, you know, they was still fucking with the Lucy shit and the homo adult too and all this shit.
Kwesi said Lucy was a lady.
Yeah, he was like, yeah.
But I get it. She is. But see, the part to get me, it's a lot of times, yo, and I'm serious now. I ain't fuck all that extra shit. Sometimes, yo, we be in a position and don't know what position we in. Like Gullah ain't know that he was gonna be part of something that would revolutionize, you know what I'm saying, the conscious community, meaning just black people in general. Like this shit, some different shit. Shorty came in with some swag. Like Chef and them coming with swag, like niggas. So y'all really don't. The reason I gotta stand up here, yo, and make the record be clear on what Dr. Ben did and what he didn't do is because, yo, people listen to what the fuck we say. Like all jokes aside, yo, like y'all don't even realize where y'all at. Everybody not sitting up talking about science and critiquing and can actually have, no matter how wild a conversation get around Dr. Ben. People think this is the sacred cow. You can't talk about it, dog. We can talk about that shit here, yo. We can take out blows, but the conversation got to be had. You got to say, did he have? If he didn't have it, then we say, no, he didn't have it. If he did do it, then he did do it. And that's what makes the show so fucking great. Yeah, we get heated, we get hot, but yo, but this conversation wasn't going on in the community, yo. Like you just couldn't say nothing about nothing, dog. And that's what the point I'm trying to make, yo. The fact that we can have conversations like this, yo, is important. Whether we don't do it right, halfway do it. I'm saying, yo, y'all can say what you want to say, yo. Niggas set the motherfucking playing field, yo. Playing field been set long time ago. Long time. Feel Good Valentine. What's the fucking source, dog? Oh, I see it. You got it from that white boy book for real. The new age book for real. We see you. Oh, fuck. They were saying fuck universities, the white boy science. That shit was in vogue. Trust me. This ain't the regular shit. This niggas is so smooth. We're talking about evolution, the motherfucking quote unquote James Webb. Oh, we showing you the motherfucking joint, the pop stars. They ain't know what a pop star. They thought a nigga was making music when you said pop star back then. Telling you, dog, like, oh, we show a picture, Corey and them show a picture. Yo, that's where the motherfucking that's where your elements was forged. Niggas want to talk about that type shit. Nowhere, dog. You gotta go to the white community and have this conversation. Come on, yo, we right where we need to be, right? A bunch of nuts. Oh, we not taking the vaccine, we ain't doing it. Nigga, I fought for that. Nigga, we fought for that. We get our channel is shut down right now because niggas was getting them real information on that shit. Because the governing body say down, if you're not an expert, they don't even really want you to talk about that shit. Come on,
I wish they do that with Egypt.
Yo, listen, let me say something, man. Seriously, niggas be watching this and they be thinking, well, you know, look at them. Niggas choose sides. But yo, imagine if a nigga wasn't standing in the motherfucking room with a bunch of crazy ass white people, because they was crazy white people, trying to tell a group of African Americans what they should do and what they shouldn't do based off of the color of their skin. They actually told me that I should not listen to the United States government because I was black and they had enslaved me. I wanted to punch one of them in their motherfucking mouth, but I didn't want to mess up the event. Arrogancy. Right? That they thought that they could get that shit past a group of black people. So when I don't got no degree, nigga, but I definitely will read. Imagine if I didn't do that. Think about that. There was no pushback from nobody in the fucking community, but this side of the game, dog. Nobody, y'all acting like it was no niggas life expectancy dropped to 2.5 years, dropped off of the average African American life. You know what I'm saying? Over the last 2 years, yo. Think about that shit. Think about all the flack we caught. I'm saying all the fake ass movies. That's why I call them fake. The fake ass Marcus Garvey movie, the shit was fake. All that shit was fake. The Nation of Islam, that shit was fake. It's just fake, bro. It's fake. You know why it's fake? Because they didn't have the community in its best interest when the community needed it the most. They needed clear, concise directions on what to do. We was all afraid. If niggas sitting around act like they wasn't afraid, when niggas was dropping around them, when they didn't know what was going on, when they didn't understand what the virus was, y'all lying. Imagine if we wasn't there, dog. Who would have did that? Come on, man. Nah, nigga, I know what role we play, yo. Yeah, nigga, and we can look back 20 years from now and say, well, nobody talking about that shit with us. Nobody. The Breakfast Club, having anti-vax niggas on, all these high-profile joints, going to get letting RZA Islam rock out. RZA Islam. Nick Black, watch this. The regular African-American community, yo, they was promoting RZA Islam. Who the fuck was the voice of reason? That's my point. Like sometimes we don't know what we said. Dude, on the everyday old average African-American platform, them hip-hop channels, this and that, the niggas was having RZA Islam come through. Comedians let them come through. Come on, dog. Nigga ran for me. Come on, man. Nah, nigga. This shit we do special. Niggas need to know that. Some special shit going over here. You don't gotta like the conversation, but the shit is fucking special. And I know special because I don't fuck with nothing unless it's special.
All right, so not to apply, yo. What y'all talking about on that?
Hey, but I apologize to Reggie. I didn't mean to. I just mean to kick him off, you know, the show. I didn't mean to permanently kick him off. So if you can fix that for me, Sheffer.
You keep that nigga in the chest, yo.
Damn.
Corey,
you're vicious. You're vicious.
Well, Vance, I know you know how to fix it, man. Vance can fix it for me. If one of y'all can fix that.
I think Unc got a where he can come back in.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to get that nigga back in. Reggie gotta have tough skin.
Yeah, I know how to do it.
Shit wasn't no big deal. Hell, man, it happened. Yo, man, come on. Yo,
No,
out
it's
of
not.
then,
I
shit.
didn't have tough skin. It's just that I wanted to be able to get my point
No,
out.
I ain't say you. I said Reggie. I said Reggie
Oh.
gotta have tough skin. Shit.
Nah, but he kicked them all. Like I would be mad too if the nigga kicked me all the way out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad.
I've been listen. You know what I would say, Kent? I would be like, yo, I done been kicked off of way better panels.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So fuck you niggas. That's what I would have said.
Right. I you know I done been kicked.
They done
off
kicked me
panels.
off of way better panels than that motherfucker. Shit.
Yeah, but
Kicked
you
out
know,
the
we
chat,
know we
kicked
didn't
out the
kick-
panel.
There's only one nigga to get kicked off and cussed out around here for real. And I don't want
Oh,
to say
Chief X. Oh, my bad.
No, but I just like, man, like we gotta have some order. Like, man, he just was belligerent. Like, I can't, like every time I
Get out
start
the
talking,
foots, man. You gotta
he
respect the
go
nigga that set the
belligerent.
foot, yo.
Yeah, that's pretty near and dear to his heart, yo.
Yeah.
That's the
Like,
point.
he held Ben in his arms while Dr. Ben was dying. He held him in his arms, bro.
Yo.
You can't get no deeper than that.
I don't think Reggie is a good person.
That's why I don't talk about my grandmother on this channel, right? Because if I bring Granny up, right, Granny is
Somebody, right?
Is she fair game, right? So, like, you know what I mean? Don't bring your feelings over here.
Nah.
You get them hurt. I promise. Every
and-
time somebody bring their feelings, 100% of the time they gonna get hurt over here. I can guarantee.
And Reggie, if you listen to that, man, we respect you, bro. Ain't nothing serious, man. You know,
Right, it's respect, but I just, like I said, man, you know, I love Reggie. Reggie, my guy. I've had millions of or a bunch of conversations with Reggie for hundreds of hours, right? So, you know, Reggie know it ain't nothing personal. It's just, yo, I'm hurt enough. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes enough is enough, right? I mean, Jesus Christ, how much can the nigga take before he be like, yo, like I gotta take some control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I say that as long as we keep arguing about Egypt and you know all of this, people like Dr. Ben and them is going to end up in the crosshairs every time. Like it's the conversation that makes us point out the flaws in these elders. You know what I mean? I don't think it's literally an attempt to take credit away from them, so to say. But when the conversation get me, we try to trace back to where the misinformation got into the community, right? And when we trace it back to certain people start to defend those people, right? It would be the same way if you know it was a white teacher or something. Their credibility would be on the line in an argument, y'all. You dig what I'm saying? If somebody can prove that where you got your information from, if the person's credibility goes on the line, yo, like, because we'll never agree too much on their information because we always got an excuse for their information not being 100. You know, we'll talk about they didn't have all of the information back then, or you dig what I'm saying? It's always an excuse for them, right? But it's never an excuse for white academia, right? Or the general body of academia. Whenever they're wrong, we point out how they was wrong flat out, and we don't make no excuses for them, right? When white people was wrong about craniology and all of that, we point that shit out. We go to the people who was wrong about that and we call them out on that shit, right? Unc is famous for calling out white Egyptologists when they were wrong, right? And he don't pull no bones about showing their racism that crept into their works, right? So when we show that Dr. Ben or one of these other people that, you know, pushed a certain Afrocentric ideology, you know, made those same, you know, errors, you know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm going to fight hard, but it's not malicious, right? But I'm going to throw the same shots that's being thrown at us just to prove our point. At the end of the day, I don't lose no sleep over Dr. Ben and them. It is what it is. But he lied about his academics. He lied about his schooling. He was a liar. Like it's
okay, Chef. Well, with that said, though, right? What percentage of the historical stuff did he get about the origins of civilization did he get wrong? What percentage would you give that?
I don't know. I ain't read it. You tell me. Since we know.
Well, you don't got to answer. Then it's nothing else to discuss.
No. I'm asking you. Obviously, all right. Listen. He lied about his credentials.
We got that part, but we just talking about what he was talking about.
His information.
He lied about his credentials and his education. All right. Let's right. So now you're asking, what did he get? What percentage did he get wrong about the information that he put forth? I seen a lot of shit that he got wrong, just in his lectures alone. You dig what I'm saying? I didn't read none of his books. I don't
present
like
that.
But if his lectures are anything like his if his books are anything like his lectures, then I would say that he was wrong about a lot of shit.
Yeah, the African Origins of Religions. I had to put that book down because it was so fucking wrong. I said, I ain't reading this shit no more.
But see, that's what y'all need to focus on. If y'all gonna call him out, y'all gotta damn put that type of shit out. Y'all can't just say like, yo, that nigga's a fucking liar. Like,
why not? That's the first way that you
no. Because if hold on, if you disagree with the information, boom, put his information out there and then attack that. And then you ain't got no fight back. Nobody fuck with you.
I feel Kent, listen, before you have to go read 49 books, yo, right? But you're telling me to go read 49
Not
books.
At all. Not at all.
Hold on. So let me tell you, right? Go read 192 Malachi York books, right?
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do, if his basic premise is off, if he lied about his credentials, there's no point in even going back because I can get the relevant information about said topic from the degree motherfuckers that he sourced.
I can beat
Malachi
York.
Person.
I can beat Malachi York up off of one book alone. Off the claims alone, I could beat Malachi York up. Like easy. You know what I'm saying? But then you got to think about who we talking to. We talking about Malachi York followers. Okay, they come at us. Hey man, Malachi York wrote.
You go read 49 Dr. Ben books, yo.
I'm not. No, I'm saying I'm not going to read the book.
He said he was an Egyptologist and he had a PhD. The school said he never even attended the school.
Mm-hmm.
Why should I read 49 books about that shit then?
Nah, don't. Just beat up the shit that you did read.
What's the point? Hold on, you do a background check so you don't have to run down that road, Joe.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's the reason for the background check.
It ain't no point because the premise, a lot of the premises is arguments out of ignorance in the first place.
Right, and I think there's a distinction here, right? What Chef is saying.
That man was ignorant.
Hold on. I think there's a distinction.
Yeah, he
here
was
that
ignorant on some shit.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah. There's a distinction here. I think what Chef is sort of saying is, hey, right out of the gate, right? He has enough information about Dr. Ben's background where he can dismiss his information, right? He's going to dismiss his information in lieu of, hey, I can actually find some sources or some sources that he deems credible, right? And not really use Dr. Ben, right, as sources. Now, where we need to draw the fine line at, right, is by saying that, okay, well, now we can start discrediting his information based on his either lying about something in his background, lying about his credentials, because that's where we can actually fall into ad hominem and a logical fallacy, right? The problem is we can dismiss any source that we so choose. We can do that as researchers, right? We can dismiss, we can pull in sources that we think are credible. We can throw them away. But once we start debunking or saying, okay, well, someone is wrong, we have to do that on the merits of their claims, right? And not on, okay, well, does this person have a degree or this person does not have a degree? Did this person lie about something that's totally unrelated, right? So there's a distinction I think that has to be made there, right? Between dismissing sources and discrediting sources.
So, and Brendan, and I appreciate that because, and that's what I was saying, like, and I think that's what Chevron was trying to say a few minutes ago. Like, it's when we throw it, we don't look at all of the shit he lied about, right? That's what I was saying earlier. I didn't want to talk about earlier the shit he lied about at first. I just wanted to talk about his premise. So when we understand that his premise is faulty, he's basing his arguments on a faulty premise. So all of the information that he's pulling in is support for his premise, which is faulty, right? So therefore, he's misunderstanding or he's misinterpreting or misusing the information that he's trying to bring in to prove his premise. That's what I was saying earlier, Brendan. But
perfectly
like,
fair ground,
so
right? That's
hard.
perfectly right. That's perfectly fair ground for like you say, discrediting a source. Right. Yeah, for sure.
And I couldn't get that out. I tried to get that out, Brendan, but Reggie was belligerent again, and I could not finish my full sentence. I could not finish my full statement. That's why I was saying, Reggie, just hold on. I'm gonna put the target on. I'm gonna tape the target on my chest real tight for you. You know what I mean? I don't want you to go off and argue against something that I'm not saying. You know what I mean? That's why
did you get a chance? Did you get a chance to?
Now I had, but not while Reggie was on the panel.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And then while Dr. Maat was on, she thought that we were saying that being an adjunct professor was something less than being a professor, or we were somehow discrediting somebody because of them being an adjunct professor. See, that's what she was under the impression of. But and the reason why she was under that impression was because of Reggie's belligerence, and I could not get my point across all the way, right? It was not that he was an adjunct professor. It was how he got there. The criteria was not met. You cannot say, Brendan, that you're a engineer, right? Just because now we in the 1950s and you lie on the application and you get a job for a little while as in some engineering department, right? You're doing some mundane task in an engineering department, right? And you lied on it. I can't say that you're an engineer. That's my point. Not that engineers are not a credible occupation. You see what I'm saying? It's the criteria was not met so that you can be called that. So that's a false statement anyway, that he was an adjunct professor. He was not an adjunct professor because he didn't meet the criteria. That's all I'm saying.
Corey, did the man teach there for 10 years or not, yo?
My statement was clear. No, I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole with you.
No, well, see, that's the part that's pseudo as fuck. Because you read on the same Wikipedia page and say the man taught there for like 10, 13 years. Like you can't have all the wins, bro. Like you just like, so yo, this nigga lied, he did all that, but the nigga taught at a major university. Like we act like he didn't do that. That's crazy to me. Like I don't understand that.
He
what he did was probably.
See, now you're gonna lesson them. See, that ain't.
And gave a mundane lecture.
What?
About something to fill in for some period in the professor's course.
Says you, Corey? You're
right?
saying this. No
this guy was not an accredited professor. This guy was not bringing anything.
You, Corey?
He didn't bring anything to the table.
That's not the truth, Corey.
What did he bring?
Corey, you never see the difference between me and y'all. See,
we don't even know what he lectured on while he was there. Though.
See, that's the difference, right?
What did he bring to the table?
James came on. James came on and asked a serious question. James, can you ask that question?
African.
I want to ask Corey.
That nigga asked a serious question, yo.
Hold on, let me ask Corey the question. What percentage of the things that he was teaching was wrong? What percentage of it would you give?
You heard everybody. You heard everybody talk.
All of it, and you know why, James?
You said 100% of what he's. Hold on.
All of
it.
it.
100% of what Dr.
I said all of it. I don't speak in absolutes, but I'm saying all of it because it was based on a false premise. I cannot base my.
What's the false premise?
Okay, hold on.
That Egypt was a black land.
He got his information from Dr. Clark and the
listen, don't involve.
Hold up, so what I'm saying is this other scholar that was already on this information.
That Egypt was a black land, right?
Before he comes into the community.
Dr. Clark said Egypt was a black land.
Yes, they agreed on that.
No, Dr. Clark didn't say that. Don't lie on Dr.
Crazy, yo.
I don't know if Dr.
Man,
don't be lying on Dr. Clark.
I don't know if you were a Christian or more
you
bugging out. You lying on Dr. Clark right now.
You want to
bugging out now, yo.
Dr. Clark said Egypt was a black land?
Wow, yo. Y'all, you know what, yo? This one I'm not appreciating right now, yo.
I just don't like the dishonesty, man.
Okay,
like it's so crazy. Like,
Corey, yo, you just talk. I was quiet, yo. I left. I got books. I did everything, yo. You've been talking since I left and came back, Corey.
No, I just got back on, but I'm.
Why you keep saying now's a Woo-Jah trick now? Woo-Jah got you all in check. You tricking me now. That ain't fair. That's not fair. I want a chance to answer the question. James, the truth is, Dr. Ben was spot on, right? You at this junction in history, in American history, no matter what y'all say, you would have to put yourself back in that time frame. At this time, people was bugging, right? You got this book right here, Origins and Evolution of the Human Race. This was published in 1918, right? Let's go to it. Yup, since we won't play the whole Dr. Ben didn't have it, like the whole world was talking about evolution like we is now. Right now, motherfuckers don't even mess with evolution in 2022. So you can imagine back then. Think about that, yo. We got to put ourselves back then. Let me share my screen.
Who is the author of that book?
Huh?
Who is the author?
Albert Churchwood.
Okay.
There's only two. At that point, you got Charles Darwin. They ignored him, right? For real. Okay. And then you had people had to write books in 1918. This is the shit they were saying in 1918. That's John Jackson work. Let me put this work right here. Right here, yo. They was fighting for the birthplace, Africa, the birthplace of man. Know thyself, presume not God to scan. The proper study of mankind is man. Right, that's some shit that you put right out the church and put out your house. Let's come right here. This is what he said. He said, from studies I have made during many years, I'm fully convinced that hetero, preconceived ideas of many scientists regarding the origin of the human race. So Dr. Ben was fighting, right, when he was out for the origin of the human race. Both as to place and date are erroneous, and evidence will be brought forward to prove that the human race did not originate in Asia, but in Africa. So he's fighting for Africa homeland, bro. That's what the African-centered scholars was doing. And I know it's crazy because when I came in the community, I was fighting for Africa still. I had to fight that the Egyptians was African. I ain't even had to use the word black. Y'all wouldn't even let me say they was African. Watch this. The evidence will be objective and subjective as proof of my contention against all learned men of the present day. The first question which arises is, when and where did man make his first appearance on this earth? Biblical scholars tell us about 6,000 years ago in Asia. I want y'all to remember this. The Aryanist school in Asia about 20,000 years ago. Others include many scientists in Asia or in some mythical land, which has now disappeared. We talking about like Lemuria and the land Mu. That's what people were saying. Y'all remember that, huh? Yeah, I all but washed that shit out. Watch this. All of them have denied Africa as the home of man. And I'm telling you what it was. It was just this. This was the fight that Dr. Ben and them came into. Why would Albert Churchwood have to write this book? Most of y'all right now don't know who Albert Churchwood is. He's a Victorian scientist. And I was trying to find it right here in John G. Jackson's work. This is John G. Jackson work. He's arguing the same thing. And I'm trying to find what he talked about how, man, I got it marked off in my book. He's talking about Gibbons and all that. Whatever it was, John Jackson had to write a book. Why would John Jackson have to write a book fighting for Africa? Because nobody was going for it. Y'all act like, see, we in this environment now, we can talk about Africa. And when I came in the community 10 years ago, they wasn't talking about no damn Africa. Scientific experiments have shown the proper calculation. Hold on, let me find this part right here with John Jackson. Man, goodness gracious. Yeah, it's not coming up. Hold on. I wish I had the book in my damn own hand. I ain't feel like going to the garage and getting it. But we
page
like,
47. Page 47.
It's on page 47?
Yeah. This is Churchward's book. This is The Origin and Evolution of the Human Race.
You're right.
Yeah. Page 47.
No, this man gone civilization, but you're right.
Yeah.
Man. All right, okay, the popular opinion. Okay, so just John Jackson, here we go. It said the popular opinion that Charles Darwin was the inventor of the doctrine of evolution is false. There were numerous evolutionists before Charles Darwin. All right, I'm gonna do that type of species. Hold on, watch this. In 1987, The Descent of Man was published, and in his book, impressive evidence was adduced, tending to show that man and the anthropoid apes, see that word and? Charles Darwin never was saying that niggas was coming from apes and monkeys. He never said that. Anthropoid ape could be traced back to a common ancestor. See that? This is what they teaching. The Black community wasn't listening to this. That's why I should say most of Darwin's contemporaries judged the continent of Asia. How about the Asiatic Black man? Y'all act like we don't remember that? We don't remember that, the Asiatic Black man? Y'all gonna act like we don't remember that. Yeah, y'all live Visit Islam on your platform. He espoused to the Asiatic Black man. So in 2022, they still talking that Asiatic Black man shit. Why we got, if it was so clear back then, why we still got groups saying that? If it was so clear, obviously not. Darwin's contemporary judged the continent of Asia to be the birthplace, likely the birthplace of humanity. But Darwin held that Africa had a better claim to the title of the cradle of mankind. They was fighting for the cradle of mankind. I'm telling y'all, it say, we are naturally led to inquire, he asserted, where was the birthplace of man? In each great region of the world, living mammals are closely related to the extinct species of the same region. It is therefore probable that Africa was formerly inhabited by extinct apes closely aligned to the gorilla and chimpanzees. And as these two species are now man's nearest allies, it is somewhat more probable, they talking about probable, that our progenitors lived on the African continent than anywhere else. This is what they were saying. But watch this. He talks about Egypt, the origin and evolution of the human race by, here you go. It say, even in the early years of the present century, scientists investigating prehistoric eras were inclined to look chiefly to Asia as the original home of man. But in the year of 1921, this position was strikingly challenged by publication, The Origin and Evolution of the Human Race by Albert Churchward. This distinguished medical man held membership in both the Royal Council of Physicians and the Royal Council of Surgeons. And besides this, he was an anthropologist and was an archaeologist. The earliest members of the human race appeared in the interior of the African continent about 2 million years ago. I'm not going to keep reading this, but I'm trying. And then it goes down to groups of these early men wandered down, look, the Nile Valley and settled Egypt. And then later dispersed themselves to all parts of the world. The first migration was the primitive little men known as pygmies. After them came those waves of Neolithic Negroes, still using the term Negro, who also spread out wildly over the face of the globe. Man, I'm trying to make niggas a point right here, yo. I'm trying to tell you where the mind, y'all, see, we so caught up in the James Webb and we the iPhone, I got 2, 3 of them, moving quick, bang, 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 bang. Dude, we talking about an environment with no internet. Dude, we talking about an environment with no DNA. Dude, they was working with newspapers. Like, we so far past that it's hard for us to put ourselves back in those moments. So if you put yourself back in that moment, this nigga drive around with a spaceship to the Black community, y'all. Like, it's not more I can say to that. I don't know what to tell you. In 1970, in the 1960s, this was some off the wall. What the hell is he talking about? My grandmother, my great-great-grandmother would cuss you out talking about we came from apes or was apes or anything close to that. Like, we're acting like that's not, hold on, right now, I can prove it right now. People will come on this show and argue us down about humans coming from monkeys. Right now, in 2022. So how do you think it was in the 60s and the 40s and the 50s? Hey man, listen, man, I ain't trying to give nobody no damn passes and shit.
What page were you on? 29? Page 29 there? Church word.
No, read that. Go ahead. I want
that's it. That's it. You just showed it. See how I got it highlighted?
Yeah, we read that. That was Man, God, and Civilization I was reading.
Right. This is what it is.
That's it. That's not church word. Yeah, right. You got it.
No, I'm just saying that's the source, right?
Yeah, you just read. Got it in your hand.
Yep. Page 29.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to give y'all, it's like our children don't know what it is. None of us on this panel, most of us don't know what it is to walk up to a bathroom and see a white only sign. Like we can't fathom that. But that's the environment these books were written in. Does that give him a pass for lying on shit? I'm saying, listen, they give him a pass in my eyes. You got the fire department, which is supposed to protect the community, spraying you down with 1,000 tons of pressure, spraying the kids across the goddamn street. That's what the water hose, they sprayed you across the street. You got the police department letting loose German shepherds. If y'all think I'm worrying about a nigga resurrect, y'all tripping. Like, I can't stand in front of y'all and do that. I can't.
So how does lying about Egypt alleviate motherfucking getting sprayed with water hose by racist, the racist power structure in your country? How does lying about Egypt alleviate any of those things that black people was good that you mentioned? You know what I mean? That black people was going through. How does, being wrong about Egypt alleviate those things? Because that doesn't even now. If you're saying you could use the argument for Elijah Muhammad or somebody, that will work better for them because they directly was trying to address that situation that you're talking about, the racism and shit with their pseudoisms, right? So Elijah Muhammad and them, it's time to give them a pass because in that
who said
vein,
Dr. Ben lied though?
Yeah, he didn't lie. You made that up though, Chef.
Yeah,
I'm going to show you what it
that's why
was.
you lost me right there, Chef.
Yeah,
yeah, everybody else can lie but Dr.
No, he
Ben.
actually did.
Dr. Ben didn't lie
You know what I mean?
about
That's crazy.
Egypt being the
Elijah
origins of
Muhammad
African
and them can
civilization.
lie,
He didn't lie.
but Dr. Ben can't lie because somehow he was talking about Egypt.
Hold up, do
Like,
you know
yo,
that?
y'all
Hold up, Chef.
that shit, yo.
Hold up, Chef. Do you know that Dr. Ben didn't even know about Egypt until he met like Dr. Clark and the predecessors of the people that was already on this information? We already had the brightest of our people were already on this information before Dr. Ben even gets involved.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. Dr. Ben claimed he was getting PhDs at Cambridge in
We're not
39
talking about what he
40.
lied about his academic.
Oh, if you saying Dr. Ben, the PhD motherfucker, Egyptologist,
did Dr. Clark lie?
Who got stop. If he was getting these degrees in Egyptology and all of that shit in the 30s, and now you're going to tell me he didn't know about Egypt until he met Dr. Clark and them? Is that what you're saying, Pan-African?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
that's why y'all shouldn't have kicked Reggie off the panel because Reggie could have told you that.
Dr. Clark had disagreements with Dr. Ben.
They just disagreed. The only disagreement they had on was which one was the greatest dynasty, the 25th or the 18th. That's what they disagreed.
What are y'all talking about?
Dr. Clark said that himself. He said that's the only thing we really disagree on is which dynasty was the greatest. That comes out of Dr. Clark's mouth.
No, you just said that Dr. Ben ain't know about Egypt and all of that stuff until
he ran into he was a Hebrew.
All right, so he claimed he was getting motherfucking PhDs in Egyptology and all of that shit.
Hold up, get past that. Once he found out about
it ain't clear to me yet, yo. It ain't clear to me yet, yo.
Okay, it's clear to me.
So now y'all gotta prove. Now y'all gotta prove he ain't know nothing about Egypt and all of that shit until he ran into Clark and them, and they the ones who misled him.
Get Reggie back on the panel. We need Brother Reggie right now.
I don't think if you telling me, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. All right, but y'all can go ahead and prove.
I'm gonna share my screen. So here's the foolishness that's going on right now. Dr. Ben didn't lie about Egypt. That was the fight. Obviously it was because they had to do a whole conference around that shit. So it's not that he was lying, okay? We read how Albert Churchwood, Brendan, you got the work right there, how he talked about people migrated to the Nile. Did I read that right? That wasn't Dr. Ben. Am I right or wrong, Brendan? Brendan tapped out. So I'm gonna bring this book right here.
No, I'm sorry, I was on mute. You got it. You on
right? Okay, so y'all see this book. This is the book my father gave me. It was called The American Negro. It's the first book that I ever read. Pops gave it to me. This ain't got shit to do with Dr. Ben. Look, this book was written in, look, Rayford W. Logan, Howard University, Ivan S. Cohen, New York City Public Schools. Okay, let me show the screen. All right, I want y'all to see this. I'm tripping, right? What we talked about here, yo? Like we just keep doing this. Y'all see the screen? The Negro in America. All right, boom, there you go. First book I've ever had, first book I've ever read. Here you go. My dad gave me this. I'll never forget this, right? It says on page 3, it's talking about, look at the table of contents before I read it. Table of contents come from Howard University. Okay, the ancestors of American Negroes build civilizations in Africa. At that point, niggas ain't know none of that, but this is what they was doing. Negroes helped the development of early African civilizations. Negroes built great states south of the Sahara. Negroes developed rich and varied ways of living. It said the African slave trade begins. That's in chapter 1. Let's read it. Let's go to page 3. It says, look, yeah. Brandon, can you see that? No, I'm gonna do this.
I see.
Yeah, we can see it. Hey,
I know.
your pops gave you that?
Yeah, I got y'all faded. Watch this. I got y'all. Y'all gonna get off of
now, what I did have a question about, and I don't know if Gullah can kind of back this up, right? When back in the days when they talk about, they say the word Negroes, right? I was always under the impression that Negroes meant Black people in America, but obviously not, right? Negroes was sort of like the term for all Black people over the globe, right? Or African.
It was
people.
actually a scientific term.
Okay.
Could they use the misnomer Negro and all that? Even you can see maps where they call Nigeria and West Africa Negro land and all that shit.
Oh, okay. So when I read Negro in these works, right, it's not just talking about the American Negro. It's okay.
Hell no.
Okay.
No. I mean, even the term go back to the Portuguese and the Spanish. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Even if for us the Western colonial term of it.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm a condiment. Here you go. I want y'all to see this page, yo. Yeah, I ain't perfect, but I know I ain't tripping. I'm definitely not tripping. I swear I'm not tripping.
Hey, who you say gave you that book?
My father.
Oh, that's what's up.
What point are we at? Because I didn't got lost.
No, what the point is? Come on now. We know everybody following me right along. We talking about, did Dr. Ben make up the shit about Black people was in Egypt? Did he make that up? He's coming off the top of his head. I just showed you a white boy source that talked about it, and I'm gonna show you another source coming from Howard University, what they were saying back in 1960.
No, I thought we was on that Dr. Ben ain't know nothing about Egypt.
Right, so they lied about it. I don't know about that. That's James. I'm talking about what I'm talking about.
He didn't know nothing about Egypt till he ran.
I don't know about all that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about what he knew when he knew it, when he didn't know. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Now black people being in Egypt, how was that? I thought we already solidified that.
No, James asked. No, y'all both saying he lying. Faulty premise. I'm saying it was the conversation. Can y'all see it? It's a Egyptian Negroes. God damn. It says Egyptian Negroes helped build a cradle of civilization, right? About 6,000 years ago along the banks of the Nile in Northeast Africa. Modern man began to build one of the earliest civilizations attached by rich natural resources. People of varying racial backgrounds settled along the Nile. Negroes helped to build that civilization, which today is known as Egypt. Now, simple. Negroes, farmers, all that.
I ain't got a problem with some Egyptian niggas built the shit, right?
I don't want to lose my.
Who would have a problem with saying
no.
Egyptian niggas built the
Dr. Ben wasn't running around lying, nigga. This is Howard University, bro. Like we not gonna sit here and keep doing that time after 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 time. It's bananas at this point. Like, how more can I show? Like, this is crazy to me, bro. Like, come on, this is Howard University.
Talk to him. Talk to him.
Come on, yo, it don't make no sense at this point, dog. Like at a certain point.
So Dr. Ben not you though.
No, he just was wrong. He was wrong with using the word Black, but he was absolutely right with using the word indigenous. He said indigenous African Nile Valley, and I read it in the book.
Oh man, I'm done, yo. This man is
now I'm crazy. Yo. Now I'm wild. See?
Yeah, you wild, yo. Like
now I'm wild. Hey, Brendan.
When this man is talking,
here you go, Brendan. Here you go, man. It's a indigenous Africans. It's a ancient. Hold on. It's a reflection of the ancient Egyptians. A brief chronology of the ancient indigenous Africans and his family of the Nile. Page 251 to 271.
And
what
book is
was
that?
all the Negro talk? What was the
Yeah,
Negro
like
talk?
yo, come on, yo.
Nah, he ain't say nothing about them Negro.
Everything in
Who didn't say
Ah,
that?
man, whatever.
You
man.
just read a bunch of Negro shit.
Yo, back in the day, Negro. Back in the day, Negro was.
Y'all crazy.
wrong with you, yo?
Back in the day,
Y'all just
Negro.
talking shit out the sky now, nigga. Cause that was the terminology of the day, yo. What they didn't know was
I'm done with Kent. I'm done with Kent.
Yeah.
I'm done with Kent, yo.
So,
why y'all gotta be done with me?
In 2020,
Yo, this shit is called the Negro.
2022 thing.
The book is called the Negro. It's talking about black
That's what they called us
people.
back in the day.
I know that, but it's talking about black people. Fuck it. Y'all get. But
If he
now,
say Negro, what is he talking about, King?
right, like what is wrong with y'all?
All right.
Talking about
King.
niggas. You talking about niggas.
Exactly.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that much. At least you kept it.
Kent,
At least
hey,
you kept
Kent,
that one real.
Hey, Kent, we're going to act like that wasn't the order of business.
Man, that's what I'm trying to.
In the 30s and the 40s.
I'm trying to tell these niggas,
Alvin
man.
Churchwood, they all said the Negro.
I don't know
like,
how.
we just, hold on.
I don't know
Is that how we
how
gonna sit here and do this? So we gonna judge. We gonna really. That's what we don't. That's what we doing.
I don't know how Corey and Chef don't understand that. We talking about the 50s.
But I don't care if they don't understand that. Like
not talking about.
No, he was.
Man, y'all crazy.
Go ahead.
Y'all crazy as fuck.
Nah, y'all don't understand the 50s. What the time?
Nah, they just want bash, nigga. Nah.
Garvey,
they want change
Malcolm
the and shit. The nigga said indigenous Africans, nigga. Whether he added black, light skin, whatever the fuck.
What indigenous Africans was he talking about?
Y'all know what the argument was, man. Y'all know what the argument was, man.
What indigenous
Africans
was he talking about?
Was like Africans didn't do that.
Hold up, Chef.
Y'all know that. Y'all gonna act like they said that. And them time periods, yo, they was fighting.
I got him, yo. I got him right here. Hold on, Chef. Hey, Chef. Was Egypt?
Hold on, Chef. Just filibuster and just argue shit.
All right, let King get it out.
Yo, was Egypt started by Africans? Indigenous African. No, I'm asking the question. Yes or no?
Man, the man is talking about Negroes and black
that
people.
Nigga said no. You hear my point, Ken? That nigga said no.
Indigenous Africans, bro. Hold on. Let me ask the question one more time.
No,
let me ask it one more time. Was it started by indigenous?
After I answer you, am I allowed to qualify it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. I said no, but go ahead.
Well, let me answer it first.
Was Egypt started by indigenous?
You don't want to be in the car with me, Chef. Believe me.
I don't want to be in the car with you.
Yes or no, Corey and Chef. I want both of y'all to answer that.
All right, well, let me answer first because you dig what I'm saying.
Corey said no. So go ahead, Chef.
Yeah. All right. If you're making it broad, yes. It was started by indigenous Africans.
So y'all disagree. So you and Corey disagree.
No, fuck whether me and Corey disagree. We're talking about the premise of what they're saying. If the book is talking about Negroes, the indigenous Africans that they're saying started Egypt was Negro black people. See, that's the point, Kent.
Black people. Y'all talking
do you black see, people. Do you see what I'm showing on the screen here?
Yeah, what you got?
I want to give you. I'm gonna give you another example. No. I'm just giving another example. This is from Black Man in the Nile, right?
Okay.
Where Dr. Ben uses indigenous Africans, right? And he does this several times when he uses this term, and he sort of he describes the people groups that he's talking about, right? So if you look on this third line here, right, he talks about. At which time the indigenous Africans, and he has it in quotes, he puts the groups Negroes, Bantus, Pygmies, or whatever else, right, had already developed most of their Nile Valley high cultures, right? But that's I don't want to get into the context of it, but I'm just giving you an example of how he sort of uses this. Yeah. But I would have to go back earlier, right? In this, I would have to read all the way.
Go ahead and read it, Brendan.
Yeah, hold on just a second.
He was
but this is how he uses.
We understand what he's saying.
Indigenous Africans.
Not indigenous African the way that y'all saying it.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
He was being specific.
Yes, it is.
The black groups, yo.
Hey, Brendan, what is that word or whatever, my nigga? What is he saying or whatever else? He's saying everybody on the continent of Africa is indigenous.
That's my interpretation. When he says indigenous Africans, he's talking about all the people groups of Africa. He puts them squarely in this indigenous Africans group.
Got you.
Thank you.
Right now, for me,
good point.
Right, that's
good point.
Me,
oh yeah. Go ahead, Brendan.
For me,
go ahead, Brendan. No,
so y'all
see, Chef don't agree with
no,
that.
Y'all don't understand Dr. Ben now.
No.
Nah,
but I would say,
fuck.
But I would say this for me. That's a mistake for me, right? Because now we're putting, like, for instance, I'm putting Bantus and Pygmies in the same people groups, right? Should you be more distinct? Of course you should, right? These are Bantus, Negroes. These are very vague, very broad groups. Some of them are vague, some of them are broad. Like, for instance, Negroes is everybody, right? But does Bantus and Pygmies fall into the Negroes category? Again, right? This is some of the gripes that I have with it. But from a broader perspective, I see what he's saying. He's basically saying all people groups of Africa when he says indigenous Africans, right?
Facts.
That's what I understand.
Why he ain't named the Berbers and them and all? He didn't name that, yo. He named the group.
Okay, yeah.
Y'all gotta be.
Let's bring it back to the topic. Let's bring it back to the
You know what?
Change it.
You know what? Go ahead. Now it's Corey's turn, yo. I can't do this with y'all, yo.
Yeah,
like I done
So-
went and seen Dr. Ben speak. I didn't watch his lectures. Now I don't know what Dr. Ben. Man, get the fuck out of here, yo.
Now, are you saying that Dr. Ben didn't think?
Crazy.
Are you saying that Dr. Ben said the North Africans weren't an indigenous African population?
He ain't mentioned them in the place that he's talking
Hold
about.
Hold up. Nubians are North Africans too.
Hold on. In the place that he's talking about, he didn't mention them.
What page you on, Brendan?
All right.
Hold on. Let me find that. Hold on.
I think we got him on the. I think we got him on the ropes.
Hold on. Let me find it.
I think we got him on the ropes.
Brendan, what page is that?
Hold on. Let me find.
I think they on the ropes. I think they on the ropes, Brendan.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
I think we got him on the ropes.
Hey, Kent, how many Dr. Ben fucking videos do I gotta send you before you fucking realize that nigga was a fucking blackologist? He do not mean what modern scholars mean by motherfucking indigenous.
I mean, but how could he mean that though?
Mean that shit, yo.
But how could he mean that though?
That shit. So
But how could he know that?
Like he do. Stop
But
acting
how?
like that
How,
shit is
bro?
equivalent,
How?
yo.
How?
That's not equivalent.
How?
He was a goddamn blackologist.
Oh man, that black
This is-
You got, hey yo, you got Chef Hot. You got Chef Hot
No,
out
this
here.
the same motherfucker that said that black people came to the America
got Chef Hot.
2,000 years before Columbus.
Right.
Yeah, you muddied up.
Oh.
Yeah, and he was wrong for that.
It's 115 if you want to get its full context.
No, I want the page you just showed.
Well, yes, it starts that paragraph. That paragraph starts at 115 and bleeds over into 116. That's why I would say I was in the middle of it, but I didn't want to read the entire paragraph.
You know what I said
was
though,
just,
right, Chef?
I was just showing the
Okay, go ahead,
context
dog.
in which he uses indigenous Africans. But if you want to get the full context, you got to start at 115.
European American historians. Here you go. Look, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. European American historians and Egyptologists of the Caucasians and or Semitic schools. Yep. Absolutely right. They call them the Orientalists. Yep. All that shit. He's right. He ain't going right there. Watch this. Have completely forgotten that commercial as well as social and sexual intercourse amongst all of the indigenous Nile Valley, blue and white Africans, right, were commonplace before the first so-called Caucasian. He's right. Now, he's talking about the mix of them. Caucasian Semites and Hamites, or otherwise called Hyksos or Shepherd Kings or Bedouin, watch this, from Asia arrived in Northeast Africa at Tamari in about 1675 BCE, at which time the indigenous Africans, Negroes, Bantus, Pygmy, or whatever else had already developed most of their Nile Valley high cultures and were in the midst of 18th dynasty Talmai for Tanisi in Ethiopia. Now tell me where that
was wrong.
Right? Because he said
that
at 1600. Once he used Caucasian, right? He was wrong. Because a lot of those types, a lot of those types in Egypt could be classified as Caucasian.
And not only that,
am I right or am I wrong?
They came in as 1600. That was crazy.
Right. That's a fucking lie.
Right.
It's not a
lie. You say 1600. Hold on. You said 16.
Bernard. Go ahead, Bernard. What you saying, Bernard?
Hold on. You said 1600
BC.
No, not 16.
They're talking about BC.
Oh, okay. 1675. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but
they came in. The Afro-Asiatics came in at that time.
Yeah, he didn't make that up though, nigga. That was the running down.
Yeah, it was one time period where they considered Afro-Asians and Ethiopians. They considered them Caucasians and shit too at one point in time.
Thank you, Gullah. Thank you. Thank you. So we gotta stop the bullshit.
No, what you talking about?
I don't.
Hey, Gullah, unmute yourself. Gullah, unmute yourself.
Through this whole Egypt argument.
Gullah, unmute yourself.
Now you say that today.
What's up?
You say that today.
Gullah, we talking about in 1940, Gullah.
Right.
Gullah, stay with me, Gullah. You got fucked with me, Gullah.
Them was using the same verbiage though,
No, they was using Caucasians back then. Negroid, Caucasoid.
Exactly. So what did a Caucasian
man, y'all
mean
bugging
in
out,
that
man.
context?
He does say white Caucasians, Semite or Hamite, right? So is he making a distinction between white Caucasian and non-white Caucasian? He does call it out.
I don't even know where he
white
Caucasian, evolution,
right? So
using those terms. That don't even make sense to a person that understands evolution. Like the term.
That was the language of the time. Hey Corey, I can accept that. Because that was the language.
Not if he understand evolution.
Back in 19, are you serious, yo?
Yeah, that was the times, yo.
Yes.
Man, that was the language of the time.
Wow, yo, you
put our brains in the
50s.
Got to put our brains in the 50s.
You're not gonna fool me with that 1970.
We got to put our brains in the 50s,
That's not an excuse to me. It's not.
We got to.
So go ahead.
We got to be an excuse, Corey, because I mean that's the times, yo.
But
this man
by
talking about
Argon,
Argon 40 dates and all that. He don't understand
science was already out, Ken. The real science, if he understood evolution, Ken.
Maybe he didn't understand it all the way. Maybe he didn't understand it all the way.
Maybe the shit wasn't there for him to understand. You ever thought? Anybody ever thought about that? Yeah, do y'all know the human genome was mapped out?
I mean, are we serious? Obviously, we thought about it. You've been saying that all night.
So why you keep doing it then?
No, what I'm saying is that it was the information.
I didn't see you call a white boy a liar. I didn't see you call Howard University a liar. I didn't hear that. So is Howard University lying, bro?
It ain't about Howard.
Is Raymond W. Logan from Howard University a liar? When he called them the Negroes, was he lying, bro?
He was wrong.
Oh, thank you then.
Okay.
So was Dr.
So
Ben?
Didn't have an understanding.
Hold on. Hold on. We gotta back up, yo. Was Dr. Ben a proponent of pushing that Egypt was a black civilization started by black people? What wasn't that one of his main staples of his of the shit that he taught?
Since I actually read the damn books, he was covering all the fucking bases because white people were straight crazy back then. He was saying,
no, that's not what I asked you.
Why am I when I?
That's not what I asked you, bro.
We know white people.
And it is what you asked me, bro. You gotta let me finish my point.
You gotta let him finish,
Jeff. You gotta let me finish.
Understand white people was racist.
Y'all gotta let niggas finish their sentences though.
No,
man.
Kim, but everything gotta start out with the white
Reggie
people
off,
was racist.
and then they doing the same shit. Get out of here with that crap, man.
Everybody got to let everybody finish.
Go ahead. Tell us how that was racist.
We gotta let Corey finish when he finished, and then we gotta let finish. Like everybody gotta finish.
I'm simply saying that Dr. Ben was covering all the bases: indigenous Africans, Bantu, the nigga from the Boogaloo shrimp, any goddamn thing at that point. Because they say these niggas, the great northern fucking race came in and created shit, and civilization started outside of fucking Africa. Y'all tripping. Y'all tripping.
Okay, they was wrong. They was wrong. So now let's talk about Dr. Ben now.
Let's go.
Now they was wrong. So now let's talk about Dr. Ben. Now let's answer Sheffrin's question. Was that his premise?
Dr. Ben was wrong about the using the social construct, Negro and black, but he was right about the indigenous African shit. And y'all can go spooky and act like y'all know what the fuck he meant. He meant homegrown niggas on the continent is what that nigga meant.
Yeah, niggas.
Homegrown niggas,
black
right?
people.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
done. Niggas, black people.
I'm done.
Now, Kent. Hey, Kent. Now you heard what I said. Now, if you piggyback off that shit and try to spin it back on us,
what I'm trying to spin?
No, you heard what Unc said.
Yeah,
he was talking about niggas.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you
use the
can.
word nigga. Then you gonna play that game that?
I say he got lucky, and the indigenous Africans just so happened to be niggas.
No, they wasn't niggas.
What you would consider to be African, black Africans, my nigga.
Y'all want it every way.
Hey,
yo.
Chef. Hey, Chef.
Y'all want it every way.
Hey, Chef. Hold on. Chef, would you consider Ethiopians to be black Africans or Sudanese to be black Africans? Yes or no?
What the
yes or no?
Yo?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I don't get
black in what way, Ken?
See, black and what way?
So look, we had a conversation. So hold up. What the audience don't know, we have conversations off the YouTube and shit. And what Chef and Corey explained to me was black Africans, what they consider to be black Africans was sub-Saharan, dark-skinned Africans. Correct? Am I wrong?
The phenotype, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So are Sudanese black Africans? Yes or no?
Yes. The
Nubians.
I've already explained that though.
Hold on. Are the Nubians black Africans?
I'm not totally sure. I don't really know. I don't really
That's kind of a redundant station because Nubians and Sudanese is not a monolith. You had different people over there. You had Nilo-Saharan, you had Afro-Asian groups.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? You just can't say that. You had in between shit.
Hey, Gullah, nobody even listen to that. We don't understand that, Gullah.
Are they black? Chef, let me ask Chef. Since Chef asked me a question, I'm gonna ask Chef.
Gullah diving out, might even more.
Chef Free.
You know, like one part of the Egyptians is kind of black, and the other part ain't really black, and then other.
Chef Free.
No, that's what I'm saying. I ain't using black at all. I'm saying you had Nilo-Saharan groups which have a distinct look, and you have Afro-Asian group have distinct look.
Hey, Gullah, hold on, Gullah.
I'm
asking.
You had in between motherfuckers because they was intermarried with each other for
Gullah, but I'm asking Chef Free. I'm asking Chef Free, Alon 2L, and Concrete Corey.
Because if you go to Northeast Sudan. Northeast Sudan is totally different than Central Sudan. There's some different shit going on. Like it ain't just the same.
That's cool. And are the Nubians North Africans?
Is they sub-Saharan Africa? Are they below that line them niggas drawn? That's what I'm asking.
I don't even like that.
I'm gonna ask you though, is they below that line they draw it up?
Or they below the line? They above the line, below the line. I don't fuck with that line.
Okay, all right. I just want to hear that line. And what's the name of that line? Sub-Saharan African line. That's that line. Now we don't want to use the line. Last year they was beating me up with the line, Brendan. Now this year we don't want to use the line.
I wasn't.
Gullah not in that argument.
Hold on, Chef and them ain't asking my question. Gullah
like the line.
I never fucked the line. Remember?
Now we use
Gullah can jump in the same.
It's tropical African now.
Yeah,
it's not sub-Saharan there. It's tropical African.
So go ahead, Kent. Go ahead.
What is black
African? I got some bullets for you, Kent.
And I don't even care.
No, you be on some bullshit because now you're arguing for Dr. Ben like he wasn't a blackologist, yo. Like that wasn't his fucking premise.
Right now. I'm talking about the point about the.
But we're talking about Dr. Ben, yo. You acting like. You're acting like Dr. Ben wasn't arguing a certain point, yo. You're acting like he meant indigenous African the way that you're interpreting indigenous.
And I said he got lucky. African. And I said he got lucky.
All right, well, that's your. How do you get lucky?
Say the nigga got lucky, yo.
The indigenous Africans just so happen to be.
Everybody knows that motherfucking tropical Africans are indigenous. Man, y'all sound crazy as shit.
The tropical Africans help Egypt.
Listen, we know that Bantu people didn't come from nowhere else but fucking Africa, yo. So we know they indigenous.
The tropical
you that
people.
sound fucking stupid,
The
yo.
tropical people help.
No, I'm
build-
talking to Kent.
help
I'm
build
talking to
Egypt.
Kent. I got
Right.
Kent.
Yeah,
Man,
come on.
Kent
Yeah, they
is in,
did.
how you
You
say we in the middle
had
of
tropical, you had tropical people there, and you had our Frasians there who adapted who adapted there from
I don't know about
Thank you, Keller.
mountain
You
to mountain.
got people from out there who built it. Egypt is not in the goddamn tropics, so no tropical niggas built Egypt.
No.
Stop the
Listen,
bullshit.
listen.
Cut
What
the
I'm
bullshit
saying.
out. I'm not
Hey,
going
Brennan, he
for
gonna
it,
get
BT.
beat up, Brennan. You hear him?
You're not gonna tell me about 2 or 3 black tropical niggas that was up there that picked up the trash on the fucking job site, BT.
No,
you're not gonna do this shit.
That ain't what I'm
they was
saying.
picking up trash. They was picking up trash on the trash.
Wow.
But in Dr. Ben's own words. But in Dr. Ben, I'm
Listen,
sorry.
hold on.
Egypt is not located in tropical Africa.
This
So
man did rising, yo.
no, there's no
I'ma
way,
see if he
shape, or
sound like
form
Rising, yo.
that tropical niggas built Egypt. That shit
You
is
got two-
stupid.
you got-
and
you
I-
got-
and
but think
y'all
about
need to
it.
stop the
But
bullshit.
But think about it. In Dr. Ben's own words.
You got two
Hold on,
egos.
hold on.
Go ahead,
Let
go ahead.
Brennan go real quick, yo. Go
No,
ahead,
yo,
Brennan.
this is just a quick point, and I said this earlier, and I don't think it may have slipped everybody a bit, right? In Dr. Ben's own words, when he talked about Egyptologists and archaeologists robbing the graves over there in Egypt, right? He said that property belongs to indigenous Africans, right? And he said the people of Harlem are their descendants. The people of the Harlems of the world are the descendants of those people. And that property, right, belongs to the descendants of those people in Harlem. He said that specific. Right. I don't think it gets any clearer in terms of what his stance is.
Yeah, that's the bullshit. That's the bullshit right there.
When he says that, okay, well, does he think that Black Africans built or have a connection to Egypt? You don't get any clearer than that.
The Harlems of the world, though. Hold on. He said the Harlems of the world, though, right?
The Harlems of this world. When he says Harlem,
you gotta stop,
No, I don't gotta stop. Hey, Brendan, see, we back on that again, right? If this man is saying the Harlems of the world, he's simply saying Black people all over the world built Egypt.
Right.
Or indigenous
that's what we're saying,
African
Black
built
people.
Egypt. Right. And so we won't, and since we know the social construct is wrong, we'll take that out. Right. He got that part wrong, but he didn't get the indigenous part wrong, because y'all acting like they was arguing against, one, African people starting civilization, and two, African people being the origin of civilization. That's why I read this shit, y'all.
But
so
that's not what we was
so I think
talking
that's
about.
the clear point, though, yo.
But we
No,
can
it's
agree.
not. That's not
but,
clear.
But we can
It is
agree that
very
he
clear.
meant he was talking about Black people.
Exactly.
But that's
Right.
but hold on.
Exactly. So
wait,
right
wait, wait. But hold on.
Pin, put a pin right there.
You
Right.
gotta put a pin in that.
Hold on. Whoa. So we trying to act like that Dr. Ben and them niggas understood that quote unquote blue-eyed motherfuckers was indigenous to Africa. They didn't know that. The DNA shit wasn't out. None of that shit was out. Based off of the basic shit that they was doing in that time period, bro. We thought that it was Black Africa. How we gonna act? So we gonna
that's why I
sit
say
and act
he
like
got lucky.
that they wasn't calling shit the dark continent based
And
off
that's
the color
why-
niggas skin. Hold on, I'm gonna do
That's
this,
why
y'all.
I
Now,
say
come
he
here.
got
No,
lucky
Ken,
because
Ken,
he
don't cut
didn't
me
know
off,
that.
Ken, I'm gonna show y'all something. Watch this.
Go ahead.
What was the 5 races? I'm gonna ask you, Corey.
Don't do this, please
mumble
don't
and
do
jumble.
this, yo.
I don't care about.
Hey, come on, yo.
You might want to ask somebody.
Corey, I'm asking you, Corey. What was the 5 races?
I don't know. I don't know what the 5
Was
races.
it?
Brendan just made a clear point, yo.
No, he did. No, he didn't.
In Dr.
I'ma talk to
Ben's
James.
own
Hey, James,
words,
James.
yo. And you're still
Can I just get my time to talk, though? That's all I want. James, where you
still
at,
trying
James?
trying to trick
No,
us,
yeah, where you at, James? I'm making my point the long way.
James gonna
James
log
is
up.
gone.
James
James
gonna
out.
log up.
trying to trick us.
Hey,
I'm back.
Moses.
Hold on,
Hey,
I'm
Moses,
back.
can I ask you a question?
Now
James,
you
can I ask
lying to us.
Yo, can I talk, though? Let me talk. Let me lie then. James.
We don't want
Hey, James, at that time, right,
Some
James?
fucked up shit, yo.
James, it was 5 races, right, James? Can you name the 5 races?
He don't
I
know.
can't name the 5 races based on.
Okay, let's do this. Caucasoid. Where did the Caucasoids live at?
They came from the Caucasus Mountains.
Okay. Mongoloids. Where did the Mongoloids live at?
Probably, I'm not sure about the Mongoloids.
Asia,
but I would say off in
Asia.
In Asia. I mean, if we just want to just talk about modern terms in Asia.
Yeah, we got to do it like we back in that time then, right? So we got the Caucasoids, we got the Mongoloids, right? Now then you got the Native Americans. Where was the Native Americans' homeland at?
Off in North America. Or north and South America.
Now and then we got now we got the Oceania.
That's the Papua New Guinea.
Now we got the fucking Negroes. What was their homeland?
What they call now the continent of Africa.
So what the fuck are we talking about then? Obviously, everybody thought that the Negroes came from North America and everybody had their set home. We gonna play that game like that? Is that what we trying to do right now? No matter what y'all say, no matter how y'all try to put that. Now y'all want to move the Negroes out of Africa and put them somewhere at the tip, about to fall off into the ocean some damn where to prove y'all point. Man, I'm done with y'all, man. I'm done. I'm done.
Nobody thought that in 1970.
Yes, they was. They was arguing over the home. They what, bro? Are you already right there? We're talking to the black community. They wasn't telling niggas. Niggas was thinking in the niggas right now don't think they come from Africa. We got niggas thinking they come from North America right now. So you trying to tell me that deep?
Look, I'm not worried about what somebody.
Yo, 70 years ago, we gonna act like that. Yo, we right now niggas come on this show and say that we the motherfucking Native Americans, bro. That when Nation of Islam say we the Asiatic black man. This shit still occurs right now. So imagine.
No, because my baby mama was born in the 1970s, right? Like, I mean, it's not like
bro, I was born in the 1970s. What you saying?
Okay, so you learned about evolution. You didn't learn about Homo erectus and all them shits in fucking in elementary school.
No, bro.
Like the information was there. Like it was not like we was not living in the 1920s. It was not the 1920s. In 1970, we got to quit acting like nobody in the black community was educated. I don't know why y'all trying to make it seem like that. That's disrespectful.
Absolutes, Corey. We saying the general African American
in general,
black evolution right now.
In general, black people was educated in the 70s.
Are you serious, dude? All right, you know what, yo. I think I made my point.
I would go as far as to say black people in the 70s was getting a better education than they is today.
Now I gotta keep beating.
I would venture to say that black people in the 70s is getting a better education than they is today. That's what I would venture to say that.
Yeah, in your mind.
Yeah, that's an opinion, but I would definitely venture to say that.
Yo. My bad, yeah.
Can I dive in?
Say something. Go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want to say that Dr. Bin was wrong. Because for him, an African was sub-Saharan Africa. When he said the Bantu, the indigenous Africans is the
nigga off here. What
the fuck is that up?
Oh man, why y'all want to kick dude off, man?
Come on, like you kick Reggie off. I'm out of here. This for Reggie. I'm kicking him out for Reggie. Reggie, this one.
That was for Brother Reggie.
That was
niggas out of there.
Cold-blooded, man.
Out of there. That's Reggie. Out of there.
Y'all ain't right. He ain't never came on.
Yo, who was this?
I don't know who that was.
No, that was an agent.
Was wrong.
That was an agent.
What was that?
But what's so cold about it is they agree with him too.
North African,
that was an agent.
That these niggas don't want to have a real
Hell no.
He was from Africa.
Man, look, don't be letting them agents.
I don't know who that was. Who was that?
He was from
Africa. He got shot.
Motherfucking North African. Y'all niggas do not want to have a fucking conversation.
No.
Yeah, same way y'all want to have
a agents.
African American
conversation with an apple. That's like an apple only on top the other African Americans, yo.
Letting agents on the channel, man.
I believe I ain't mad at that nigga. I need a ID from North Africa. Nigga, how you want that? I don't believe that nigga.
I never met a nigga named McKick.
Just like them niggas be coming in and they just
that just goes to show you
nah.
that these niggas can't handle the conversation, yo.
That
means they got something to fucking hide,
That was not the
y'all niggas got something to hide.
Y'all shot Reggie because y'all couldn't handle the
Y'all got something to hide, yo. No, Reggie got shot because Reggie's too emotional about Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben was wrong because Dr. Ben shot out.
Well, y'all are talking about his teachers directly. So I think it would have been great for him to stay on the panel. Y'all talking about
no, he was too emotional.
Yeah, this guy came up too emotional.
Just kicked the North African off, yo.
Yeah, he's gone. He's out
the game. For no reason.
Unlock his name. Now,
for no reason, yo.
Because he was finna tell him who he was. He was finna tell him who he was for real.
Right. He was gonna tell you who him and his people is. And these niggas don't want to hear that because they want to believe that they are the North African somehow.
Whatever.
Nah, that nigga was an agent.
Ain't got
shit. Hey, check this out. Okay, while we on this subject, check it out. I put a link in the chat. This is a leading archaeologist dealing with Kush and Nubi. I think that would be a good link for us to check out because
it ain't Egypt though.
Well, what I'm saying, if somebody could share that link right there, we could listen to what he's saying about it. Is Kemet?
What they gonna say that Egypt was actually?
No, I haven't even listened to the whole total thing of it, but I know that he's an archaeologist that specializes off in Sudan. So it would be good if we could listen to somebody that's in the field right now. And a matter of fact, he's a European. So I think that link that I share right there, just hit that. And let's discuss that topic. What he said. He's talking about his Kemet. He's saying his Kemet a part of Nubia or whatever. I mean, I think it's an interesting video if y'all want to check it out.
These niggas can't really have the conversation, yo. They can't have it. It's too emotional. It's too much, yo. Like
I can't believe I did that.
I can't believe they knocked off Reggie, my man. That's my main man. They murked my main man. You know I'm gonna shoot the first person speaking the wrong language.
What did that dude have to do with it, yo?
And that nigga was talking about Dr. Ben, nigga from Mexico, some motherfucking way talking. Now I don't hear that shit. Now, North Africa talking about Dr. Ben. Nigga, you want America, nigga. I don't hear that shit at all. I definitely don't want to hear that. Ain't no street in Arabia named after Dr. Ben. I don't know.
The truth. That will always sound good.
So the North African really ain't African then.
I forgot we were.
No, I'm saying I don't want to hear North African.
My bad. I gotta
talk about North Africa.
No, we was having a good. It's Northeast Africa. That nigga ain't from Northeast. He's from Morocco, some fucking way. I don't hear that shit.
Nigga, you ain't from nowhere near the motherfucker.
I'm from the continent.
No, you are not from the continent. You are American. Drinking clean water.
Not the continent, huh? Niggas don't even want to hear the real Africans talk about Africa.
My ancestors come from Africa.
For some reason, the real Africans talk about Africa.
Now we got real Africans.
To these niggas, man.
Now we got the real Africans.
You people of the Harlems of the world. He's a you people African.
He's not a real African.
You people of the Harlems of the world.
Right.
I'm going with the Harlems of the world, man. The Harlem in every city.
Hey, but I forgot we was on your channel though, man. I gotta apologize for kicking Reggie out. I thought we was on the pseudo killers, right? But
hey, Corey,
so I'm gonna apologize.
Hey, yo, I went back and listened to that shit with that dude just now. Boy, that shit funny as hell, man. McKecho, whoever that nigga was, yo, that shit was hilarious.
He's been on the panel a couple times, talking with Ngozi.
I think I'm gonna let that man beat up on Dr. Ben. Y'all got me.
He done came on and killed Uncle a couple times already. So
never killed me.
That's why he didn't want him on the panel before. Okay, we know me.
Call that up.
I didn't know who he was, y'all. Like, who the fuck is this dude?
Somebody from the midst of somewhere talking about Dr. Ben ain't never
beat up.
Get out of here with that. Trying to judge Dr. Ben on some 2022 shit. I ain't trying to get out of here. We just sit here So I'm trying to get everybody's mind back doing the tyranny. And this dude somewhere across the water, he don't got that experience at all.
No,
it's not. We're not arguing. No, the conversation is not an argument about what Egypt is and what it's not. The conversation is based around Dr. Ben's work and his information during that time and how he was fighting for the origin of civilization at that time. That's all.
That's what he was saying.
He gonna come on here and act like
he was saying he read the work though.
Who?
The brother.
He was going to describe why he thought Dr. Ben was wrong, right?
See?
But he right along with Sheffer and them, so they all on the same.
No. We didn't hear what he said. We didn't even have a chance to hear it.
The first sentence came out of his mouth.
We don't got to debate over the social construct, whether the social construct is wrong.
That's why Unc got him up out of here.
I can't do that, but we can throw Reggie off though.
That nigga said hello, and we was like,
we can't throw Reggie off.
No, as soon as he said something about Dr. Ben was wrong, that's when Unc pulled the plug like he should have. Beautiful.
You out of there, dog.
Got him out of there beautifully.
They don't like the truth over here on the
he
real
get a reprieve.
Get him right out of there.
I'm
right with.
They don't deal with the truth on the real black atheist.
Yeah, not at all.
We don't accept that, Pan-African. We don't accept that.
Right.
They want an echo chamber on the real black atheist.
All day. Echo, Dr.
That wasn't
over here.
No, he wasn't even in line with the laws of my yacht. That don't go together.
Man, y'all made Dr. Ma'at get off the pan. Boy, y'all something else, man.
That was you and Reggie.
This RBA channel is unhinged, right?
Whoa. I can't
All right, first of all, I'm not trying to hear from no North African shit talking North African. They be running off in the chat room. So for real, I ain't listening to none of y'all nigga Ben. Nigga been talking shit.
Wow. So
I'm because I'm because he run his mouth. Now,
shit talking nigga.
So he ain't never got to come back over here. How about that? Matter of fact, let me block him out my chat. Let me do that. Running your mouth. I can't even hear y'all niggas talk. Somebody
running your mouth is
somebody you don't know.
Walking them about Black Egypt.
Done. Let me see. Where you at?
That's what running your mouth is nowadays.
What's running your mouth, Sheffer?
To disagree with Unc.
But for the record,
you gotta agree with Unc and Dr. Ben. If you don't, you're running your mouth.
Yeah, I got you. You out of here, bro. Talking shit in the chat, nigga. Watch, you're done. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. He's gone. You're out of there. Now, anybody else? Any North African talking shit, I'm murking as we speak. Now, where you at? Do I see enough? Got him. Bye-bye. Now.
He's sleepy, yo.
Yeah, out of there. Yeah, all that North African shit out of there.
Hey, there's more than one. There's more than one way to be African. There's no one way to be African, huh?
There's only one way to get shot over this.
That's why I don't mean
nothing.
That's why I don't mean nothing.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, because they really talking about Black people.
Yeah,
yo. That's, I mean, they proved this shit a million times over, yo.
That's the bait and switch there, Sheffer.
African. I am. You're out of here. You're gone. Bye-bye. Killing all the North Africans there. Boom.
You don't even know
bye-bye.
He's not even in the chat.
They're out of my life. They just got shot. That's another one for you, Reggie. I'm shooting all North Africans. Bye-bye.
Hey, yo, y'all already covered.
Don't worry about it.
We got the code.
He gave us the code. We're gonna get you back. We're gonna get you back.
Hey, yo, y'all covered Nap the Plier yet?
No, I don't want to talk about that. I'm shooting all fake North Africans like we know they North Africans. Nigga talking shit. Just like them about the Indians. Shooting.
What? God damn, yo can't even have a.
You mean the great astronomical observatory not the Plier?
Yeah, that's let's get down to the bottom of it, yo.
Come on.
I think, hey Chef, to be honest with you, I think you got picked up on that in the text though, because you ain't really had nothing to combat what Unc was talking about on that.
They capped out.
Was somebody gonna show that?
Ain't do it.
Was somebody gonna show that video or?
Yeah, I was gonna show this video with the Egypt,
video on what?
With the archaeologist from Sudan that was talking about the was Kemet a black civilization or whatever. I wanted y'all to see to get y'all opinion on this video.
Ain't Tariq Nasheed.
Hold on, let me share my screen real quick.
Hold on, let me see.
And share the audio.
The link, the link is right there out in the chat.
Right there. Don't get me. Hold on.
But this guy right here,
hold on, bro.
Okay. His name is Timothy Kendall.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I ain't never heard of him.
We can't hear it.
Okay. I was just waiting. I thought you told me to wait. Okay, hold on. I'll play it now.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, play it. Unk need a strike over here. Go ahead and get him a strike.
Oh, are you sharing your audio?
Yeah, his headline fucked up.
You hear it?
No, I might have to grab it. Can't hear it.
Y'all can't hear it?
No, you gotta share your audio as well.
It's gonna be misinformation. You're gonna get a strike.
So y'all couldn't hear
Tell
it?
from his headline that shit.
Yeah, when you share it, you have to click the button that says share audio.
He
as
talking
well.
about some shit from back in the day.
Okay, well, hold on, Brendan. The link is in the chat. Maybe you can do it. Because I put the link right there in the chat.
Got it.
Yep, Unk has it. He's gonna play it.
Then they paused
It is Sunday at the movies, so
then they paused it.
Yeah, but the question is, the guy asked him, is Kemet a black civilization? He said it's a hot topic. I don't know where he's getting that from. Maybe he's listening in on what we're talking about as well. But I thought that was interesting because he's the lead. He thinks he comes from Harvard University. He's one of the lead guys on the Sudan. And that particular civilization.
Yo, was it a time? Was it a time you want me to come to, Tom?
Right when he starts talking at the table, right after they show the Kushite pyramids.
All right.
But give us a generalization. Summarize why he getting that. Summarize what he said. What did he say? What was his name?
Yeah, we got to get out of if or not if it was a black civilization anyway.
Well, what put me on to the guy is something that I was studying up on the Kushite kingdom, and then they had made a quote about him that I thought that was interesting, where he was separating lower Kemet from Egypt altogether.
Man. Don't spill the beans. Hold on. Let me play.
No, go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's it. Now I think you got to go up some. Just go up to where all this introduction stuff stops.
Yeah, because I don't want them to kill me.
You know you're in the car with. So Pan-African, you got to clarify to that Egypt was a black thing, right? Am I correct on that?
I don't think I need to clarify that to Unc. I think me and Unc is in agreement on that. I need to maybe try to help you guys out. But I don't have to tell Unc anything.
Facts.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to the social construct.
Now that is what you call academic honesty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, like, why would it be a problem if it was?
Hilarious, boy.
Yeah, that's it right there.
All right, here we go.
He ain't heard the song.
Man, y'all, come on, man. Y'all gonna talk through the video? Really?
Bad. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Kemet is the ancient name of Egypt. It's what the Egyptians call Egypt.
They thought Egypt, the Delta, around the Nile, and they took from Egypt.
I know it's confusing for me too. I think it's just a word they use for Egypt. But it could be. It could also be. I mean, for example, we know that these names meant different things at different times. They use the name Kush, for example. For a while, it only meant this kingdom just above the Third Cataract. But in the Second Intermediate period, Kush extended all the way to Aswan.
Correct.
Or maybe even further. So
I can't hear it.
Yeah, I thought that was just me, yo. He got too much noise in his background, I think. You even understand what he's saying, yo.
Nah, if y'all stop talking, we can actually hear it.
No, I'm talking about his background. His background.
Yo, maybe we may have to interpretate for those that can't.
Nah, they don't want to hear yo, because I was definitely hearing it till y'all start running y'all mouth. Y'all
like a bunch of noise, man.
There's a lot of audio.
Yes, because they in a rep.
Nah, I heard what he was saying.
Yeah, so what he was saying was that.
Well, what did he say?
We heard it, yo. Y'all gotta be quiet.
No, you go ahead and tell us. That's what we said.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Nah,
hear that.
they ain't bullshitting. Like his shit was fucked. His audio
I know
was fucked
because
up.
you
out
gotta
there.
focus though.
I don't have that type of focus, yo. Tell me what that nigga was saying, yo.
There's a lot of
in the
people
chat.
talking in that restaurant, yo.
Man, how many in the chat could hear that? Yes or no? People
Listen, man, tell us what the man was saying. God
Put
damn.
a one in there. Put a one in there. That was a bunch of noise. Put a one in there. That was a bunch of noise.
Yeah, I heard it too. He said that, depending on the time period, it started. It went as low as the third cataract, but then sometimes the territory fluctuated and went as far as Aswan. And he said maybe even further.
Right.
How long I've been saying that?
For Kush?
No. How long did I tell you that the border was a moving border around Aswan? How long have I? Be honest. As long as we've been having this conversation.
Man, I'm not. I mean,
So I'm saying what's the significance of that?
I don't know. We need to finish listening to what the point.
Well, I think the significance of it is that they based on certain people coming into that region, they differentiated between themselves and other people that was coming in. And that border would fluctuate based on that. So when the Hyksos come in, they move.
The Hyksos ain't even go down that far. You ain't stop.
Yeah, I know that, Shepard. What I'm saying, but when they come in, they differentiated themselves from the Hyksos kings. That's why you have an intermediate period, because it's not they don't recognize them as real royalty. That's what those intermediate periods are. They're letting you know that we don't recognize these people as the real indigenous rulers of this land. And then when we take it back, then the civilization continues on. So that's how you can recognize if someone is actually foreign rulers or actual the rulers that.
Okay, but what if I could show you that the Hyksos has sway further south than what people initially thought they did? That there was people in the south that actually recognized, let me stop saying south, to the south who actually, accepted Hyksos rule.
Yeah, well, they did business with them because, that's who was in charge at the time in the north.
Yeah, so
that's just business.
It's not just a blanket term that the Hyksos just ruled the Delta. Like, if you had money,
that's pretty much where they ruled at. But they did have influence further south.
Okay, go ahead. Finish. He can finish.
No, I'm just agreeing with what you're saying, but I'm just saying they did just pretty much rule the Delta. That was the area that they took over for they were most prominently known in. But they did have influence with them further in the south. But matter of fact, they pinched them in between the Nubian civilization and the Hyksos civilization. They pushed them down.
All right, let me see if we can hear this. Hold on, man. Let's see.
At different times. I mean, it's like we had a huge debate about the term Kemet itself, because some people believe that Kemet is just part of the Delta, and some people believe Kemet is just around the Nile, the black land or the black soil around the Nile, and goes all the way to Jebel Barkal and beyond. So as Kemet is not only associated with ancient Egypt as well, the relationship between the Kushites and the ancient Egyptians is a little bit complicated, and especially during the 18th dynasty. So even when one of Bianchi's stela or inscriptions, he's the Lord or the King of the two lands, as well as the Lord of Kemet. Like he specified Kemet by itself.
That's right. It's the sandstone stela. Well, I think when he says Kemet, I think he's talking about Egypt specifically, because he says Amun of Karnak has given me the kingship of Kemet, I think. So here we go.
Yeah, that audio is bad. My apologies.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about Egypt, Black Land. I want to talk about the point of, like, we just gotta know, that we cannot apply our information back in the 70s, and judge a person on that. You got to judge a person for the time period. Based off the time period, It was a clear fight, and it was a reason for the fight. Right? They was responding to people saying the great northern race built Egypt. Outsiders. Right? We back at that spot again. Now we trying to use DNA markers to delineate outsiders. We heard it on this show, like the outsiders. Like, we back at that spot again, and we acting like we ain't back at that spot again. This is crazy to me, man. There's somebody claiming to be from North Africa. Who knows where the hell a person is? It's the internet. Jump on here and tell me Dr. Ben was wrong. Wrong for what? Wrong for 2022? Yeah. Of course, we're not even trying to apply the social construct. Of course. What's the point of that? Come on, man. It's crazy, man. Way longer than I need to go. Man.
Hey, listen, I still didn't hear nothing that man said. I mean, it just don't even, it was a bunch of noise to me. But
yeah, what did you get out of what was said in the video, yo? You just start talking about something else, yo. Right. We just listened to a bunch of noise, and you just cut it off and start. Was he saying what you was just saying?
He was saying it's confusing. He said it's confusing, yo. Like, what part was really Kemet, what wasn't, and then the Sudan sometimes with each.
So he didn't know. So he basically said he didn't know then, right?
No, he was saying it's not as clear as everybody want to make it.
He said he was confused. So I mean, shit. I mean, if he was confused, then he didn't know. So we don't need to ask him that.
No, he's a top-notch Sudan guy. Like, he's top-notch.
He didn't say nothing about being confused. Quit lying, Corey. You tripped that.
Man, well, Unc said that. That's what.
Man, he said it's confusing.
I could not hear that.
All right,
so I'm just going off what Unc
look,
said.
we're gonna do this. We're gonna find out who this guy is. We're gonna stop this. We're gonna tell you that this guy is definitely better than Concrete Corey at this point. This is what I do.
Well, he said he was confused. I'm not.
He said it's he said it's confusing. He said it's not as simple as you want to make it. He was just trying to explain the whole Egypt situation. Here you go. This is a Harvard guy. Here you go. Guy from Harvard.
You know they was racist at one time in Harvard, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
You got.
Yeah, here you go. Just the guy right here. Y'all see the screen?
Yep, that's him.
Good.
Sudan, Jabal Barker is an archaeologist, ancient historian specializing in ancient Sudan. Received his doctorate, at Brandeis University, 1974. Served 25 years members and the curatorial staff of the Department of Ancient Egyptian and Near Eastern Art. Yeah. Yeah, big dude on this one. Mm-hmm. Yep, East Ben Sudan. Huh.
So Sudan is part of the Near East then, according to this guy.
No, he just got a degree in Near Eastern Studies.
Right.
Corey crazy for real.
I'm just pointing out.
You can't be this slow in real life.
Yeah, he really is. In real life, he's really that guy. Oh man, that shit funny, yo.
Y'all crazy, boy. Y'all nuts, boy.
Let's see.
So what was if he said he was confused?
No,
right?
he didn't say he was confused. They was trying to talk about the term Kemet, and he said it's confusing. It's based off depending on the time period, how they would apply it.
Oh, so
right?
he wasn't even answering the question that he said then. He was talking about the term Kemet then, right?
Yeah, he was talking about Kemet.
Right. Hold up. Y'all want to know what he was on? This is what made me click and find a video of why what made me interested in checking this out. So it says right here, I'm gonna read the second paragraph. It says, why the Kushites chose to enter Egypt at this critical point in foreign domination is subject to debate. It says archaeologist Timothy Kendall offers his own hypothesis, connecting it to a claim of legitimacy associated with the Jebel Barkal, with Jebel Barkal. Kendall cited that the victory stele in whatever that is, Pi at Jebel Barkal, which stated that Amun of Naphtha granted me to be ruler of every foreign country. This is what Reggie was talking about when he was making fun of Tahaka for saying that you promised me these land. This is what
that was a good. That was
this
a good. Read that again.
This is what led me to this. But hold on, check out what it says.
That's good. Read that again.
It says every foreign. Oh, hold on. Let me read what it says. NAFTA granted me to be ruler of every foreign country. It says
including Egypt.
Huh?
Including Egypt, right?
Yeah, why you
that includes Egypt too. But he's talking about from what capitals that I think Amun told him that he was supposed to rule from. So he said, granted me to be ruler of every foreign country. He says, Amun and Thebes granted me to be ruler of the Black Land. He says, according to Kendall, foreign lands in this region seems to include Lower Egypt, while Kemet seems to refer to a united Upper Egypt and Kemet. And Nubia. So hold up. Listen to what it's saying here.
Right.
What he's saying is that they excluded Lower Egypt from Kemet.
Yeah,
Kemet only means Upper Egypt and Nubia at that time.
Yeah, you got
it. So that's interesting to say that they excluded.
Yo, click that source though, yo. That's what you gotta do. Listen, click 31. Click it.
I can't click it. This is something I screenshotted. So what?
Where did you screenshot it from? That's Wikipedia, right?
Hold on. Yeah, I got that. I'm trying to find. Let me find it for you.
No, go back to his Wikipedia page.
Hold on. I don't know. Hold on, Chef. Y'all got to give me a minute because I had.
This is a screenshot, Chef.
I know from the Wikipedia that looks like a Wikipedia.
Yeah, I know. I'm not denying that it's a Wikipedia source. Hold on. I'm just trying to find where the source is so I can give it to y'all. But I got it. Oh, here it is right here. Hold on. It's Wikipedia, the Kingdom of Kush. Okay, but I'm gonna put it in the chat so y'all can get it.
All right.
But yeah, that's where this comes from. So let me put it in the chat.
I don't got all day on this one because this.
No, that's good. This is a good one.
Nah, man, that's the whole thing. I don't got time for this whole show because that shit y'all niggas die right there, yo.
How?
Hey, Chef.
He only gonna make that claim.
Okay, there's the link right there.
This is a rogue person making a claim, yo.
What do you mean by rogue? What do you mean by that? He's
meaning this is his own assertion.
Hold on.
There's others that make similar claims to this because you can take a look at the cultural continuity that you end up seeing, especially during the early Neolithic. Between what you would say Middle Egypt and Sudan, right? The Central Sudan, you can see that the cultural continuity there. I don't want to give up too much because I know this is Ank's area, right? But you see that cultural continuity in the Neolithic times as well. And then you see a break, right? We talk about the pastoralism, right, as being like a marker that says that, okay, well, this is that cultural continuity that you see between Nubia and what they call it, Upper Egypt, right? The pastoralism flows and the cultural pieces that we see flows between those two regions. And then there's a break there that happens. And then in the Upper Egypt, or what you would call Lower Egypt, right? Instead of what you would see pastoralism, right? You see agriculture, right? You see agricultural and farming, right? And that's one of those pieces that you can see why there's a distinction between those regional areas of Egypt, right? So
I emphasize the original point though, but go ahead.
But that's a part of it when we talk about it, right?
Yeah,
the whole thing was.
I would say too. Even though like the lower part of Egypt, even though they practice more grain agriculture, other than pastoral agriculture. They still, participated in animal husbandry too. Which is his own thing because you can still practice animal husbandry without pastoralism. Because they still kept animals and cows and pigs and shit like that.
Right, and that's why I say that there's a distinction there, right? And I think the guy he mentioned, he was saying there's a distinction in terms of what you would call from a cultural pretty much distinction, right? They were saying that there's a cultural distinction between what you see in Middle Egypt, Lower or Upper Egypt, right, and the Sudan, right, and then there's a break there in terms of what you see in the Delta area, right? Not only is there a cultural break there, right? There's also a break in terms of the development that you see. So again, that guy, he's not the only one that talks about it, but it sounds like he's one of the guys that sort of adheres to that concept. Christopher Eric talks about it.
Yeah, he do. Yeah, that's what I said in his book. Because even with the North Sudan, even with the North Sudanians, you know what I'm saying?
Jesus Christ! If we just must go have a conversation now.
No.
These niggas is barbecue fucking chicken all the way. Right in front of me.
Because that was not the point. The original point. This is why I don't even like having the conversation about Egypt, because it gets so scattered everywhere. The original point was, nobody argued that with what y'all was just saying. The original point was, this guy was asked the question, was Egypt black? Right? Now y'all can read that source. It's fine if y'all want to read that source and everything. But the original point was, this guy was asked a question, but now we're finding out he's not even was asked the question. So now we on another tangent, and it seems like that we said that this guy didn't say this, but now we argue, like, now we barbecue chicken because the pastoralism and the agriculturalism having some kind of overlap here. Nobody argued that. This is why I be saying that Egypt is going crazy here. Like, we got to keep the rails with the rails, right? Come on here now. Let's.
Yeah, because
because
the pastoralism and the agriculture came at the same time. It always was there. Just some groups follow more things than others. Even when you deal with the Red Sea here, they did both. They was agro-pastoralists.
Obviously, there's going to be some overlap. I mean, nobody stops cold turkey or draws no lines and nothing like that. It's obviously going to be some overlap like that. That's not rocket science there.
Right. But I think the reason why it's significant and the reason why we sort of brought it up, right? The question sort of implies, right, were the Egyptians black, right? It sort of implies this sameness between the people of Sudan and the people of Egypt. Right. And all that idea of sameness is what we're talking about. Right. So it's not just what you would say a skin color sameness. There's a cultural sameness there that we're talking about. Again, they say we can get into it another time.
No,
cool, we barbecue chicken. I want to get barbecued.
Nah, not right now, yo. That's another. I ain't doing it right now. Y'all can talk about it, yo. When I come for y'all, I'm finish y'all off. It's over with. Right, and I won't have a discussion ever again with y'all.
But I'm trying to figure out what are we going to get killed on?
Because y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about. That's what y'all gonna get killed on. It's a constant berating of the Mediterranean. They didn't come from the south. Oh, maybe they did. No, they didn't. That's not did. Oh, ain't this, ain't that. A whole lot of shit. Now I don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
Yeah, it's a complex subject. It's not just one way of things going on.
No, it's not, because now we off the subject again, because Dr. Ben, Dr. Ben's claim was that the Egyptians was black. Right. That's Dr. Ben's claim.
Hey, Brendan, when we doing this? When we said this?
That was not just Dr. Ben's claim. Cut that out.
Crazy. Man, I know. I read the whole thing.
Well, what was his claim then?
Look, I put this right here. Look, right here. Dude from Harvard. From Howard University, writing this book right here. Yo, I did, man. That was the running theme of the day. Right. So when they was using the social, just like if we pull up the Wikipedia article, it said, yo, if we're going to go by the modern construct, that the Egyptians will be considered looking just like the African Americans. Y'all run past all that shit on purpose. I think y'all do it on purpose. But since we're not using the social construct, right, and we want to keep it with the biological organisms, then let's keep it. They indigenous. Right, and they're indigenous from what you would call sub-Saharan, and they're indigenous what you call northeast Africa that runs into the goddamn sub-Saharan terrain. We not playing this whole game, and y'all gonna get beat up for it because y'all know what y'all talking about. And make me mad. I'm gonna beat y'all up right now. I'm gonna use the Wikipedia all to beat y'all half to death.
So, all right, So I'm gonna make my statement.
Yeah, make your statement.
I'm gonna make my statement. Egypt the one of the main reasons you see the culture cultural similarities of Egypt in the Sudan as much is because Egypt ruled over the Sudan and acculturated a lot of them between, I think, 1550 BC and an earlier time before that. We have numerous sources that attest to Egypt colonizing parts of Nubia. So I have no problem with the Egyptologists or those doctors explaining those situations, right? But in explaining those situations, you know, I'm gonna make my statement clear that Egyptian culture was started by Egyptians, right? Those people created their own culture. Now, if y'all gonna keep running off saying that some other people brought the culture into Egypt, right? Then I'm fully, you know, I'm ready for that argument.
Yo, Chef, outside of the Egyptians conquering the Nubians, right? Who else conquered the Nubians?
I don't think nobody.
Ain't that something? I wonder how is that possible if they was that weak? How could the people that was north of the Egyptians so easily?
You said they was weak.
Yeah, hold up. This is what you're supposing. You're saying that they were so weak that the Egyptians conquered them easily. But then the Egyptians fell to everybody north of them. But then those people that was north of them never came to Nubia to defeat them. I'm just wondering why, if they were so weak.
I don't know. You answered the question. No,
sometimes you have to have the ability to reconstruct your own history is what I'm trying to teach. You have to think about it. If they were so weak, why didn't Ptolemy, why didn't none of them other people come down to just run through them? Why didn't that happen? If they would, see, because what I'm trying to get you to understand is sometimes you got to reconstruct your own history because Europeans don't really tell you the truth about history, bro. I mean, I don't understand why y'all believe everything Europeans tell y'all.
I would say this, that Egypt knew the Sudan better than other people who was going into that area, right? You just can't, the Egyptians understood the cataracts, right? How to get around that shit. And they encroached at an earlier period where they could build forts and stuff. So
let me ask you this. Is it any cataracts? Is there any cataracts in Egypt?
Hold on, I'll let you talk. So, the United States will have a better way of defending against Mexico, right, than other people. Why? Because they are our immediate neighbors. So the United States then already contemplated every way to defend and attack Mexico if need be, versus probably Canada or somebody else will have to come through the United States, and it's more of a logistical headache for somebody else to get through another nation into another nation.
Okay, check this out, Chef. So let's just say Canada was the superior military power and they just was able to just run through America, right? But then the next people that needed to conquer was the Mexicans, right? But then every time they got down to Mexico, they couldn't defeat them. Why would that be the problem? How is that possible?
Because it's called being stretched too thin, right? To get all the way down into the Sudan, right? You got to bring resources and everything with you for your army. It's harder logistically. That's all I'm saying. It's easier for Egypt to do it because they share a border with them. Now, when you're saying that that other people from the motherfucking Middle East or the Romans across the Mediterranean, they got to travel all of it. It's more of a logistical. It's harder logistically. That's all I'm saying, James.
So let me ask you this then. So do you think it's harder for Rome to conquer Egypt, having to cross all the way across the Mediterranean? You saying that that's not a harder feat than them just going down there and them just conquering the people in Sudan or Kush?
Yeah, because the terrain is way harder to reach the Kushite capital, right? All the way down in Kerma or some damn where. You don't think that was harder for the Romans and the Assyrians to do?
But let me just this is good
crazy,
though.
Yo.
This is good though, because see, this is what I'm trying to get you to, I'm trying to set up here. You don't understand it though.
All right,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
trying to tell you is Egypt is weaker than what Nubia or Kush could ever be, because they were spread out due to more livable land. Only places that they could live was along that Nile region. Everything else, they can't live in the desert like that. So that's what makes Egypt more weaker and them subject to being able to being conquered. Once they get once they get down to Kush, they can't do what they could do to that little skinny part of land that they was fighting over. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's just us reconstructing history based on what makes common sense as well. So what I'm saying is, just because they tell you that Egypt beat Nubia in a battle and maybe took over for a little, what about Egypt? The time when Nubians beat Egypt and pushed them around?
When?
It's plenty of occasions where they took land north and then had to secede south. That happened all throughout the civilization.
When?
That wasn't his point, though, man. Even if let me mute that. Like his point, he was talking about a specific issue that why there was a lot of influence, like why there was a lot of similarity in culture. He was saying because that Egypt had conquered Nubia.
And colonized them.
Had colonized them. He wasn't saying that, this guy was weak or this guy never did nothing to nobody else.
But watch this. See, what y'all don't understand is the record of this. Hold up, the first record of this colonization of the people in the South comes 1,000 years after the civilization starts.
What? Say that again.
The first record of Egypt conquering Nubia comes 1,000 plus years after the civilization's inception. So you got, I know y'all don't want to hear it, but you got Nakata 1, Nakata 2, Nubian Group A, you got all of this time before they
That's something I wouldn't know, man. So
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to use chronology to understand this, bro. If you don't have the chronology of this history, you're not going to understand it. I try to simplify it for y'all so y'all can understand what happened.
Yeah, I don't know what that had to do with it.
I know you don't. But what the fight is, brother, let me simplify this for you. What the fight is, the fight is for the chronology of history. That's what we're fighting for. That fight starts with our ancestors that came before us because they indoctrinated us with false history.
What ancestors? The Egyptian ancestors?
No, I'm talking about. Let me shift to America and what happened to us here in America because everything is really simple. So watch this. So hold up, Corey. Let me ask you a question. Were you indoctrinated with any religion before you learned your history?
We gotta listen. It's
everybody was indoctrinated with
I'm gonna say this. This might be the real black atheist, but we're gonna have some order. We can't jump from Egypt to what happened to us in America, bro. That don't make sense. Why? How you going to tie that? Because you were
historically miseducated by somebody that's not you.
I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm going to let you tie that in. Tie us in America with Egypt. Tie that together. Go ahead.
Okay, so you have someone that has miseducated you historically to where you have half of Africa thinking that their history starts with Islam, and then you have the other half of Africa thinking that their history starts with Christianity. Do you know this?
Listen, I'm just listening to what you say. I'm trying to hear you.
So, okay, so we're going to deal with what we're dealing with in America. We were once enslaved, taken away from literary history for the most part, and indoctrinated with someone else's history. Do you know that?
I know about slavery, yeah.
I'm talking about the indoctrination of someone else's religious beliefs and history.
Yeah, I know about the indoctrination. Yeah.
Okay, so bam. So what we were fighting was trying to find out what was the truth about the history because somebody else gave us a false history, right? That's what the fight is. I mean, I'm just simplifying it for you. Hopefully this ain't too hard for you.
That's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
So we have people of our own yoke, own species or race that began to look for this before me and you were even thought about or born. We are a continuation of what that thought was, or what the process that they had, the progress that they had made. Now, what I'm trying to get you to understand is before even Dr. Ben even learned about Egypt, he was a Hebrew. He was lost just like everybody else, right?
I don't think he never went in the Hebrew, but go ahead.
Well, based on what his videos say,
he always said he was Jewish. I mean,
he says at one point in time in his history, just like you were a Christian one point in time in your history, right?
He was saying he wasn't Jewish no more. He was just
yeah, you know, we all evolve as we get the right information, right? Can we agree on that?
That's fine.
Yeah, so bam, so when you was a Christian, you didn't know your history. So you ran into somebody that enlightened you on, hey man, this might not be the right history that you need to follow. This is all we're arguing about. So we're trying to find out what is the true chronology of history. So Europeans told us it was Adam and Eve and the Bible and all that. But we found out that somebody was writing 3,000 years before them. So now we have to move the goalposts back to there, right?
Well, I would argue that the Mediterranean the Mediterranean niggas told us that it was Adam and Eve. But go ahead.
But you know that the civilization starts further south than any influence from the Mediterranean, and then they have their own cultures that they're trying to champion. Well, they're trying to champion Mesopotamia as being the source of all civilization because that's a non-African civilization. That's why they push their writing and their civilization before the Nile Valley civilization, because that's the fight right there, Corey. You don't recognize it, but you're joining in on somebody else's fight when you really need to be on the other team. But it's sad, but you know, you can do what you want to do.
I'm on the African American team. You on the Egyptian team.
Yeah, but you come from somewhere else. You don't come from here. You're not indigenous to America.
I am. I was born here, bro.
Yeah, I was born here too, but I got 92% African DNA. I could pull it up right now. That's so unless you can see, but see what y'all do then, y'all denote and say, well, DNA ain't real, or you know, it's gonna be an endless perpetual argument with you guys. Like every time you try to bring up something to try to prove something, y'all try to discredit it with just jokes or just playing or something. I don't understand.
No, I'm not playing. Look, I was just trying to hear you tie together Egypt with us here in America. Right?
Okay, so if you're historically lost, aren't you trying to find your history?
Yeah, I'm not looking in Egypt for it, though.
Okay, well, where would you be looking at? Okay, and what evidence would you have?
Where did they get that slaves from?
Okay, they took slaves from West Africa. But watch this. In my DNA chart, hold on, watch this, Sheffrey.
Why are you always in Egypt looking for?
Hold on, watch this, Sheffrey. Do you know in my DNA chart, it says that my lineage stayed in East Africa for over 200 and something thousand years?
That's all human beings, bro.
Hold up. Before we moved to West Africa for 17,000 years. So genetically, I'm more East African than I am West African.
That's all human beings on the planet.
But that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about time periods and using mathematics to say where you're genetically more have an infinity to. If I'm in East Africa for 200 plus thousand years, and I'm only in West
human
Africa,
beings.
Don't matter.
Hopefully you understand.
That don't even matter. If you say that don't matter, then you don't understand. You wouldn't make. Huh?
You wouldn't make the argument, bro. Trust me. Just let that one go.
No, that's because y'all try to
plant the flag
say no, because you have to understand that East Africa and West Africa is connected genetically. I don't understand why y'all trying to separate them down the middle.
East Africa is connected to the whole planet, yo.
Right. I was going to say East Africa and West Africa is connected in the same way that East Africa and Scandinavians is connected.
That's what I was talking about, the joking.
It's only a joke because you don't get it, yo. Trust me.
No, I get it. I get exactly what you're saying.
So what are we saying?
You're trying to say that we have more infinity to the West African, we should discard anything from East Africa. I get it.
No, it ain't that we have more infinity. Yo, that's where our people come from. That's the point. All human beings on the planet come from an East African population, yo.
196,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's where, you know, humanity's origin is at. You feel me?
That's
So
not necessarily the truth, because you could find some old fossils in West Africa. They just found it. So that's almost changing the goalpost of what they know. And then what y'all definitely got to realize, that Europeans don't know everything. It seems like y'all take everything they say.
Who said Europeans? Who talking about what Europeans know?
Why?
Because y'all seem to take a European stance on everything that y'all believe in. That's why someone would say that. Y'all term everything African. If the scale tilts the African way, it's Afrocentric, or some type of chemology, or some type of Egyptomaniac. See, y'all are playing with history, but people are listening, just like Unc said. Right. I don't think that's really good what y'all doing, bro.
It's not good when Unc can do his best work, but the type of shit that you say, he taps out the conversation.
What you mean?
When he can explain the human migration pattern and all of that shit, so you can really get it, that's when he tap out the conversation.
Right.
He go lost. You dig what I'm saying? Like it should be mind blowing to me. But yeah, I get you though.
Well, you have to, use that before you could get to any type of a civilization. Like how did this all come into? That's all we're trying to do, is just try to figure out, how does this puzzle fit together? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I don't think that it's fair for you guys to try to demonize what the elders or our ancestors did before, when they were just coming out of almost practically slavery.
All right, but we can demonize what you said. We can get off Dr. Ben and them.
Okay, yeah, right? Get on me.
We can. So what you said is wrong, right?
Okay, now what did I say that was wrong?
Now, but you get your information from those guys, right?
I get my information in this age, I get it from a whole plethora of places. So it's not just them, but I do base my information off of what the elders put down.
Yeah, your premise is off of it, their shit, right? So it's fucked up from the get-go. That's the problem.
Right. So anything African is fucked up, basically.
No, not anything African. You just said that they got the slaves, right? You know what I mean? From West Africa. So why would you be in Egypt looking for your history?
Because that is the origins of writing, and that's the oldest writing we have on the continent of Africa, to say that that's the first civilization on the planet. Matter of fact, Europeans acknowledge that that's the first civilization on the planet. That's why they're trying to steal it from.
What does the writing have to do?
Because that was the criteria that civilization put on that being a civilization. You'd have to be able to write, you'd have to be able to do certain things to be able to call it a civilization.
Well, what does that have to do with
hold on. They don't
I think you can be a civilization without writing. Most people on the planet didn't have writing.
Yeah, and they're not considered a civilization until that point.
What? Oh.
Okay, well, what is the oldest civilization, and what was the criteria for civilization? You're gonna either have to say Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Tigris River, those on the Tigris River, or the people in China. Those are the oldest civilizations that they count. Those four. What civilization are you guys talking about outside of that scope?
All right, James, let's not jump around first. We can get to all of that. Let's just start with
the criteria for civilization.
Yeah, the slaves, right? Your descendants was taken from a West African population of people.
West and South Africa. I got
okay. All right, cool.
Bro.
All right, cool.
Everybody came from West Africa. It says y'all, I get it.
I came from South Africa, right? Central Africa. I got DNA from Congo and everything.
Yeah. So how do you go to Egypt when you're looking for your history? And you said because that's where the oldest writing and stuff is at. But what does that have to do with you and your ancestors? That's the question.
Because those people are, in fact, they are have the same phenotypical features that the people in West Africa have as well. So when the people outside of Africa, they lump us all together and it's just fine. But now we want to separate ourselves amongst ourselves and say that that's not us. So that's what the problem is. You guys want to separate us instead of you doing what the European does. They don't give a damn that the people in the Great Britain wasn't a part of the Roman Empire. They use that as the source of their economic power. Just like the Arabs, they all of those people wasn't up under Islam at one point, but they all use that right now to this day. Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben them were trying to get us to go past what we got indoctrinated with once again and start with an African civilization where we could predate them and tell them, hey, we could have something to be proud of too. I don't understand why y'all denying that. You can go look at what is that, Yul Brynner in that Egyptian movie that they show on Easter. You can see that's where it's a war going on for imagery and everything. So I don't understand why y'all don't see that. I know y'all was indoctrinated with Christianity or Islam or something, brother. Don't act like y'all just came out the womb like this. Y'all didn't come out the womb like this, brother.
Yeah, I was a Christian, bro. Like,
yeah, I know.
But what? I don't understand the significance of that, though.
Because when you was a Christian, you was historically lost, wasn't you?
The slaves that you descend from.
I never thought I came from
Central.
I know, because you was lost.
The slaves that you descend from, the Africans that you descend from, I'll say that better. The Africans that you descend from come from West and Central Africa. Again, Egypt, what does that have to do with you and your history?
And again, you go back to the oldest traceable civilization that you can have as a people
Christ
to start your history with. That's what everybody else does.
No, they don't. I don't know why. I mean,
why would a West African?
Y'all trying to act like Danny what that man said. Y'all gonna act like y'all don't hear what he's saying.
Why would a West African go to Egypt?
That's what y'all doing now.
For their history.
I mean,
because they didn't have a written history of their own to go back and.
So why would I go to China? Because they was right.
Let me dive
Why the fuck would I go to China? Because
James,
they
I understand
were
what you're saying, James.
That don't make. Man,
because China is not an African civilization.
Hey, James,
we don't give a fuck about that.
James,
we don't care about ourselves.
Hey, James, let me explain what you're trying to tell him.
So now you want to explain what James said? Man,
Yeah,
I don't even want to hear him, bro. I don't even want to hear him. I can't.
No, let him explain.
I can't, yo.
Why I do and why African Americans do it, right? And I don't give a damn about what y'all saying, right? So it's a known fact, right, that African Americans just completely lost their history. That's what slavery do. It's supposed to take history from you, right?
Oh,
and for the longest periods of time, it took us just to even say out of our mouths that we come from Africa, right? And so in the 60s and the 70s and 30s, to get us to say you even came from Africa, that's a big deal, right? And so we accept all of Africa. Y'all niggas is delineating Africa, making it one, your DNA marker say, but like, y'all doing that, yo, but that's not how it go. It went Africa, right? And everything on the continent, the same way the Europeans do it. These niggas be from the Baltic some fucking where and still big up they classical civilizations. So we was simply big up in a classical civilization, bro, no matter what part of Africa we was from. So I see no harm in big up in a classical civilization.
Europeans big up in Egypt.
Finish my point. Now, if you want to get super slick and minute, right, which you really can't do what you think you can, and say, yo, we strictly come from West Africa, then we'll take that. We'll take West African history, and we'll take South African history, and we'll take motherfucking Egypt. Now, primarily, our primary history, right, should be in studying West Africa, right? Our primary ancestors, you know what I'm saying? The first place we would have came from in Africa would have been, quote unquote, West Africa, the majority of us, right? But you're not going to tell me I got to throw away Khoisan history too. You're not going to tell me I got to throw away Ethiopian history too. I'm not allowing that to happen. I'm not listening to you. That's the way you want to do it. That's your opinion. Y'all can do that.
That's not
y'all can do that. That's on y'all. But I'm saying,
Nobody's
how
asking nobody
how
wrong
do
in
y'all know it don't have nothing to do with us? How do you know?
y'all can do what y'all want to do. They don't got
How
nothing
do
to
you
do
even
with
know
me.
where you from?
Nigga, no more than the British Isles don't got nothing to do with the Roman Empire. What's your point? You tripping? The British don't got nothing to do with the Roman
definitely
Empire.
got
Nigga.
something to do with the Roman Empire.
No, they
What are you
don't, nigga.
talking
The
about?
Roman Empire was in full sway before they went to Britannica. You tripping?
Yeah, but there's a connection there.
I don't want to hear that, bro. Okay, and that's a connection, nigga. I can prove, nigga, but I can prove a connection though.
Yo, that's crazy.
all
You
day,
said
all
they
day.
can connect, but we can't connect.
Right, I
That's
ain't doing
crazy.
nothing. You gonna tell me that's a see? And this the game y'all been playing. First, y'all played the little line game, right? Sub-Saharan Africa. Y'all played that game.
It's
Then,
real,
once
bro.
y'all realized y'all was in trouble with that game, now all of a sudden we're not gonna use the Sub-Saharan African game, right? So we know for a fact that what they miscalling the Nubians had a bustling trade with inner Africa, right? So now I got to deny inner Africa, right? I got to deny all that, Chef. All right.
Because they traded with Egypt.
Every time you say bust,
I got you faded,
every
yo.
time you
So
say
because inner Africa traded with Egypt, now they somehow Egyptian. So
You
if
saying
that's
that?
the
That's
case,
what you keep saying.
no.
But
So
that's
why
what
the
you
fuck
keep
would
saying.
that even? So why
You keep saying that, but I don't see you arguing with the British Isles over the Roman Empire, nigga.
No, I'm sure. Listen, you.
No, what do the Gulf
we can
got
see
to
the
do
writing.
with the Roman Empire?
We can see the writing, right? We the writing of that the Romans brought to the to Britannica, right? We can see the architecture that they brought to Britannica, right? We can see the religion that they brought to Britannica. We can see it, or we can see all of the features of their civilization in Britannica, yo.
So hold up, that allows them to be able to use that religious doctrine and all that as well. Is that what you're telling us?
No, I'm saying they colonized Britain, yo.
So we can see the kingship. We can see the kingship in Yoruba land, the way it's set up. We can see that same type of kingships, right? Falling all over Africa, yo. But remember, Homo sapiens migrated. Homo sapiens migrated. No, Homo sapiens migrated all over Africa, bro. And so I'm saying that there's a continuity, no matter what we want to say, right? On certain kingship, the way they do their thing, yo, and you can't get around that. I'm a bludgeon y'all with that shit. And
so
that
now
don't
you're
make
connecting West Africa.
No, that does not make West African Egyptians, right? But we do know in ancient times, right, that the way they kingship, yo, you can just find that. Like I'm gonna tell y'all now, y'all don't know enough in this particular conversation. Every time you talk about that Mediterranean shit, I'm saying that
nobody said nothing about the Mediterranean, yo.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now that there's factors.
Yo,
there are factors that tie Egypt to the rest of Africa and its deep roots, bro. Now I ain't got nothing there. Y'all read it. Y'all know that. Y'all know that Egypt is tied deep roots in Africa.
And West Africa?
What's the deep roots? So what's the deep roots though? But what's the deep roots though? What's the deep roots? Right.
I know what that means. I don't.
It's not talking about West Africa though, yo.
No, but I'm saying so but we not held stuck in West Africa, bro.
No,
like
it's talking about the region, yo.
You can't put a line on me. No, it don't. I don't gotta let you put. I'm gonna let you put a line on me in Africa? That's crazy, Chef. That's some new shit y'all starting.
So you want? How do you jump all the way over to Yoruba land, yo?
I'm saying I celebrate all African culture, bro. like
you just jumping around talking shit.
I'm not jumping. I'm saying I'm fine with African culture. Period.
When we start talking specific, and you name things specific, and then you go general again.
Kingship.
And then you go general again, yo.
I'm going very
to wiggle out of it.
I'm saying if you want to study African, if you want to study kingship in the Nile Valley, right? You got to study shit like Yoruba land, they kingships and all that. And I'm standing on that. Same way you stood on
shit ain't got nothing to do with the damn.
I got you, nigga. Now I got you, nigga. That's all I'm saying. I got you.
Go ahead. I'm ready to die tonight. Go ahead.
No, we ain't down tonight. I'm getting mad fact. I don't know how long you gonna stay here.
Pull that shit up, yo. Pull that shit up.
I ain't got time right
if
now.
you prove that shit, I'm shutting the fuck up.
I ain't got time.
What you want on the pull up, Chef? Hold up. Let's be clear. What you want?
You and Dr. Ben fucking right, yo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm with that. You and Dr. Ben is completely right.
Sosa?
once you do that
Sosa?
shit.
Where you at, Sosa? Sosa, you don't have Sosa gone.
Dr. Ben was the chairman at the UN if you pull it up.
Yeah. Yeah, we giving Dr. Ben his chairmanship.
So listen, when we gonna do this final conversation?
I'm ready right fucking now. Because you talk too much fucking shit.
It's 10:30, yo.
No, all I need is that one thing, yo.
Now, when y'all doing this, though? I'm saying, when y'all doing this?
Hold on. That's all I want.
What you need? Hold up. What you need?
The motherfucking the Nigerians and the Egyptians, motherfucking the Egyptians, the Nigerians got their kingship and other cultural features.
I didn't say that, yo. You made that up now.
Once you show that,
no, you made that up. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. What I said was when you study kingship in Africa, right, and how they kingships and civilizations started, Egypt coalesced with African civilizations than it do in Mesopotamia, Asian civilizations. That's what I'm saying, bro.
I don't.
Yeah, the way they started.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna say this real slow.
I don't even know what that means. That's big.
I'm gonna say this real slow for you, bro, and I'm gone and I'm out.
Yeah, that's big.
Egypt and Egypt's kingship coalesced with the way people do their kingship in Nubia, right? And all over Africa than it does in quote unquote Mesopotamia and Asia. That's what I'm telling you. Now you can sit on that, ride on that, say what you want to say. That's my point. That don't mean that the fucking kingship came from West Africa. What it means is that Stone Age populations develop a certain way of doing things based off of what? The geographical reasons, based off of a lot of things. And I'm saying, I'm gonna say that their burial practices coalesce with people in Africa more or less than they coalesce with people in Mesopotamia. And I'm saying it and I'm standing on it, bro. Now you can say what you want to say, but what you're not gonna be able to do is prove it. I can prove it with that, man. I'm gone and I'm out.
So yeah, that was crazy. Again, some more vague shit. Another vague rabbit hole for us to run down. Right? Don't mean shit. Oh man, it's crazy. Typical though, yo. Typical. Where you at, James?
Study up though. Make sure you
get
that right.
In the cut,
I'm not studying that dumbass shit. Shit don't even make fucking sense. Some Fuki out.
Hey, James, you got my number, James? You got my number, James?
I ain't got your number, bro.
Yeah, James, I'm gonna put it back. I'm gonna give it to you.
That's
James.
what I'm saying, though. This
hey,
what
James,
I've been saying.
Back. I'm gonna give it to you tonight, James. The hell,
all that wild shit James was saying, he had nothing to say.
What was wild about what I said? Hold on.
He had nothing to say.
And the thing is, James is clearly saying Egypt was a black land.
Exactly.
Don't want to say, but
claims
they ride in the car. They actually ride in the car together.
Hey, James, you got that right?
Yeah, I see it. Hold on, I'm gonna put it in my phone.
Yeah, hit that right now, yo. I'm out. Hey, how long y'all gonna rock? How long y'all rock?
I'm gonna listen to what they got to say. I know they finna attack me while I'm out on her.
Nah, they gonna get off. Cool. They ain't doing that.
I can handle it.
He kicking us off. He kicking us off.
Y'all want the host? Y'all want the host?
No, we ain't. I'm cool. I'm not gonna be on too much longer.
Yeah, y'all.
Anyway,
I know. I long as I got Dr. Ben out of there today, I'm cool.
All right, in your mind,
you ain't got Dr. Ben out of nowhere.
Yeah, we got Dr. Ben. We got Dr. Ben clear out of that motherfucker.
No, you didn't.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna do. Hey, go ahead and give James your number and get off, because I'm gonna recap where you know what I mean. the points was made at. So the rest of the show don't get lost. You know what I mean? And all of the dumbass other
I'm gonna stay here and we're gonna redo the whole show. Then nigga, I ain't going no motherfucking way. Then I'm gonna recap.
No, I thought you was giving me the whole show.
Nah. Corey talked through my points. Corey act like he don't get out.
Yo, we trying.
Showing the fossils in their right place. It's all that got to go. You gonna do it, nigga?
No, we trying to get out of here, yo.
But
no, not on that. We gonna get out of here, or we not gonna get out of here. How we gonna do it?
I mean, him and Reggie had 2 hours clean to talk about.
That's a lie, yo. You made that up. Every web, y'all didn't show no. Y'all do like y'all normally do, right? Y'all do like y'all normally do.
I wasn't even.
Y'all do the Wikipedia shuffle, and y'all pick and choose what y'all want from the Wikipedia.
Hold on. Did I show through the Wikipedia that Dr. Ben degrees and everything was in dispute? Did y'all show that he had any PhDs?
That wasn't. Was that the argument though, Chef, or was the argument that he taught at major universities? So we agree that everything, bro.
Argument. He lied.
What was my argument? What was my argument, bro? My argument never was the shit y'all couldn't prove that he had a fucking degree. I ain't get up here. Like, I agree to that. But I also agreed to the parts of the Wikipedia article that said he did this and taught for this many years in a major university. So I'm not tripping on that, bro.
Off of a lie.
Yeah, all right, whatever. And yes, that's a lie right there because you made that up. But all right, yo, I'm gonna let. Hey, James,
Yo, I got your number locked in.
Do you want it though? Or you want to sit up here with these niggas on some ass shit?
Yeah, you and James can go, yo. We just gonna clear some shit up. Y'all go call him, James.
Yeah, I got your number. I'm gonna call you in a second.
Yeah, call them now, yo.
I'm in the rabbit hole with these niggas, man. I'm trying to give you the shit that I'm gonna bludgeon these niggas with all the way out the door.
Right. Good.
Out the door, James. You gonna say, damn,
look, we beat him up. We beat him up, right? So bad on Dr. Ben, right? That he had to go to Dr. Ben got a street named after him. You feel me? That he had to go stand on. He had to go stand on Dr. Ben corner.
You know how it went down.
Look,
we all seen it. We seen it live. It happened live, bro. They can play the replay.
Look, we beat him out of school so bad that he had to go stand on Dr. Ben corner, yo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he did. He went out there and rekindled the
nigga can
memorial.
always laugh.
Put some fresh flowers on the memorial out there.
When they can't hold a match to somebody else, it's easy on YouTube to talk that shit, right? Right. But when you don't get a street named after you and you try to discredit a person that dead, you start to look a little wild.
What?
See, they ain't no universities. They can say all that shit they want. They wasn't bringing evidence to the black community when it wasn't fashionable to do it. They wasn't in that environment. At no point in time. They have the luxury of this.
Hey, Chef, why?
They can use the bathroom.
I need to know why did they?
See, they can use the bathroom. Yeah, I'm gone. Hey, James, I'm gone a bit, James.
All right, peace, bro. I'm out too, unless they got something to ask.
Yeah, I'm about to add my stuff. Go ahead, call Unc, yo. I mean, you can stick around, you know what I mean? If you want to see the recap of what happened.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna listen.
Hey, but Shefford, I need to know why did they name the street after Dr. Ben? I don't really believe it. Like, it's a street called Dr. Ben Avenue or some shit like that in New York, right?
No, it has, you know how you have a street and then you have the red name under it, like the memorial name, like, you know, I'm sure y'all had those type of streets. Where you from? Like, we got them here. We have like the original name of the street is still there, but like on certain blocks.
Yeah, I ain't seen that. I'm sorry. I have not seen. I have not recognized that. Right. If it's because like we got like Martin Luther King, we got Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, but that's the name of the street for real. It's not a fake name, or it's not a red name under the real name or nothing like that.
Yeah, I've seen that before, Chef.
I just haven't. Maybe it is. Maybe that's something I ain't paid attention to. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, they do that down here in Texas sometimes. Sometimes they do a complete change, but sometimes they do.
But I'm saying though, so. Fine. Okay, fine. I'm gonna concede that the street is actually named Dr. Ben, or it's the red name under the sign, under the real name, which is another issue. all together.
Well, you know, like I said, man, I don't understand why y'all kind of like lost though. That's just what's confusing to me. Like how you and Sheffrin still lost.
No, well, so let me clear it up, okay? It says Benji Connon's academic record is disputed,
right?
With claims he was educated variously in Puerto Rico, Brazil, Cuba, or Spain, earning degrees in either engineering or anthropology. In 1938, he is said to have earned a BS in civil engineering at the University of Puerto Rico. This is disputed as the registrar has no record of his attendance. So not only did he not get a degree from the University of Puerto Rico, he never even went there. Dagger one, right?
Okay, stop right there at the Dagger one. Let me ask you a question. Okay, at Dagger one, what does that have to do with what Dr. Bean's claim to fame is? And do you know what Dr. Bean's claim to fame is? What is he known for?
Why don't you tell us what his claim to fame is, first of all?
Well,
Let's
his
say
claim to
Sheffrin
fame
don't
is
know.
the reason why he's so very loved by African people is because he took us past Adam and Eve and put us in Africa as far as the origins of African history. But it's not just his fight. He learns this from people that were doing this that's older than him. He just
why are you running? Hold on. Why are you running over what we just read, Joe?
Oh, because I get what y'all saying about this. This is all good. I mean, he embellished his records to get hired on a job. We get that. We all do that. Because, you know, check this out. I was a felon.
I don't think it was just to get hired on
I was a felon, you know, so I used to learn my application too. You know what I'm saying? So I know what that's like, you know, to be held from positions where you feel like you qualify, but based on race or maybe.
Yeah, but I don't think he embellished just to get the job. I think he embellished for more than that. But we can go ahead, keep on going, Chef.
All right. He stated that in 1939, he earned a master's degree in architectural engineering from the University of Havana, Cuba. He also claimed to have earned doctoral degrees and PhDs in cultural anthropology and Moorish history from the University of Havana and the University of Barcelona, Spain, respectively, and advanced degrees from Cambridge University in England. Both Barcelona and Cambridge say that he never received a degree from either university. And furthermore, Cambridge University said they had no record of Benji Connon ever attending any classes there.
Got it.
All right, so right there, all of the Egyptology shit, right? That he was an Egyptologist and all of this, right? We have lectures with him talking about talking to Black people, right? At a lecture where he's saying that at Cambridge, the professors in them were racist towards him because he was Black. And when they went on digs in Egypt, they slept in tents at night. He was saying in one of the lectures that they wouldn't let him sleep near the fire, right? That he had to sleep away from the campsite because he was Black. Right? So, I mean, so he could be attacked by scorpions and all type of snakes and shit. Like, he made it seem like he had to go through a hardship. So he was playing on our heartstrings, James.
I got it.
About understanding the racism. Why would you lie about that? You never even went to Cambridge, yo.
For the bag.
You know what?
That's not just
that part of it. All of that's cool. Let's check this out. But that don't have nothing to do with the chronology of history and what we was looking for.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Right. Listen, to lie to get a job, yo, is one thing, yo. Right? But now you're lying to the Black community, right, about your hardship and racism in academia when you're just making this shit up. You're pulling on our heartstrings, yo. So if a person would go to that length to lie to the people, what else would they lie about, yo?
So hold up. So you mean to tell me y'all can't separate?
Let me say this real quick, though. And that's that's my problem is with all of this shit here. This is with the whole Blackology thing. You bring this shit to a already disadvantaged community, right? Why do we have to say, oh, he was Black, so let's give him a pass? He can come into the Black community with lies. Like, that don't make sense to me, man. It's crazy. Like, nobody should be coming in a disadvantaged community with mis and disinformation. It's a crime against humanity. I think all of it might seem mundane and harmless, right? But when you mislead a generation of Black people, now you set them to a disadvantage in academia. And that's harmful because we already got things. We already have issues that's keeping us from being up to par in academia. Although we do have very esteemed Black men and women who have went through the rigors and have been put to the
we
test.
call them coons.
You know what I mean?
We call the real motherfuckers like Henry Louis Gates and them the real guy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. We call them coons and all kind of shit. We don't, man, it's crazy. But Dr. Ben and them can get all man, listen.
Hold up, who is and them?
Dr. Ben and them.
So did that include Dr. Clark?
No, Dr. Clark.
He went through the.
Okay, so hold on. So check this out. So do you know that Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark agree on pretty much everything as far as the chronology of history?
All right, that's cool.
Okay, so bam, hold on. So slow down. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all.
You said the chronology of history.
Yeah, and the origins of the civilization of Kemet being a Black civilization.
No, stop. You said the chronology of history. Most historians agree on the chronology of history.
Okay,
that's
but
where
hold
things
up,
are
you do understand that we
in the timeline of history.
We was indoctrinated with an Adam and Eve source of the chronology of history. That's what we were trying to get out of. So that's what I'm saying. That was what made that's what their claim to fame is.
But Dr.
They
Clark
got
was
us out of that religious state that someone indoctrinated us in. They are the founding fathers of getting us out of that thought process. You don't understand that?
Dr. Clark was a historian. He didn't get his information from Dr. Ben.
I know. That's why I told y'all if the brother Reggie had been able to stay on the panel, he could have verified what I stated about Dr. Clark ribbing Dr. Ben about being a Hebrew, and that's what made Dr. Ben get up off that shit, like most of us do.
That's not even an argument. Like,
you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Everybody has to go through their steps after you've been indoctrinated with something.
He didn't want to be a Hebrew no more. That's fine.
Well, no, he may have came across somebody with the better information. That's what I think happened.
How does that negate him saying he was a chairman at the United Nations?
Brother, you got to get off of that. You got to understand. Hold on. I understand that that's fucked up. Listen, I understand that's messed up. But what was Dr. Ben talking about on a daily basis? He was talking about the chronology. He was talking about the chronology of history. He wasn't talking about his degrees. Y'all need to stop that.
He was talking.
He was talking about his degrees 90% of the time.
All the lectures. I didn't say 90% of the time, buddy.
What was he talking about?
In all of his lectures, he mentioned his credibilities. He mentioned all of his degrees and all of this in all his lectures.
That ain't what I heard. I heard him talking
I'm
about
just
the
saying. I'm not saying all he said. Go ahead.
Hey yo,
Yeah.
I'm breaking up.
You're really just freeing up. But I feel like, yeah, he did. Okay, I'm moving around. Can you hear me? I always like
Yeah, we can hear you now. Hold up. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, you good now. Go ahead.
Yeah, because if not, I'll wait till I get another. I'm almost back towards prison. Yeah, but I was saying, like, I don't blame them. But well, hold on. Dr. Ben conned his way into the whole deal, right? That's the fact. We don't even got to argue about that, right? Now, as far as the information being incorrect, I blame more of the not them because the information they're wrong. I blame the people that in 2020 and trying to make them seem like they were actually correct when they were just wrong about so many things, right? So now, based on even some of the Sheikh Anta errors, got to debate the two cradle theory in 2022.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got like what the hell is, you know what I mean? So it's like, and I think our point has been made though, because remember like about a year or two ago, it was like, yo, it's time to retire them niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
your audio
like that.
Like your audio out of here, bro.
Sosa, you breaking up.
I'll try when I get a little closer. I'm almost at the crib.
All right, yeah. I already know. I can pretty much understand a lot of what you're saying, like because and that's what I'm saying. Those Sosa is harmful. That's harmful because just like the example you gave that got to debate the two cradle theory in the year 2022. I mean, like that's ridiculous. You can't be in academia with the two cradle theory. Now I had to admit the other day that the two cradle theory sounds awful good to me. You know, it sounds good, but it's not. You can't go to academia with that, right? That's just it. That's what's setting us behind. And y'all, and that's why that's what we're saying. James to say, well, what's wrong? Well, ain't nothing wrong with him saying he was the a chairman of the UN.
No, I didn't say that, brother. Hold on. That's
no, well, you saying like
what I'm saying is what he. Hold on, let me say.
You saying let's look past that, James.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what he was teaching came before him. He just parroted what he learned from other Africans that had already been studying the subject matter. He didn't know shit at one point. And then
what is it? I don't
just like all of us. I don't understand why I'm not even trying to.
I think I'm in the twilight.
Make this hard or something.
Here, James, with this community sometimes, James. Because when I said earlier he didn't know shit, y'all argue me down that he was some evolutionary biologist.
Nah, bro, what I'm telling you is what I don't mean it in that way. Hold on, because you're gonna take that and run with it. I didn't mean it in that way. What I mean is at one point in time, he was historically lost just like most of us, bro.
No shit in any context. You don't know shit is the same in every language, bro.
Yeah, we all if you historically illiterate, you don't know shit. Right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. But you know, I said it to where Corey's gonna take it and knock it out the park.
No, I'm saying like after you say he don't know shit, then you can't convince me that he's some kind of evolutionary.
But that's at one point in time in his life. He did that. That don't mean he didn't know shit forever. Just like you. You didn't know shit at one time. That don't mean that's gonna be the totality of your life.
Listen, I'm almost speechless with you, James. I'm almost speechless.
Right. I got it because you don't want to admit
Believe
that we all come from the same ignorance. That's what you don't want to admit. Even Dr. Ben, even Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark tell you in The Great and Mighty Walk that he didn't know his history. He had to go find it. That's what we all looking for, brother. I don't understand. And they just so happen to be the ones that put it all together for the most part. We still have steps and stuff that we need to clear up and clean up, but it ain't.
You ain't trying to.
What you mean?
Hey, pull up the part where he said
you ain't trying to clean it up. You trying to push forward the shit that they was wrong on.
No, they wasn't wrong on the chronology of history. What part of that?
I'm cool with the chronology of history, yo.
That's all they were arguing. What else are they arguing besides that?
Egypt was a black land.
Yeah, that's true.
That earlier, James.
That's not the chronology.
That's 100% true. What's wrong with that?
That's not the chronology of history.
Yeah, talking about the origins of the civilization was the African civilization.
No,
I don't understand.
Talking about the race of a population of people is not the chronology of history.
Well, in a source, in a way, in a de facto way, it is, because it just so happened that the origins of that civilization was black, and someone else is trying to proclaim that there wasn't a black civilization that started that civilization. Who started? Okay, let's do this. This is how you reconstruct history. Let me ask y'all a question. Who said that Egypt was the beginning of civilization? Did Dr. Clark and them say that, or did Europeans or non-Africans say that that's agree upon that was one of the sources between that and what we call the Mediterranean region is the source of civilization? Is that the consensus amongst scholars without any black people in it, right?
Yeah, the Fertile Crescent.
Okay, so bang. Egypt. So this is what people outside of Dr. Clark and them say. What happens is after we get out of bondage and not being able to do shit, we start to reconstruct history on our own to see what we can do to make sense of what the fuck all the information that they gave us. But we ran into roadblocks. I don't understand how come y'all don't know this. This is crazy. But anyway, so you get up into the 1950s and 60s, or even maybe the 20s, you got Drusilla Dungy Houston. She's already writing about Kemet being a black civilization. That's in the 1920s. It doesn't start with Dr. Bean. You got to do the chronology of everything, bro. How we watch this and then watch this. So you got the Garveyites. They was Christians and a whole mixture of what, because we were still historically messed up at that time. Then you get the Nation of Islam.
Being a Christian, they wouldn't mess up historically because they were Christian. There was some Christians that were up the Dr. Ben them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they didn't have all of the information to put everything together to totally discard it at that time. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, listen. You already saying. Listen, you got he didn't know shit.
Played with uneducated though.
He conned his I feel like he conned his way into the position, right? We don't know if the people around him actually know he was doing some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe had they known, they would have spoke out. You know what I mean? But we don't even know if they knew, because the nigga was from Puerto Rico, but he originated in Ethiopia. There ain't no internet. No, that's a fact check shit. The nigga went to school in Puerto Rico. Nigga like all type of Spain and shit and Cape. It's like, yo. So it's like, we could just say that, yeah, he conned his way in the game, right? The information is not, it doesn't hold up to 2022 standard. And shit, we could just really leave it at that.
I mean, we really can. I mean, we really can. I mean, that's the point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Should be no more.
That's just as harmful as an anti-vaxxer coming into. I mean, I equate it to the same thing. Right? I mean, it's a snake oil. He another snake oil sale coming into the black community, trying to sell us snake oil again. You know what I mean? Like we got to stop it with the snake oil sale. It's getting out of hand. Like we holding snake oil salesmen up to a pedestal. And we excusing the lies and all that. The nigga said he was the chairman of the goddamn UN. I mean, come on, man. Like, that's an outlandish lie, bro. Like, I don't even have a heart to lie like that. Like, I wouldn't even.
Yeah, and it's not like we only picking out like Dr. Ben. Like, even me and Shep was talking the other day about, you know, how some of us grew up on it, but it's wrong. And like, you know, Dr. Clark used to source Jerry Massey a lot. Jerry Massey was wrong about stuff. I'm certain was wrong about stuff. You know what I'm saying? So we like, yo, they were good in terms of building up our self-esteem, but now in 2022 we walk away from that. We stand on sound information. Gotta let that shit go.
Okay, let me ask you, Sosa. So you saying that the source of it was that they were wrong about
paid off of that though, Sosa. You know, they sold books, they did lectures. I mean, they got paid off of that. That's not good to me. I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't understand. We excuse everything. I don't understand the excusing.
See, Van Sertima, the way he was doing things back then, it was easy to get caught up. Like, even though, see, the white European scholars was on that Negroid shape. So when they saw the Olmec, even European was like, yo, that's just Negroid. You see what I'm saying? So it's easy to get sucked into the whole Olmecs of black shit and that type of shit back then. That was
of that time. You know, like just think it wasn't no DNA or nothing. Like, I don't understand.
But
like, you got to be able to contextualize the time.
What year was Van Sertima? He was in the 70s, wasn't he?
Right.
Yeah, before that. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, I think the first part came out in the 70s.
If he was saying that was black,
they started challenging him. Yeah, they started challenging him again.
From white people saying it don't make a difference to me that it was in the 70s. It don't make a difference to me that it was some white people saying the Olmec was Negroid, right? If he was saying that, he was on some bullshit.
Okay, listen. Okay, watch this, Corey. But listen, if you're coming out of slavery and you don't have no book, you ain't wrote no
they're not
books
coming
of your
out of
own.
slavery in the 70s.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying, though. Hold on. All of the books were written by Europeans, bro. So when they start to look for their history, how can you learn history if you don't read?
In the 70s?
Yeah. How you going to learn history at any point if you aren't reading, going back and seeing what somebody wrote before?
You got to read.
That's what the information that he was running.
No, it was credible scholars.
That's what Sosa said. Europeans were agreeing that they looked at African features. That's all he's saying.
No, those were not credible scholars saying that.
Nobody's a credible scholar back then.
That was crazy ass white people saying.
Yeah,
nobody in
even
the
credible
70s.
They wasn't credible back then. What are you talking about?
There were some credible scholars saying it back then. Like they didn't have the skin map.
They were on the
evolution. You gotta understand evolution. Charles Darwin wrote Evolution in 1865. Yeah, but it's only 100 years, and I understand it wasn't generally accepted. So they didn't really know about human migration. They didn't know about the skin map. So yeah, I mean, the nigga was off on that shit back then. My problem is not necessarily what Van Sertima was at that time. It's niggas that's still holding on to Van Sertima's word.
Right. Yeah. It's just about, like I said, we have to do the corrections.
That'd be my issue.
This ignorance in the 70s that y'all speaking of, I just don't see. I'm just gonna say that. I'm a move on. But the ignorance in the 70s,
you don't have no ability to reconstruct history, Corey. That's what this is displaying. You can't reconstruct history.
They acting like the 70s was the Stone Age.
So y'all don't know nothing about miseducation, like through the school system.
Miseducation.
What was they teaching y'all in school when y'all was in school? We're gonna go. Okay, hold on. Let me ask y'all a question. What was they teaching y'all in school when y'all was in school?
They taught me about
they taught y'all all this stuff y'all know now. Huh?
So let's stay on where we was at. Like, we don't get what niggas learned in school.
Right. What did they teach you in school?
Origins of Charles Darwin book is 1865, bro. It's not generally accepted in 1860. He just wrote it in 1865 and introduced it to the world. So within Van Sertima wrote the book in the 70s. He copied, his work is based on Leo Wiener's work, who wrote 40, 50 years before him. So like niggas wouldn't spread worldwide for niggas to understand why nostrils and shit wasn't.
I'm not saying they had the full understanding like we got all of the shit we got today, but what I'm saying is this ignorance, this veil of ignorance here that y'all laying down is just not working with me. I'm just gonna say that.
I mean,
that's all.
Yeah, I mean, that's you. I feel you. I mean, if you don't understand simple reconstruction of history,
nigga, 1970, right? What do you think he?
No,
You think he is for a 2022 nigga?
No, I'm not saying that though. So I understand the limitations. There was limitations in the 70s, right? And gaps in the scientific community, right? I'm fine with that though, right? But what I'm saying is there's this veil of ignorance that they were just in the dark on a lot of this shit, like. They wouldn't have understood that the Egyptians lived in a certain region, right? They wouldn't have understood the population that was there. They didn't travel to motherfuckers was traveling back and forth to Egypt at the time.
You doing me like I was talking about Van Sertima in his work in terms of the Olmecs. And you took me.
But the whole thing, and they knew that. The thing is, they actually can go to Ecuador and they can look at these people in Ecuador, right? And they can and they can see the features of these Native Americans, right? They're not they trapped. It's airplanes. They got airplanes in the 70s.
But you can't just go look at a nigga and see that they're not like that. And the Olmec civilization is fucking would have been BC time. You can't go look at a nigga in goddamn 1970 and go, yeah, that's the same nigga from goddamn.
No, I'm just saying, like they done seen these people already. It ain't like they didn't know these people already.
When did these people stay all over here? When did they get over to the Americans?
They didn't see the damn Ecuadorians. They didn't know who the fuck they was.
When did these people sell out, Corey? Let me ask you, when did these people sell to the Americans?
I agree with you on subject, but you stretched it right there.
Yeah, this shit is in the 80s period.
You think listen, they got airplanes in the 70s, bro.
But that doesn't mean they have airplanes long in the 70s and motherfuckers still got a lot of shit wrong. Shit, even Stein got shit wrong with but just come saying you can't just
hold on, Sosa, you doing too much, yo. And the reason
you gotta help me out on this one, Chef.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you because Van Sertima is South American himself. So it ain't like this nigga don't know the different varieties of human beings in that part of the world, right? He would know it better than us, right?
Yeah, but he's in South America, but African Americans also in South America at that time, so he don't. So come on, bro. Like, come on.
No. You can't make. Go ahead, Sos.
Go ahead. I guess there's a population of Africans there. The largest African American community is in South America.
Yeah,
there's more niggas over there than I have.
But that's not what he would. Hold on. But that's not what he was claiming, though. He wasn't claiming that the current population of African descendant people were the descendants of Olmecs. He clearly understood that the current population that he's of African descendant people was the result of the slave trade, right? He was saying that the ancient Olmec civilization, right, were from a progenitor people that came from Africa.
Yeah,
that's what he was saying.
Hold on, now watch this. And what was he basing? What was he basing that on?
No, don't jump around. No, don't jump around.
I agree with that, Chef, because he was making an argument that Africans were here before
prior to Columbus, right?
Because even back then there were two models: the diffusionist model. I forgot, niggas spread all around the world, and I forgot because even at that time, people, when they would see a pyramid in Egypt and see a pyramid in South America, they would say, well, goddamn, if there's a pyramid over here and there's a pyramid over here, then obviously if this pyramid is older, then those people that was the type of thinking that went on even prior to Van Sertima wrote. So Van Sertima got most of his work from Leo Wiener. That's who he sourced it in that book. So I'm saying, like, yeah, he was wrong, but a lot of the white scholars was wrong at the time because of the type of because of the model, the type of thinking that was going on in that time frame.
But that white scholar, Leo Wiener, that white scholar Leo Weiner was fought tooth and nail by the motherfucking majority academic. So Van Sertima chose to use a motherfucking rogue white scholar. And now we can't act like that rogue white scholar is basically the consensus of what academia thought at that time. Also, we can't do that.
No, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that
he studied and got his information from a European. That's the simplest thing you could say, bro.
A fucked up European doing some bullshit.
But that was
he didn't represent academia.
I don't know about that part, Chef. You might just be interjecting that part of it into it. But you know, I could see why that would be the case, because a lot of people were trying to deny Africans did anything in civilization.
No, but
we know that they didn't start ancient American civilizations.
I agree.
We know that.
I agree with that. Now, but back in the 70s,
and the whole point is the 70s. Y'all gotta quit.
Academia was not saying that in the 70s.
Right, y'all gotta cut this out in the 70s. Like I'm not going.
When do Van Sertima write his book?
They came before Columbus came out in the 80s. What the hell?
See, that's what I'm saying, and that's the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We can't keep making excuses about.
He said, "See, that's what I'm saying."
It is though, because it's bullshit. Because they snake oil salesmen. At what point do we
came out 1976? My bad. Go ahead.
In 70s, I don't care. It's Sheffrin. Listen, in 76, they wasn't ignorant. Black people was educated. Let me tell you, I'm not.
Man, where you from? Hold up, Corey, where you from?
I'm not going for this shit that black people couldn't read in the 70s and some shit, or they wasn't allowed at the university.
Where you from?
Or whatever. I'm from Indiana. I mean, what do you mean? What does it matter? What does it matter?
What's going on in Indiana? I thought it was Hammond, Indiana, Gary, Indiana. You know, that's all. That's the only things I ever heard.
It is all of that.
I heard it was
about Hammond and Gary. I don't shit. You know about Hammond and Gary?
Hell yeah, my homeboys come from Hammond, Indiana. They taught me everything I need to know. And guess what? We was all dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying?
They knew in the 70s they was getting a good education. Their parents was working at the steel factory. Let me tell you about Hammond in Gary, Indiana. In the 70s, bro, their parents was middle class people. They went to good schools. Their parents was making good money because they was working at the steel factories and at the car manufacturing, right? So and on the shores, they had the shoremen out there. You know what I'm saying? Out there on Lake Michigan, right? They was getting that good union money out there. You know what I'm saying? So they was getting a good education. Don't let them tell you that they wasn't getting a good education in Gary.
Stop right there. So you saying American education is a good education?
In the 90s, shit got ugly in the 90s. Now, if you want to talk about Gary in the 90s, now it's a little bit different story. But in the 70s, you can't tell me about Gary, Indiana in the 70s.
Hold up, you saying an American education is a good education? That's what you saying?
Shit, motherfuckers come from all over the world to get an education here in these United States. When you go, matter of fact, I got one of the richest universities in the United States down there in my backyard, Notre Dame, right?
Right.
It's more Chinese motherfuckers on that campus than any motherfucker out there. So yeah, American education is a good education. Yeah, yep.
So let's listen to this. It says, talking about Van Sertima, and it's about to talk about they came before Columbus. It say he was best known for his Olmec alternative origin speculations, a brand of pre-Columbian contact theory, which he proposed in his book, They Came Before Columbus, 1976. It says, while his Olmec theory has spread widely in African-American community, both lay and scholarly, it was mostly ignored in Mesoamericanist scholarship and has been dismissed as Afrocentric pseudo-archaeology and pseudo-history to the effect of robbing Native American cultures. Listen to that. To the effect of robbing Native American cultures. Basically, the same shit that we claim white people did to us, now Black scholars are doing to other people.
Ain't that the pot calling the kettle black? That's crazy. So now Ivan Van Sertima is worse than the motherfucking Spanish people that came over and colonized Spain.
No, I didn't say he colonized.
One man did horrible damage to the motherfucking people in Southern America.
Did I say he colonized? Oh my God.
Yo, I'm just talking about the context of what you said, the damage that he did compared to what the fucking Spanish did.
No, I didn't say
that people who colonized Southern America. It's crazy.
No, I didn't say that he.
I'm just putting it in context, Chef. I'm just messing with you like y'all be messing with us.
It says to the effect of robbing Native American cultures. Basically claiming their cultures for another group. It's taking another people's history, saying that another people are the reason for those accomplishments. Why would you do
the same
like,
thing they doing? That's the same shit we fighting for. Like,
exactly. So why would you turn around and do that to other marginalized people?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he just did it like you say. I think it may have been a financial purposes that he did that. But maybe he might have really believed that. I'm not.
He really believed that. Hey, I'm back now. Hey, he really believed that.
When we go,
hold on. Let Sosa speak. You say what now, Sosa?
Hold on. So when we go to North Africa, right, and tell those people that their ancient civilizations was started by another group of people, right? Some Black people, right? Or another group of people, we're doing the same thing. And what's worse, we doing it to other African people.
Now that's not true.
We're doing that shit
right there.
To other
now, the other
people,
one, I agree with the Van Sertima might have got it twisted, but I don't think Dr. Clark and them got it twisted like that.
Hey, look, this is what I want to say though. What I was saying about Van Sertima and them though, and that's why I referenced John Henry Clark and him using Massey. What I was saying was that basically, they didn't like Van Sertima book is really not his brainchild. So people like that back in the day and some of African scholars, they aligned themselves with European that was pushing Negro narratives. Because naturally, if you say the white man lying back then, and you got a white man saying the white man lying, then you're more better. So a lot of them were prone to pick up that type of information. And then I said, the reason I was saying with Van Sertima is like, based on the type of terminology we're using, they had a specific look for Negro. Negroes look like this. Mm-hmm. It wasn't talk about the diversity of Africa and just how diversified the African look was. So for him to see that look, it said, no, that's a nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's a Negro. Yeah. So I mean, that's why I said I could see how he made some of those missteps.
Now,
that's why my rejection is to people who still try to hold on to it in current times. But I can see how he fucked that up like that.
Now watch this. He didn't have any type of maybe information like we do today to say that if it may have been a possibility that it could have been a Black civilization, or that they could have came from Papua New Guinea or say the Hawaiian Islands and came and populated that area. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what I think happened. I think that those people from Papua New Guinea, Hawaiian Islands, I think that those people are the people of the old man. That's what I think.
But
when you look at them phenotypically, they look similar.
And listen, back then, they didn't even understand, like when they would look at Spanish narratives and they would say, the native would look, he was Black like an Ethiopian. Like niggas would get confused by that type of verbiage back then. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not because nobody was saying niggas like if you in one zone, you can have the same type of proportion as somebody in another area. They wasn't really talking about conversion, evolution, and shit like that. So when they would read these writings, oh shit, see, this explorer said when he saw the nigga look like an Ethiopian, soon as he arrived in the land, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I can see how he fucked some of that shit up. Some of that shit he put his own spin on. I agree. He, you know what I'm saying? He added some extra spin on the shit, but I can see how he fucked that up.
Right. And what all I'm trying to get Sheffrin and Corey to see is that they were just trying, we had just came out of a point, y'all saying that we wasn't totally illiterate, but how is it that these people are the forefront of us trying to reconstruct our history if they ain't the people? Who else is trying to reconstruct African history besides Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, James Smalls, and whoever else that we have in that genre? We don't have nobody.
Hey, but that's what I was asking the other day, Chef. I was trying to figure out, I'm like, yo, that's what I was saying. Who did we miss?
What do you mean?
Like, okay, we got hit with the Van Sertima for African scholars, right? We got hit with the Van Sertima joint in the OMAC. Like, who were the black people that we missed that was saying Van Sertima is wrong? You see what I'm saying? Who was the niggas? Where were the pseudo killers? Who were the pseudo killers of that day? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Without DNA, I don't think that they probably. I think because we looking at it from hindsight with that DNA, we can look at it and kind of reconstruct it a little bit differently than what the time that he had in the 70s. No, they didn't come out with DNA till 86 or 87.
Yeah, see, I don't recall.
Think about that.
I don't recall anybody really speaking out against him until you get to damn Henry Louis Gates and them. You know, the pushback of the Afrocentric movie, but I don't recall any prominent, or maybe they was just ousted, or I don't know. I don't recall any prominent scholars challenging Van Sertima. Like everybody that I can see champion Van Sertima's work. That's what's puzzling to me. And so I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, nobody wasn't dealing with he was the first to come over and try to make any type of claims of African starting civilization here, from what I know. It may have been somebody else that may have
No, it was white. That came from a white man. That came from white.
See what I'm saying? So, like I said, we're trying to reconstruct history. If you reconstruct your own history, you can kind of see where somebody is at that period in time. Because like Unc was saying about the fountains, it was about 10 years before that, you couldn't drink out of a certain fountain. Just think of this. So you have to keep going back and thinking about the restrictions that they had on us, and us coming into literary text and being able to try to find our history. You know, it's an interesting topic when you're looking at like the Nation of Islam, you know, how they diverted to Islam. That's the wrong history to me, but that's what they thought was the right thing outside of Christianity. That was the next choice. That's the way I look at it. If you can't be a Christian, what else is out there? Being a Muslim. You know, at that time, we don't know nothing about anything else.
Yeah. I mean, because it's anti the system. It's
right.
Militant.
You know what I'm saying?
Back then, it'd be more militant to be a Muslim. So
but see, you got to think about that too. He's also mixing Islam with Pan-Africanism, but that's pseudo.
Who?
You see what I'm saying? Elijah Muhammad or Muhammad. Really, that's what he did.
I would consider him a Pan-Africanist, but
yeah, I'm saying he mixed up black nationalism with Islam. They don't practice Islam like that in Arabia or wherever it comes from. He put black nationalism and tied it in together to make it more palatable to African Americans. That's what he did. It's a pseudoism. That was what they talking about.
I can see why you put a spin on it.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
But see, my problem is never really with the spin of the day. My problem is when niggas in 2022 can't let go of the goddamn spin. That's my issue. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. I
like Diop. I like Diop is one of my favorites, still one of my favorites, and he fucked a lot of shit up. Like but I'm gonna keep it a buck and be like, he fucked a lot of shit up. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna try to finish shit he fucked up. He fucked it up. You know what I'm saying? That two cradle shit is shit is back. You know what I mean? It's like it's not scientifically sound. You know what I'm saying? So
right. So
I ain't gonna defend it though.
Simplify that two cradle ideology. What does that mean? Do you mean like it was two sources of human existence or something like that?
Two types of mentality that for civilization, basically European versus African, based on him being the people of the ice. It brought about a different type of mentality versus Africa, who's in a tropical climate. They came out with a different type of attitude, basically.
Okay.
I'm surprised you ain't read that book, the Iceman Inheritance. Iceman Inheritance?
Nah, I haven't read that. I got a couple of DI books, but that's one that I don't have.
He didn't write that one. Somebody else wrote the Iceman Inheritance.
But I have a
that's along the same lines.
I got an understanding of what he's kind of maybe saying. You know, it is two different type of human species. So
what?
Nah, it ain't. You tripping. I can't let you put out that fast.
Oh, so hold on.
See, I get in the car with you at a certain point, but that you say something like that, you gotta drop me off at the corner store because I can't ride.
Okay, I got y'all, but I'm just saying this just, you know, being able to just chop it up or whatever. But what I'm saying is Europeans are different from Africans when you look at them.
In terms of
when you look at hair texture, skin color. You know, that's why we differentiate ourselves from them.
So what about their hair texture compared to say Ethiopian?
Ethiopians are a mixture of African and whatever is closest in that Levant area, like the Arab.
Yeah, I forgot we done had an argument before. You think that Ethiopians only got their hair because they mix?
That's a fact.
That's not a fact. That's your fact. But I'll let you. We done tried. We tried.
yeah. I mean, you would have to be able to show me other people out inside of Africa, further south, outside of that mix, where you start seeing that hair texture. You'd have to show me some other Africans with that hair texture for you to be able to improve your argument. But anyway, I know it's getting late, bro. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on around. But it's been appreciate y'all letting me come on and build with y'all.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm just pulling up goddamn late. Like, it was a good show though. I want y'all crack a little Monday Night Madness tomorrow and shit. Like tomorrow I'm posted and shit.
Yeah, I'll try to check in.
Yeah, I know. And just for the record, I heard Unc explain his argument. I am not arguing whether or not the burials in Africa at Egypt's origin are the same as you can that in Mediterranean in the Near East. That is not my argument. So if you prove that, you definitely won against whoever you fighting against. But that ain't my argument. So
Common, he always go down the road that ain't nobody, and then throw up his hands victory. That nigga crazy, yo.
Yeah, so we got to denounce that now before he even start his show. Like, let him designate who he's arguing with, because that's not my argument. So shit. But
yeah, they argue some weird connections, and that somehow that's going to prove the that the people was black. I don't.
Hey, damn Haskell trying to come in. Hey, you remember? You know the last time Smash was on, and we heard from him since. We was like, when we beat them up that night real bad, and we was like, yo, show the significant influence of Egypt or Mesopotamia. They were like, all right, bet. The niggas been Smash been ghost. That niggas been ghost, bro. Like, shit.
Yeah, that source killed them, yo. They got quiet for a whole hour, yo. I was like, dang.
I never went back to it either. Left that shit alone. Wait till the goddamn Nubian A group and shit, the Carter. I'm talking about Barry. Haskell was good. Nuts ain't got his mic right. Yeah.
Yo.
What's good?
What up?
Man, what's happening, man? Ain't too much. Yeah. I seen Unc was beating y'all up earlier, man.
On what? On Dr. Ben?
Yeah, man. Unc getting y'all that work, bro. Nah, I'm funny. I said, man, I don't care if you lied or I don't care nothing about that. But you know, Uncle old criminal anyway, so you know what I'm saying. But I had came on to speak on Sertima, man, because I don't know how y'all keep messing this up. You know, being that this community been talking about that book for I don't know how long, probably at least a decade now, as far as YouTube goes. But he never claimed that the Olmecs was created by Africans or that it was an African civilization.
Yeah, he's saying that a small group of Africans made its way to influence them, and yeah.
He never. His proposal was that there was contact.
Yeah, before Columbus. Before Columbus.
Well,
he wasn't saying we here for Native American. He was saying like that's what the book. We came before Columbus.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, the whole book is about the topic of making the case for Africans having been in North America or in the Americas period prior to 1492, right? But insofar as the Olmec part, right? Because he does make a proposal also for the whole Mali expedition in the 14th century and all that. So, you know, the Olmec thing and that is separate. But as far as the Olmec thing goes, his proposal was that Africans had contact with the Olmecs and influenced the culture.
Yeah.
You know, but I guess with the Mesoamericans, you know, I guess any sort of encroachment, they're gonna kind of, I guess you kind of have the tendency to kind of be hyperbolic about it, like, oh, he trying to take our shit and da-da-da. But
well, the reason they made the argument because you know they really put the Olmec at like the dawn of it, because they even say the Maya was influenced by the Olmec. So it's like if you take the Olmec, you taking a lot of this shit. Like you taking a goddamn crown jewel, the influence and shit.
Yeah, but there's nothing in Sertima's book though that would qualify as taking the Olmec. You get what I'm saying?
If you say yes, it would. Yeah. Yes, it would. Because, all right, if he states in the book that the African presence was so grand that, and their influence on, you know, that Native American population actually spearheaded the development of the civilization, right, of Mesoamerica, starting because of that contact, meaning that those Africans played a key role in building their civilization. That's why the heads were called, right, because these priests or kings, you dig what I'm saying, meant so much in the Olmec society. Then the knowledge that these Africans brought, you know, is the reason why we see the structures, right, that Mesoamerica is known for, because they brought that knowledge, right, of you know, the pyramid building and all of that to Mesoamerica from Africa. So that's basically putting Africans or another people at the forefront of your classical civilization. That's some bullshit. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I got the book.
Go ahead.
I got the book right here, and I never read that portion of the book. You know, I've read it a few times, but there's nowhere in the book where he makes the claim that the Africans taught them pyramid building and all that sort of stuff.
Hold on. At the time of Mesoamerica, when those
What? Give me the time period of that. Let's knock this right out the gate now, because he gives you the whole chronology.
The date he puts to that, I know that was based on. I think it was based.
It was in the 1500 BC, right?
Yeah, I think so.
it's a range.
I think he be used before that with
the number that
because he made a couple claims like Egypt.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if you read the
you bullshitting right now, ass.
I'm gonna put it up.
How you figure?
Because you're acting like that's not the whole atmosphere. What he was saying.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't though. It wasn't. It's nothing.
You got the book right there.
Yeah, it's nothing in the book where he's like, "Yo, we gave him this culture, or we showed him how to." Is his, and also the stuff about as far as the date that I can remember off the top of my head is 800 BC. And it kind of dovetailed with the
Phoenicians,
with the 25th dynasty or whatever. But
That's
that, to be fair, the features on those colossal heads are very very different from your typical Nubian anyway. So I don't know if that that theory of his necessarily makes makes any sense. But for the most part, that book really doesn't make any claims. You know what I'm saying, Chef? It's pretty much him just making a case and offering possible explanations, possible theories to explain certain evidence, you know what I'm saying, that's there to support Africans having been in the Americas prior to 1492. He never, there's no real claims in that book. You get what I'm saying?
Nah.
He doesn't say like, yo, the Nubians
Y'all
came
do some weird shit with these old niggas, yo.
No, have you read the book, Chef?
Yes, I read the book. And hold on. And I listened to his lecture and his rebuttal to the critiques.
Yeah.
That's the most telltale. If it's not clear in the book, his rebuttal to the critique of the book, he doubled down on the shit that you're saying he ain't saying.
Yeah, you gotta watch his rebuttal.
I've seen the written rebuttal that he did.
Right.
And I've also watched his lecture. But even I don't know if it's weird how two people could read or listen to the same thing and come away with something completely different, because even in those rebuttals, he's not making any definite claims. Again, his main
you're putting it out there. Okay, so you're saying tread lightly because he's what? I don't get it.
No, what I'm saying is, if a Mesoamerican is saying, he claims that the Africans, because if you read that thing y'all read earlier, what you was reading, I think that was Vieira you was reading. I'm not sure, but some Mesoamerican author was that. I don't know if you could find it again, Chef, but the specific words was the Africans created the culture, and they saying that Sertima claimed that. And that's just patently false.
Well, we'll go at the wiki. We'll read what the wiki said. It said, Van Sertima states near the end of the book that all civilizations are capable of independent invention, and that he aims to place his claims on a spectrum between diffusionism and isolationism, or the idea is that cultures separated geographically are capable of inventing similar things without interaction between the two. However, some of the biggest resting points of his theory attribute Mesoamerican pyramids, mummification, symbolism, mythology, calendar technology, and much of the art to African influence and guidance.
Right. So
that's everything, damn.
That just killed what you were saying, though, asshole.
No, but that's not the same thing. What they're talking about is him drawing him drawing parallels, right, in certain things within the culture.
No, this says resting upon his theory. His theory attribute. His theory attribute Mesoamerican pyramids, et cetera, to African influence and guidance.
Read it again.
However, some of the biggest resting points of his theory attribute Mesoamerican pyramids, mummification, symbolism, mythology, calendar technology, and much of the art to African influence and guidance.
Okay, that's that much of the art, mythology, to African influence, but that's a far cry from saying that Africans created that civilization.
I mean, god damn.
Oh man.
What do you mean?
But it's like saying they needed.
Wait a minute.
They were stuck in the ground until the Africans came over and jumped.
Nah. That's you putting your own thing in it. It's a saying Africans created Olmec culture or whatever. I'm not splitting the hairs here. You know, it's a far cry between saying they created the cult, you know, the civilization, and saying that it influenced mummification and all that other sort of stuff.
Haskell,
you know what I'm saying?
Y'all have a fit if we say Mediterraneans came to Africa and influenced and guided the Africans. You'd be like, nigga, you ain't trying, come on, bro.
No, but see, again, that guidance word, that ain't Sertima. That's that person editorialized.
I gotta get
that whole guy. Again, they trying to paint that picture like he was trying to give the impression that these motherfuckers was just some wild loincloth wearing niggas, and the Africans came and that's them putting how they seeing it. I don't agree with that, what they spin on that, because I read the book. And I read his rebuttal. He goes out of his way to say that the civilization existed. So yes, the mythology, for example, right? When he talks about like certain plume god, you know, like certain gods and certain shit, and how it was interwoven into the indigenous Olmec culture, right? So that will qualify as influence. But something like our symbolism, like the Quetzalcoatl thing, and he trying to right, he draws a comparison or a parallel between Quetzalcoatl and some African deity or whatever. So him drawing parallels between two cultures and saying this culture's had an influence, and the evidence of those influences is this symbolism, this mummification, this god, this mythology. That's a far cry from saying that these niggas guided some backwards Indians who wasn't doing nothing. And those are two completely different things, bro.
People say, Haskell, did they have a calendar before the Olmecs?
No.
Right. So the Olmecs, right?
Right.
That's who gave the Mayans a calendar system.
Right. And he okay, well, if he makes the claim that or if he proposes that the calendar system possibly was diffused to the Olmecs by Africans, that's saying that they created their culture. It's all about what is he offering as evidence for it. That's what it's all about.
I don't know. So you don't. I'm trying to find. I read the book.
I'm looking at the book right now.
This is my favorite book, but it was a long time ago. So I just downloaded the PDF. I just downloaded the book.
Yeah, he got me stuck. Like I
don't. I had to go download the book, Haskell. You got that.
He done made me have to question what the hell I read. Like that he's not saying the things that he actually said and put forth in the book.
Now, so he said in the book that the Africans was responsible for creating Olmec culture, and that he guided these backwards natives and taught them
Nobody
everything
ain't
they
say
know.
Gotta be backwards. We'll put us on.
Yeah, nobody ain't got.
But
You add the joy.
but y'all know damn well that's what them people implying when they saying they robbing our culture and guidance.
Yeah, because it's like, why would you need any other
right, but what I'm
other than their
saying
own
is-
guide when everybody else
But
did their own
Sosa,
shit?
ain't Van Sertima don't make that claim that they guided them. If y'all could find it in the book, I stand corrected, but he doesn't make the claim that the Africans guided them. You know what I'm saying? If two cultures make contact, and I know some shit about this, and you know some shit about this, and you know I got my gods, and he does make the claim that, or he does paint a picture that the Africans had a strong influence. You know what I'm saying? And the people were, or the indigenous population was they did think really highly of them, even possibly to the point of veneration. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. That's a far cry from saying they guided them or they created the civilization. Like that's them people adding on
The
stuff.
people that
bro.
came over, he said that, I'm reading his little text. He said, this indicates that the Negro element intermarried into the almost few of the native population. The female found in the graves of the pre-classic period next to the Negroid male is very distinct from the male, but becomes similar to the male in latter classical site, indicating a progressive intermixture and a growing absorption of foreign Negro element into the largely Mongoloid population. So he said this evidence makes it very clear that the Olmec Negroid element was a distinctive outside element that came, conquered, and crossbred into the Olmec time period. So they came over there and conquered these folks, bro. Right. So if you come over there and you conquer people, then
where are you reading from? What page is that?
The PDF is I think his book page is 270.
270?
Yeah. I got the PDF download. I see it's 270. Yeah, so he came and conquered. Yeah, man. So if you conquered that motherfucker, you colonized, you putting your shit in play.
Hold on, man, because I don't remember him claiming that they conquered. And if he's claiming that it's a small group, how the hell did they conquer the whole? You know what I'm saying?
He was stating a lot of crazy shit.
You could ask your boy Ben Sir.
Something tells me you reading that shit out of context, bro. That don't make no sense.
Listen, if he says this evidence makes it very clear that the Olmec Negroid element was a distinctive outside element that came, conquered, and crossbred in the Olmec time period. I mean, like, that's pretty clear. I can't take that shit out of context.
The hell this damn book at, bro?
I can't take that shit. I downloaded it real quick off PDF drive.
Huh?
I downloaded it real quick off PDF drive.
Share the screen, bro.
Hold on. You see it? I scroll. You see it? To the bottom.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, for that new light, Jaraza boy shares on it, but if you go down.
Skeletal evidence of the Polish cranium has great importance in clearing up confusion over the Atlantic origins of the Negro populations. He highlights the fact that 13.5% of the skeletons examined in the pre-classic Olmec cemetery of Tlatelolco were Negroid, yet later at Cerro de las Mesas, only 4.5% were. This indicates that the Negro element intermarried until it almost fused with the native population. The female found in the grave, blah, 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 very distinct to the male, but becomes similar to the male in the later classic site, indicating progressive intermixture and the growing absorption of blah, blah, blah. Very clear that the Olmec Negro element was a distinctive outside element that came, conquered, and crossbred in the Olmec time period rather than blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's a weird way to construct the sentence, but the way I read that is him, I don't know why he would put conquered in there. That's weird.
What do you mean it's weird? It's what he
It's
meant.
weird.
The whole
because-
book weird, bro.
Nigga said that's weird.
The whole
No,
book
because
weird.
look, listen. Don't get excited, right? The reason why I say it's weird is because the entire paragraph is speaking about amalgamation. You know, it's not speaking to a group coming in and taking over a group by force.
Because he's saying that because remember he's using the ratio though, because he's saying like 13.5% of the skeletons. So he's saying like, you know, the population was decent enough. You know what I'm saying? And then he's talking about intermarrying and shit like that. So that's why he said in time when Cerro de la Mesa, the classical period, he said it's only 4.5%. So he's saying that it started off as a larger population, and that in time through mixing and marriage, it started to blend in until eventually that the more the element was kind of filtered out, so it's not as deeply African.
Right, but
later
that
periods.
Yeah, but all of that stuff wouldn't none of that speaks to conquest. You get what I'm saying? So why would he include all of that and then use the word conquered? The evidence makes it very clear that the Olmec Negro element was a distinctive outside element that came conquered and crossbred in the Olmec time period. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that sentence. That's
Man, like the white people did when they came to the Europe, when they came to America, they wouldn't overall that damn. They came and conquered, and they get in mixed in with some of the Native Americans. That's what he's saying.
yeah, but in that case, like we know what happened there, and we know.
Yeah, because more Europeans started coming over, but he's saying like it wasn't like more Africans keep coming over to keep the gene pool consistent. So he's saying after the mixing, it just later on started decreasing more and more into the population because they don't got a
but that doesn't. But Sosa, that doesn't equate to conquest. That's the total opposite of conquest. Like,
I mean, I ain't say it. He said it.
Well, he used the word conquered, but again, all right. So at no point in the book does he speak about how this conquest happened. If he was indeed speaking about conquest in the way that we know of it, meaning like a group conquers another group, like he just uses it in that little sentence right there and never says, yo, the Olmecs came over, they had superior technology and they killed this amount of people and they subdued this village, or there's none of that. You know what I'm saying? There's nowhere that's not claimed anywhere. So for that word conquer to be there in a paragraph talking about amalgamation and intermarriage and a small group kind of getting assimilated into a native culture, like the two things, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it's just a weird word to use in that.
Right.
I mean, do you think Sertima is making the argument that some Africans came from Africa, came over, and by force subdued these Olmecs, and you know what I'm saying, and took their daughters and wives, and you think that's what he's claiming right there?
I can only take him for his word. You know what I'm saying? That's what he said they did. I got to accept him on face value.
Yeah, but Sosa, that's not
at the time. It's not even known. The Olmecs, especially at that time, the history of the Olmecs not really even necessarily all known. They can't even decipher the writing. You know what I'm saying? So he just trying to explain the present. So he's trying to. That's how he explained the present, because you got to explain. Okay, well, how these people? Okay, I see how they got there, but how these people rise to a position of prominence, to high status, to where now you would have that you would make monumental heads of them. So you had to justify that, and the justification was, they came conquered. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then you would need some more fleshing out of that. It wouldn't just be in that one little, sentence. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's weird. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's weird. Because is there anywhere else in the book, far as you know, where he's saying like, you know, this war was fought or this battle was fought, and you know, the book don't go into none of that. So yeah, like I said, that's
because the Olmec history is like they don't really know. I don't think he would even have any information to even describe a war. Like I don't even think they got information on, you know what I mean, as far as Olmec wars. You know what I mean? It's their history. They kind of showed up. They're kind of like a mysterious in a sense. Even the natives didn't, the other population, the Mayans didn't necessarily.
They think the people migrated there, and you know what I mean, from some other part of the Americas, and built the civilization because they can't find the buildup of it in the area. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so it's kind of you know what I mean, kind of sketchy to them.
right.
You
It's
know what I
like
mean?
they came there and all of a sudden they were just
And then they
advanced.
disappeared. Right. And then they disappeared.
Right. Yeah.
Feel me?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So
Yeah,
it's but we know that's true to a lot of shit in Central America and stuff, right? The people would come to the area and build their those cities, you know what I mean? And then like we don't have no remnants of where the people went at. Somehow they just retreat back into the jungles or all of that shit way down there. You dig what I'm saying? All that shit kind of weird. But it's crazy that everybody today has been you know, confused that with these old scholars, you know, put forth back in the day. Like everybody today has been giving us a different interpretation of what these guys meant in their works. Like we just, with Dr. Ben, we got the whole rundown that he wasn't talking about Black people. He was just talking about indigenous Africans now, when his book is The Black Man of the Nile. And he was a big proponent of Black people being the originators of the Egyptian culture, you know what I mean, and all of that. Now, as Van Sertima, he wrote the whole book, you dig what I'm saying, on They Came Before Columbus, and he talks about, you know, the, you know, how those Africans came and, you know, imparted features of their civilization to the Native Americans. And now we're being told that that's really not the case. He never really made those claims. Somehow we reading that wrong about Van Sertima.
But I agree with that part as far as the proposal he made was that they, you know, imparted their culture or they influenced strongly. And I agree with that. I was disagreeing or setting straight the thing you was reading earlier from that Mesoamerican author. When remember you was telling James, you was like, oh, that's the same thing we be doing. We robbing and da-da-da. That section that you wrote said that Van Sertima claimed that the Africans created Olmec culture, you know? So now, I mean, we could split hairs and y'all could say, oh, he was trying to imply that and da-da-da-da-da. That's fine. All I'm saying is he never made that claim. So that part is that's just wrong, period. He never made a claim that Africans created the Olmec civilization. That's not true. You know what I'm saying? I think we can agree on that.
So you saying that he just really was making the claim that we just came over there and like we was really just like chilling with him, but we, you know what I'm saying, we just kind of like hang out, did our thing, married, and it's kind of faded on out.
No, but I just said Sosa that he makes a proposal that there was strong influence. You know, that's if I'm saying, or if he's saying that they strongly influenced the culture, like gave him the calendar and a lot of their mythos and all this other shit. Of course, that's not just chilling and da-da-da. He's saying it goes beyond that, but
yeah, because they would have had to roll for the heads. They rolled to leadership. Like they were power.
Right. That's fine. But again, you can counter those claims or dismiss those claims or debunk those claims, right? But we got to agree that even if those claims are outlandish in your eyes, it's still a far cry from saying Africans created Olmec civilization. Can we agree on that? Those things are not the same. Chef, can we agree on that? Look, that much.
Well, say that again.
Okay. Even if you find Van Sertima's proposals to be outlandish or not backed by enough evidence, meaning the claim that they gave him the calendar, influenced mummification, strongly influenced the mythos, intermarried, even if you say or accept that those claims are outlandish, that's still a very distinct difference from Africans created Olmec civilization. Can we agree that there's a distinct, clear line between those two concepts?
Creative versus significantly influenced?
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, if he's saying that they blended in or they took off, so there had to have been a civilization there before. But the question would be like, okay, at what?
I'm good with that, bro. I'm good with that. You know, what made me come up was that passage that Chef was reading earlier. You know what I'm saying? In that passage, that Mesoamerican author made a definite claim, that Sertima claimed that Africans created a civilization and that the Olmec civilization was African. And that's not the claim he made. So as long as we can agree on that, I'm good. I won't go, you know what I'm saying? I won't go beyond that.
Yeah. Nah, I think that when you make those type of statements, you are misappropriating or taking away from another people's history, especially when your claims is unfounded. Right? When there's no connection and you're making one, you dig what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You're lying and you're taking people's ancestors' cultural accomplishments, you know what I mean, and giving them to another group of people. That ain't right to me.
That's fine. And again, like I just stated, if you're gonna charge somebody, charge them with the right charge. You know what I'm saying?
I just charged them.
Right. And I'm saying what you just stated is a different charge from that Mesoamerican author's charge that you read earlier. Those are two different charges.
No, I think it was the same thing.
Nah, come on, man. Come on, man. He said that author said that Sertima claimed that the Olmecs were literally African. It was an African civilization and that they created a civilization.
He says right here, he says,
I went away from that link.
He says that while his Olmec theory has spread widely in African American community, both lay and scholarly, it was mostly ignored in Mesoamericanist scholarship. He's saying that book was, dismissed or ignored in Mesoamerican scholarship, right? And it says it has been dismissed as Afrocentric pseudo-archaeology and pseudo-history to the effect of robbing Native American cultures. That's what it's saying. It's robbing them of their culture. It's saying
I could have swore you had read another part that said that that they created a civilization.
Is
No,
there
I
another?
might have stated that, but that's not what I read.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? And I still stick by it. And what do you agree with in the book?
Well, what I do agree with is, for one, the distinction between the artwork that you see that's attributed to the Olmecs, right? So as far as like the mask and stuff, and the clear distinction between that and like the basalt heads, you know, in terms of the craftsmanship, and you know, there's nothing else in that culture, or there's no other representations that mimic what you see in those basalt heads. And there are other art, you know, that depicts clearly Negroid faces and stuff in the Olmec culture, smaller, like handheld masks and stuff like that, with the West African what's the earrings, you know, the little earrings and shit they be wearing, and you know that, and then the tobacco
All
thing.
fakes. All fakes.
The who?
That shit was fake.
What, the
those figurines and stuff? The guy was actually making them.
Who was making them?
The guy that he got that he got those figurines and stuff from. It was actually a white guy who was making them shits. It's crazy.
Well, you got to show me that. That's pretty interesting.
Oh.
Another thing that he pointed out in the book too was the presence of a particular strain of cotton, and the fact that it can't. It was only from Africa. You know what I'm saying? And it couldn't have came here by. It could only have come here by human hands. You know what I'm saying? And he goes into detail. Of course, I can't recite it off the top of my head, but that was pretty compelling. You know, what else? The parallels that he draws between the mythologies in the cultures, and how you know, how similar the mythos are. You know what I'm saying? So I think cumulatively, right? Like you could strike down like some of the exhibits that he puts forward, but I think looking at it, you know, in totality, all the exhibits that he offers, he makes a compelling argument. You know, and that cotton one is the strongest one for me personally.
And where in the book is that at?
Shit, you know, I couldn't even find a damn thing.
Or is that in his rebuttal?
Nah, that's in the book. That's in the book. You there, Sosa?
Yeah, I forgot. I was trying to find it, but for some reason, shit won't let me search it out. He was talking about the buoyancy, the cotton. He made some argument about it not being buoyant enough to.
Oh yeah, I like that part of his argument. I think he did. He choked that part of the argument.
You said he choked it?
No, he choked it. I like that part.
Yeah, that's why I said that's the most. That's why I said I like that part the most, because it was the most scientific and the strongest. Now I'm sure somebody could rebut it. You know what I'm saying? Possibly a marine biologist or somebody that's qualified in that field. Possibly they could pick it apart. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But my only thing is when it comes to that particular book, when people make the criticisms, it's been around so long, you would think like somebody could go point by point, and you know what I'm saying? Most of the time when people speak, oh, he trying to say we abos, and it's just name calling, and you get what I'm saying, Chef? It ain't nothing I could sink my teeth into.
Yeah, but it is already been. All right, so let's go through this.
All right. Even the Mesoamericans, like that passage you read, that's just a nigga that's shitting on it. You know what I'm saying? It's not really him going into, all right, Exhibit A,
is some bullshit because of XYZ.
But
Exhibit B, you know what I'm saying?
So the stuff that you mentioned was the his best points. You mentioned the figurines, right?
Right.
And the artwork. Well, the figurines and the artwork, like I said, was already proven to be fake.
Yeah, you
guy-
gotta show me. You gotta show me that.
Hold on. I don't even know where to find it at, but we already done went over it. So I'm telling you right now.
So I gotta take your word for it.
Yeah, you take my word for it right now. For right
All
now, if I sit up, I'm gonna find it. But
I mean, we can't do it tonight. You know, I know it's getting late and shit.
Right.
But, you know,
So-
again, what I'd love to see, because, you know, you're not the only one, Chef. So many people have shitted on that book. You know what I'm saying? And I've never seen anything in this community beyond just name calling. You get what I'm saying, Chef? I've never seen any real scholarly disambiguation.
But we got no,
of
because
it.
it is already shown. All right, if the figurines were a fake and admitted fake by the guy who made it, right? He kept claiming he was finding all of these things buried in the ground. When the shit got tested, he actually admitted to faking the shit, of finding all these archaeological remains of these figurines and shit. He was lying. That's the point. All right. So once we get past that part, now we got to deal with whether the Africans.
So which ones are fake? Like all, because you know there are depictions of the more classic mongoloid features, you know, that's attributed, that's in museums. So
the
you're
ones
saying
that ones that was claimed
the African looking ones you're saying are fake.
was claimed to be fake. Yeah, the ones that he used to show the African presence, right, through the artwork, those ones that he found, you know what I mean? And he got the dude name, the catalog it came from, right? When they looked
I think is either Von Woutenau.
It's on the video. It's on the video when he had traveled over there on the bus and went to do. Remember, do had all that shit laid out.
Who's the other white? It's Von Woutenau, and it's another white dude. But we could stick a pin in that, man. Y'all, you'd have to show me, because I'm Googling right now. I'm not seeing nothing coming up.
All right, so we got that claim. If we can knock that out with that it was that they was fakes, forgeries, right? If we can knock that out, and then hold on, this girl tripping.
Yeah, because they got the because even with that they got, you know, because they got the Columbus journals that when he claimed, they said that they were black, and they got what Columbus wrote, and it's a lot different than what Van Sertima said was in Columbus' journal.
Right. So now if we can get those figurines out of there, right? Now we can deal with whether the Africans, right, at any point in history, right, in ancient times, had the capabilities of crossing the Atlantic Ocean. I think that's where his whole argument really falls apart at.
Yeah, horribly. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, Haskell?
Right. So what did you make of his was the guy named Thor Heyerdahl's expedition? I know the Ra 2 failed, the Ra 2 made it, right? What do you make of that?
What you mean?
Well, they showed the reed boat that they set sail from I can't remember if it was from, I'm pretty sure it was from the coast of West Africa. And they set it in this current, and it made it to the Americas basically. And it was a boat that that mimicked the technology that the Africans would have had at that time. It was just showing the possibility. That's not to say that the Africans came over there. It's just to say that, yo, the technology that they had, it was technically possible to make the voyage. And they demonstrated that with the Ra 2.
With an Egyptian boat?
I don't know if it was an Egyptian boat. Chef,
the Ra 2.
Sosa, you know what I'm talking about?
The Reed boat.
Yeah, it's a Reed. You know what I'm talking about, right?
The Egyptian shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't do that, man. That's crazy.
What's crazy?
That you would put a Reed boat on the damn Atlantic Ocean and think that people would have been actually doing this on a regular basis. Like if a Reed boat make it across the Atlantic Ocean, that shit is by the grace of God. Like it's not even something that would be that any rational human being will put out on the Atlantic Ocean as something that, now if you get caught in a storm or something, right, then that's just what happened. But you're not, that's not a sea vessel that you would use to cross the Atlantic, yo. That's like not even, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and they would have to even have knowledge that there's something there to even attempt. Like, why would
attempt to do that on something that flimsy?
Yeah, they would have to know like there's land over there, and we're going there. You know what I'm saying? Like that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm missing that. Then, okay, but that's BC time, right? That's when hardly nobody ain't had the capability of really crossing the Atlantic Ocean. That's BC time. So then when maritime skills and technology get better, you have West Africans, right, that he claimed crossed the Atlantic Ocean, in the 14th century, right? Now, if there was an African civilization or kingdom on the west coast of Africa that had the capability, right, the maritime capability of crossing the Atlantic Ocean, then that would have been the Portuguese, and all of them would have had knowledge of these people, right? The Portuguese and them had started coming into West Africa by this fucking time. They make no mention of a maritime power that was in West Africa who had the capability of crossing the goddamn Atlantic. How did we miss all of that, Haskell?
You talking about the whole Mali thing and
exactly.
And,
how did all of the writing people at that time that was in the area of West Africa, right? You had the Arabs, right? They mentioned nothing about a maritime power off the coast of West Africa, right? You had Jewish sources, you had Portuguese sources, like all of these motherfuckers. Nobody mentioned this maritime power of West Africans that had the capability of, defending the coast of Africa from everybody else and crossing the goddamn Atlantic. How did all of history miss that in the 14th century, yo?
Did he made a claim of Mali being a maritime power?
Yeah.
Where was that claim?
If Abubakar, right, was making big enough boats, right, to carry 200 men, right, a boat right? And he could put 200 of them in the goddamn on the Atlantic, right? 100 for, how do you say, 100 ships full of men, and then another 100 full of supplies. That's a maritime power, yo.
Yeah.
That's a fleet.
Yeah, because if he take 200, that means it's only 200. I mean, he got some left.
and then you would have records of, you would have shipbuilding industries in West Africa at that time, right? You would have shipyards and all kind of shit. You just wouldn't forget about that type of, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, nah, West Africa didn't have that at that time, yo. Nobody would have ignored that, yo. That's not something you just ignore and forget. Like, even if another king take over or another kingdom take over, they're going to take over the industry also, because that's trade. That means that matter of fact, the Portuguese in them was transporting goods and slaves of from African kingdoms. They was basically taxiing African goods up and down the coast of Africa for the Africans, meaning that the Africans didn't have a way of transporting the goods up and down the coast of Africa. The Portuguese was doing that shit for them. I mean, so if the Portuguese was transporting goods between African civilizations up and down the coast, that means that if the Africans had boats that could cross the Atlantic, they would have had boats that could travel up and down the Atlantic coast, and they didn't. So Van Sertima claims is what I'm saying. Like, the technology wasn't there. It wasn't. Not in the maritime shit anyway. Now they had canoes, right? That can go up and down the different rivers, but none of those canoes were seaworthy vessels that could get out onto the Atlantic. They had big ass canoes. They definitely had them. But I don't think none of them, you know what I mean? And they actually had war canoes that they would put, you know what I mean? They could fight each other on the river, but they didn't have no boats that could fight on the Atlantic Ocean against those currents that was on the Atlantic Ocean. But they definitely had canoes, right? That they could transport stuff to the islands off the coast of West Africa. They was able to do that, but to get out into the Atlantic, they didn't have that capability. But go ahead, Has.
Yeah, and like people keep forgetting, like, you know, like they would have to have a need to go there and know it's there. Like, I think with the Columbus situation, people really overlooked the fact that Columbus had no intentions of going to America. He ended up there by accident. You know what I'm saying? Like, even he didn't know the shit was there.
You mean to the Americas?
Yeah.
He never landed in America.
To the Americas. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he never intended to go where he was going. He got lost. He ended up there by mistake.
I mean, I don't know how viable a story that is.
I mean, why would he lie about getting lost? Like, the nigga was about to die.
They mean,
they were thinking about killing Columbus. They was talking about mutiny.
No. Meaning the idea that it was just guesswork, that he was looking for India and he just stumbled upon because you can be
but he named them Indians.
Yeah, he definitely was looking for India, Haskell.
He named them Indians because he thought
but again, you can be intending to go to a place, right? Or you've heard reports or whatever that this place is here, and you could still go through all that, you know, almost dying and all of that type of shit.
Yeah, but that's not what he said. Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Columbus himself reported that he was trying to go to India and all that shit.
Yeah, he was trying to find a
That's where he got the money from.
That's why. That's why they gave him the money in the ships to find a faster route to the trade of India.
What was the who was the what about the reports that he had these the people that he had on the boat?
He did have some more sailors on the boat.
Right, the couple, and that one of them was like a navigator or some shit, like.
Yeah, because it was like them. Some of them more, they were good at that shit.
So the Moors was there to guide him to India.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, had they so prior to this, the Spanish crown, they had never went to India before by boat. Like, he was the first. That was their first time going there.
No, the Arabs did, right? The Moors had the Arab information on, their maritime knowledge, right? The Arab trade with India was already bustling. So the Portuguese in them were trying to find a way around the Arab control, right? To get into the what's the name trade. Because remember, they was beefing with I think Constantinople, what's that, the Turks and the Christians, the Turks, how do I say this? The Byzantines and the Muslims were fighting in that blockade over the land for them to be able to get to the Orient trade. That it was the Orient trade, right? All of the shit coming out of the Orient. The part of Europe that France and Spain and Portugal was basically cut off from the trade of those goods that was in the Orient, because the Christian Byzantines and the Muslims was locked into a fight. If you look at a map, you know what I mean, from the Mediterranean, you would have to go into Asia, and then it was a land route to get to the trade of the Orient. Well, they was cut off. So the maritime, they was looking for a way around it, right? So you would have Moors that, you dig what I'm saying? And I don't even know if they were Moors in the same sense that that you would say, you know what I mean? Moor, right? What do you mean by Moor?
Shit, it would be whoever they defeated in because it was right after they took Granada, right?
Yeah, but Moors were both. They was acclimated into those houses in Spain and Portugal, right? Like, so they were Christian and everything at that time.
Right. I mean, that's fine. When I say more, it would be whoever was whoever those Muslims were in Portugal.
A lot of them weren't Muslim no more at that time, though. That's the thing.
Or Muslim descendants. I know a lot of them was Jews, Christians, and all of that stuff. But whoever them people were, that they that was because why didn't they do that before 1492 though? You know what I'm saying? It's curious that right after they sacked the last Moorish stronghold is when the crown.
Yeah, in 1492. That's when they lost the last kingdom in Spain.
Right. So what I'm saying is they had conquered other cities way before then, and He was commissioned by the Portuguese before the Spanish, right? Because he was like playing them against one another at one point.
It was something like that, and it was something with Italy also.
Yeah, he took money from both of them. You know what I'm saying?
The expedition where he was supposed to be looking for India, was that the one where Ferdinand and Isabel gave him the money to do it?
Yeah, I think they gave him 3 ships also.
Right, and the 3 ships and all of that stuff.
Yeah, he got he got money from Portugal too, but they caught his ass coming back.
Okay. So I don't know. I'm wondering why they wouldn't try to do what you was talking about, Chef, as far as circumventing the Arabs prior to 1492. Like, why is it that is this a curious coincidence that
because they were dominant on them seas, though. Them niggas was dominant.
Yeah, but what happened? So 1492, all of a sudden they just weren't dominant anymore, or the
No, that's why they were trying to find that workaround. No, I'm talking about the Moors. And the Moors, they had control. They had control of that area and shit, bro. They had shit on lockdown.
You talking about them Barbary
yeah,
the pirates and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so I guess the argument would be by 1492, the I guess Spain and Portugal had gained control of them pirates too, or them seas or whatever.
Nah, you remember, like that's what the whole point. Like, she didn't really even want to give Columbus any ships. Like eventually, like I think he talked her into it.
Cause she was worried about them Barbary the pirates and Barbary Corsairs, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She was worried about them, I guess, taking the ships or whatever.
Yeah, they was fast. Those Corsairs was faster than the ships that Spain and them had. Couldn't outrun them. It was a lot. You feel me? But the main thing is Columbus, his motivation and his expedition was to get to India. Period. Like, that's what all of the records say. He claimed it. And he thought he had found some islands off the coast of India.
Yeah, we keep forgetting. This is why today we call them niggas Indians, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so Haskell is saying that his secret mission, that he had another secret mission, and he lied to the world because he knew he was coming to the Americas, or some shit like that. Nah, bruh. Don't work like that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I've always heard that story that he was looking for India, and just by happenstance he just got caught in a current or some shit and ended up in the New World, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the common story.
Pretty much. His premise was correct, right? That if you go west far enough, you're going to end east, because the world is a goddamn globe. You know what I mean? So his basic premise was correct. What he didn't know, that it was a whole another continent in the middle of that you feel me? Like, so that's what he ended up running into. And he thought that was fucking India. You know what I mean? So, I mean, and he came back and said that, you know what I mean? Said that these people were Indians, that he found India, you know what I mean? All that, like, I mean,
yeah,
that's
but they'd been to India prior to that, right?
I don't know. Not by ship.
So the Europeans, specifically the Spanish and the Portuguese, prior to 1492, they had never been to India by ship.
Nah, because nobody had circumnavigated Africa yet. You know what I mean? So
that was out of it. You feel me?
You sure about? Hold on. I want to make you sure about that now.
Yeah, I think I'm positive. Like, you want to look it up?
So prior to 1492, nobody from Spain or Portugal had ever been in India.
No, not by ship. You would have had to circumnavigate Africa to get there.
No, but his whole purpose was to find a new route.
Exactly, because the land route.
Hold on.
The land route was cut off by the damn Muslims, and you know what I mean. And the
I thought the whole idea was to find a new route by ship, meaning that they had a route by ship before that was like a direct line, but because of the Corsairs, they had to find another route by ship.
How the hell?
So prior to 1492, they never. The only way they got to India was by land.
It was water and land routes. You had you had trading posts all the way through. It wasn't just I just take my ship and from.
Hold on. You said by water and by land, so they were going to India by waterways.
No. It was different ports that they went to get the goods from, India. It was a whole trade route network, yo. They didn't have direct access to India, right? It was by proxy. You know what I mean? The goods came through the trade network to different ports that they had access to.
All right, you know what? All right, so fine. They never got there by ship before, right?
Right.
But they'd been there by land many times.
I don't know if they I don't know if they personally been to India by land. I'm saying that the goods that came out of India in the East, they had ports, all up and down the Mediterranean that these goods over the land routes ended up in these ports. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is prior to 1492, had the Spanish or the Portuguese, whether they're emissaries, their dignitaries, their royalty or whoever, had they ever been to India prior to 1492? Is there evidence for that?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure there is, just guessing. What I'm getting at is,
hold on, but it wasn't by ship though.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine, because it's not consequential to the point I'm about to make. Mm-hmm. The point I'm about to make is, if them people have been to India, meaning the crown, right, in any significant way, whether it be for trade or whatever the case may be, right, and this man ended up somewhere that he thought was India,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure in writing them letters and shit, them people would be able to tell him, nah, bro, that ain't India. Or them people who was with him would know, because they were navigators who were there to guide him to India. So they would know what India looked like, the people there, etc. They would be able to tell him, nah, bro, this ain't India. Because the story is that when he landed, he believed truly that he was in India. And that's why he called them people Indians.
Right.
Think about what Indians look like.
So I'm saying logically that should no. But Sosa, my point is, if whoever those navigators he had, whether they Moors or not, is not relevant. The point I'm making. The point I'm making is they on that boat, right, to help guide them to India because they had been there before.
Yeah, but Haskell, you remember they landed on an island.
So that's fine. So if you land on an island or whatever the case may be, if them people have been to India before, I'm sure the language that they were speaking in India's Western Asia, right? India's Western Asia. No, I'm asking. Is India's Western Asia, right? Am I right on that?
Look at that.
You said what?
No, I'm asking if India is Western Asia. Or is it?
It's going east, but it's not east.
It's East Asian.
It's not East Asia yet.
South Asia.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
South Asia.
Right. My point is, I'm sure whatever language they were speaking over there was a different language from what them Tainos and whoever was speaking, right?
Not if you're on an island, though, Haskell. You don't know. I mean, they were on an island. They weren't, you know what I mean? So that would be the same thing. They'd be on an island. But so you're saying that Columbus lied about that shit, and he actually?
No, I don't know if who lied or whatever. I'm saying logically, it's not making sense to me. You land somewhere and you genuinely believe in your heart of hearts that you're in India. Okay, fine. You've never been, right? So it makes sense that you would think that, right? Okay, what about the people that was with you? They never been to India before? They truly believed in their heart of hearts that this place was India also?
Well, whether they truly believe it or not, Columbus did.
Nah, but it wouldn't. What I'm saying is, Sosa, at some point, he would have been corrected by somebody. Even with the letters being written back to Spain and all that, them people would have told him, that's not India. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, logically, this story just doesn't hold up.
I don't understand how I get it. I don't understand how we fighting the story. I mean, well, somebody lied, I guess. I don't know. Like, well, I don't know why we fighting. We can only take him at face value what he said. Like, shit. Otherwise, like, I don't see the purpose of him lying. Like, if he knew there was a new world, like, I mean, where would he even get the information that there was America, that there was this land and shit where gold and all this type of shit that he would later on find? Like, where would he even get that information from?
Yeah, I like I said, I don't know if he was lying or whatever the case, but or if the history got distorted or whatever the case, but it don't make sense logically to me, man. But yo, I'm gonna get out of here, man. I gotta get up in the morning and shit. You know, I just came on really for the Van Sertima shit, but
for sure.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
good talking with y'all brothers, man.
All right, peace.
All right, so you can end it, yo.
All right, for sure, man. Look, man, I want to thank everybody for coming out, rocking with the Pseudo Killers. I think we're gonna do Monday Night Madness on the Real Black Atheist tomorrow. So man, y'all tune in tomorrow to check out the show, man. And